Hello there, welcome y'all. Today, thank you Frank for the hydrate. Today I am going to continue my journey learning JavaScript and specifically lately TypeScript. Yeah, it lets me statically type things, which I very much missed. I've been learning, oh, it did my hydrate. Oh yeah, I've been doing Peggy Hill over here. I've been doing my most of my dev coding stuff in Godot and GDScript. That's where I actually first started learning coding, was Godot's programming language, GDScript. And I did that for 2 years. I still am doing it on this channel and all over the place, but I wanted more. There's tools that I want to work well, and the best way to get those tools to work well is to learn JavaScript, because JavaScript is everywhere. It's so many places. I can't escape JavaScript. And so just having that situation where I could finally just modify things the way that I needed them to be, that I could do that coding was just liberating. So I'm excited to keep learning the JavaScriptery. In the meantime, I know chat might not be working. I'll fix it. In the meantime, I'm going to review this. I guess that is part of the learning, isn't it? I'm going to review this. Oh, and so then also with Godot, static typing is very valuable in GDScript. In a lot of languages, it's required to type your variables, to type your functions. But in JavaScript, base JavaScript, not only do you not have to, you literally can't. It's not even an option. And I was suffering. I was suffering because I didn't have the same amount of error checking that I wanted. I didn't have the same amount of readability, so I could just look back and, if I look at, okay, I can see that's a string, all right? I can see that this is an HTML element. I can see that, but then look at this. What is that supposed to be? I don't know. What are all these? It'd be just nice if there was a static type there. So yeah, I've just been trying to integrate TypeScript into my workflow. And so now I get all these beautiful, wonderful, helpful, look at all of it. Oh, that's supposed to be an HTML iframe element. Oh, that's a window. Oh, it's a string. Like, now I know. It just improves readability so much. And along the way, it'll stop me and be like, this is not okay. That's good. I like being stopped and told it's not okay, because then I have a chance to improve it and do it better. All right, so what is the project that I am working on anyway? Well, the last one, I'll say this, the last one that I did was simply only and just a JavaScript project. And it was like a tycoon game where you hire employees. I like making games, so I'm making games. It's not the greatest game at all. It is not everything I wanted it to be. I wanted I wanted a game over state, and you just have to refresh it. And I wanted some slightly improved UI stuff, but I did it, I made it, and we were instantiating. Also, this art was made by PonXPon, hyper game dev extraordinaire, and I wanted to learn how to make multiple instantiations of something, like these workers. So literally it's generating all that HTML on the spot, and we can just infinitely add workers and make money, number go up. So that was my first project, and it was cool, but it wasn't TypeScript, and that was getting frustrating. So I started making this new project, and this new project is a little ambitious. It's on the ambitious side. Hey, Merfkins. And okay, so I will say that I didn't realize the background was going to be purple, so I might want to define the background color there. But it's because that's what the itch page background is. So it's kind of hard to see right now. Maybe if I highlight it all, it'll be there. Well, it didn't really help. So this is the parent page, and this is an iframe. What this game is supposed to be is a game about learning how to code. What better way to teach myself how to code than to make a game about learning to code. It's ambitious, especially because there's a lot of security stuff around making or allowing the user to run code, right? Like, potentially. It's, you know, it's not likely to be an issue, especially for my use case, but in theory. And so I want to learn how to do that stuff better too. So if I come out here and I type some stuff, it appears down there. That was my victory. Oh, I don't like that color. We gotta fix that immediately. That's about to get fixed. First order of business, make it more readable. Okay, so I'm gonna pop this open with live server so I can, you know, look at it nicely. There we go. See, there's just no background defined. Okay, so if you type out here and then unfocus it, it updates it. So I'd want, you know, I'd want it to be detecting like input and if the input stops, but you know, this is good enough for now. So what this is, as you can see now clearly, is an iframe. An iframe is down here. This is just on the parent page up here. And so when input is received here and we click out, it sends an event that is, or posts a message that is listened to by the child. So it's like a post message kind of situation. And now what I want is that you're typing in friggin' JavaScript of some kind. So whatever, variable something string equals money. And then it would be formatted correctly. It would run it. And so why do I want to run code? How is this going to be fun? Well, my idea to make it fun is not this. My idea to make it fun is here. So you would type the JavaScript. That's the box right at the top. You type the JavaScript and there would be a little goal at the bottom. So let's say there's, in this example, 3 coins. And your target is to get to the theme park. I don't know. And so if you just like type in JavaScript that literally teleports the person, you know, over here without, let's see if I can make it teleport. So I put that there and then put it here. There we go. So if you type code that just makes it teleport, it won't collect the coins. So in theory, you would have to interpolate it so it collects doing coin, doing coin, doing coin, and then get to the theme park. And then I'd also, in my wildest dreams, like to have some like relevant documentation, right? So like, you know, I mean, that might give clue. That would be like hint, right? So maybe there'd be like a hint button, and if you wanted it, you could pop that open, and it would take you to like the interpolation documentation or something like that. So that's my probably very ambitious idea, but what I mean, even if I'm not great about it, that's okay, Toe Man. I don't care. But I'm glad that you're here. Welcome. And so work on how to stream. Nice. So I don't expect to be perfect about it, but I do want to ensure that I learn a lot by doing it, right? Like I learned how to communicate to an iframe with input. Like I already feel like this is a huge win. So yeah. Background, it's bothering me. I don't even have a CSS file yet. That would be great. That would be really great. Oh gosh, CSS is still something I forget about. I haven't put a lot of focus into it. HTML, I forget. I'm just gonna look this up. We're just gonna look on here and then I'll remember. I have never really made one from scratch. Teach myself JavaScript. Yeah. Someone doing malicious. Yep. And you know, I'm trying, and that's part of the learning, right? It's part of the learning. So the other thing too is that this doesn't really carry that kind of risk because this isn't on my server. This is hosted on itch.io, right? But in theory, if I did it on my server, that would be something to think about. And so part of like the design, very true. Part of the design is to avoid that risk. So one step that I have, which isn't foolproof. At the end of the day, you can never be perfect with security, is that the iframe is like a container, right? So the code only runs within that iframe, not outside of the iframe. So I have like all this kind of convoluted way of ensuring that there isn't like same origin stuff going on. So if you look at the HTML right now, the iframe is not even there. I guess we construct it. Yeah, we construct it and we put it. Okay, so let me find that. Yeah, I guess we create it. It's been a week. Yeah, so we create a fresh new iframe element, and what we end up doing is either adding. So this is if it's a debug script. That is to say, if I'm working on it here in the editor. We allow same origin, and we do allow scripts. Allow scripts is what allows us to run the code. If it's not a debug script, then it's only going to put allow scripts in there. So if there's not allow same origin, that's going to avoid some of that risk. And then there's probably other things too I can do, especially when we get to the code running part. We could potentially check that code to see this or that. And yeah. Also, Toeman, you self-promoing? I mean, look, I'm glad you're streaming. Good for it. Good for you. Good for you. Good for you. But there is a place on the Discord if you really want to self-promo. That's the place to do it. It's literally called self-promo on the Discord. I know you don't like Discord, but there you go. So let's see. I want to get that background set up. But yeah, definitely a concern. And to me, that's part of the learning, Murph, is because, you know, if you pull up MDN right now, yeah, I know. I just wanted to let you know. Okay, so if we look at, was it allow scripts? Was it iframe? I feel like, I can't remember which one of these had like a big warning on it. Kind of forgot where it was. But there was one of these documentation pages that just had big warnings like, this is a security risk, be careful, don't do this. Maybe it was post message. Yeah, so this was it. Always provide a specific target origin, not asterisk. If you know where the other Windows document should be located. Failing to provide a specific target could disclose data to a malicious site. So I see these, and I could just ignore it, because again, for this use case, I don't think it's actually a risk, but I want to learn those best practices. So I do have it going to an asterisk if it's on itch.io, I believe. But if it detects, let's say someday I run it on my server on hypergame.dev, then it's going to change the origin. So there's this correct origin variable, and correct origin becomes localhost. This is just like my local live server, right? Whenever I test it here on my computer, it sets it to that. So this is why we're not doing the asterisk. If it's itch.io, it does the asterisk. And the reason why I allow the asterisk because it's itch.io. You know, like they're already, I assume, having good practices and security measures and stuff. It's further containerized, right? So I'm allowing the star there, especially because I found it a little tricky to figure out what the origin should be for that. However, if I host it on my own site, we'll define the correct origin. So that way, because the iframe and the parent needs to, yeah, fingers crossed, the iframe and the parent needs to have a shared origin, or else they can't talk to each other. And so instead of doing allow same origin, we just ensure that they have the same origin in the first place. Because as I understand it, this is just automatically giving them the same origin. So, yeah. So I tried to figure out, like, what I could put in here, but really nothing worked because they didn't have the same origin. And we can even prove that out here. So if we look at, for example, the iframe here, itch.io has the iframe be hosted on here. It has it being on html-classic.itch.zone is where they host the iframe. However, the main page, and I did have like a console print at one time that was telling us what it was supposed to be. But I think, I mean, I could try HTML Classic Zone, but I don't think that works because I've already tried that. But whenever let's see, do I still have that console log in here somewhere? But like commented out. Let's put it back in. Let's just say right at the top of this, tell us what the origin is. So I think we want to say window.origin. Parent origin is that. Oh, comma there. Okay. Now, since it's TypeScript, I have to make sure that it's actually updating it. So we'll do TypeScript dash W for watch. So it updates it. Okay. All right, that didn't work. TSC TypeScript. That was close. Okay, there we go. We're learning. Okay, so now that that's good, if I open this in the live server, origin should be set to localhost. So that is correct. That makes sense. And I guess, you know, we could also see, well, we'll know because it'll print the correct origin. But sure, why not? Just add the extra detail on there. So I guess we would put it in the whoa. Oh, that's the JavaScript. Wait. Where'd it go? It was right there. Oh, I was modifying the JavaScript. That's kind of funny that it still like showed up though. I do that. That's a habit I'm going to need to fix. Toman, if you don't stop apologizing for not being here, it's okay. What is that? What is that inside of you that makes you feel apologetic? It's okay. Yeah, streaming is hard. Console log. If you ever need some tips, just let me know. Parent origin is set to. I don't know what I'm gonna do to avoid clicking on it. Like I could put them in different directories, but first of all, it's kind of annoying to set up, and we'll get there. Maybe I'll do that. Maybe I'll do that eventually. Is set to window.origin. We can do hard things. Okay, now it's actually gonna be in here. So then for the actual iframe, we're just gonna pop this on in. And we'll say child origin here. Yeah, videos. That's good. So here we see it runs it twice. That's interesting. Wonder why it does that. No, it's good because I want to remember it. I really am glad. It's okay. I'm glad because I'm making sure that I'm learning something, which is really important. Hey, Krillionaire. Not a lot of working on my TypeScript game about learning how to code. Oh, those are different. Those aren't the same ones. Okay, that's not twice. Oh, that's twice. It's not. Parent origin set to that, child origin that. This is different. So wait, that's not really clear. I feel like that's the child that's getting that sent. Yeah, if it's running locally, it should be exactly. I mean, locally, yes. Well, yes, locally, but I mean on itch, right? That's not. But it is local. But that's the other thing. It is local, right? We're not communicating to. I mean, it is and it isn't. So let's look at. Maybe I'm not fully understanding like what you mean by local, but you made your Tamagotchi game in C++? Nice. I want to see it. Does that say 3 equal sign? Yeah. Do you know JavaScript, or are you criticizing that I used it? Because I feel like this is like, okay, I could be wrong. I love it because you guys are forcing me to be quizzed on this. This is like literal equivalency, right? So it's like making it's I guess it kind of has like a built-in type check sort of. JavaScript is different from Java, to be clear. Yeah, I feel like this is like a literal thing. Let's get to ChatGPT. Very succinctly, in plain terms, describe the difference between 3, 2, and 1 in JavaScript. Assignment, right? We all know what that is, right? That makes something be something. This is loose equality, and this is strict equality. Yeah, so it's basically the closest JavaScript has to type checking, besides TypeScript. I was right. I've learned things. So here, if you have a number 5 and you check if it's equivalent, it'll be true because it automatically interprets that as a 5. Now, it's not always true in a lot of contexts because JavaScript is weird, but generally speaking, that'll do that. So you pretty much never want to do this. I guess unless you explicitly want it to be able to take multiple types, this is pretty much always the way. Yeah, almost always you want to use it. Yeah, it looks kind of wild though, right? Origin should be set to. Okay, so this updates. Let me just remind myself what this is about. Yeah. I mean, look, JavaScript can't do a lot of typing. Oh, you mean this part? I know. All right, I'll mean this. Yeah, JavaScript can't do typing, static type checking, pretty much almost at all, except for maybe this one example. But TypeScript can, which is why I'm using TypeScript. But yeah, it's funny that if you're talking about this, it's funny you refer to it as like an ability. I feel like it's often thought of as like a bad thing. Like coming from other languages, right? You start using this and you start running into problems, and it's like, what's going on? But yeah, it is kind of like an ability, isn't it? Meanwhile, you have integer try parse in string out int. You know, I don't know C++ yet, but I'd like to. What's up, Skilo? You literally just Google TypeScript versus JavaScript for the millionth time. Well, my understanding and my beginning with using it, that's C#. See, I don't even know. I don't know C# either. I want to learn C#. I have an idea of how I'm going to learn C#. I've got an idea. Because I haven't really had a justification for it, but I think I do now. You probably already know, but just in case, Kilo. As my understanding goes, JavaScript doesn't have static type checking. TypeScript does. So it means that, I mean, it ends up having 2 of the exact same script. The only difference being that one is converted to JavaScript or compiled as JavaScript, and one is TypeScript. So you write it all in TypeScript. You have to set this up and you have to compile it every time. So that way, and you can do it kind of automatically. That way it regenerates a JavaScript because TypeScript can't be read on its own by browsers. It's like a framework, right? Is that the word? Anyway, it can't be interpreted by browsers. So that means that when you write in TypeScript, it has to be compiled into JavaScript so that way a browser can interpret it. So the difference that you can see here, we have these variables, right? And they have this little green stuff here that is defining the... Happy birthday, Coda! What's up, Jord? And hello, Kumatoria. We have to declare what it is. So if I come in here and I just try not to declare, it'll actually allow me to not declare it, the type, but now I have the option to declare the type. And there are some things that it won't allow and that you'll have issues. So it's just amazing because it gives me this extra layer of error checking, this extra layer of readability where I can look at it and know what these are supposed to be. You know, and I was just saying, like, this, like, what the hell's going on here? Like, we got, like, sandbox params. Is that an array? What is that? You know, I hated that. I hated that I couldn't tell what things were. So in TypeScript, now I clarify that's a string. That's a string. And it just helps so much with readability. And little things like level canvas. I had no idea when I was writing things like this before. I had no idea that this had like 2 different return types. Now I do. Right? People say, oh, you should read up on this, read up on that. I don't want to. I want to learn by experience. That's how I learn. And so now that I'm using TypeScript, I get to see that this either returns an HTML element or null, which is just super helpful to get to visualize. So yeah, TypeScript allows you to use static typing, and it's more rigorous in its error checking. So like strict mode is enforced, and you know, if I don't make sure that I clarify what something is set up as, it can get a little angry with me. But that's what we love about it. All the params in, you know, any function, type those. I love it. So that's the difference. Static typing, not static typing. And then there's some other things, you know, you have to make sure you compile it and stuff too. The back end compiler must have been annoying to write. I don't know. Yeah, maybe it was. I could see that. I mean, I wonder. Unless, probably that person really likes, the people who did that probably really like doing it. I hope. Readability through static typing makes sense. Yeah, readability and error checking as well. Kumatora says, I remember having to learn JavaScript, made a Quake bot and an AI that plays Ms. Pac-Man. That's awesome. That's so cool. Yeah, I just, you know, there's so many things like this chat down here. I recently, just the other day, set up so member and subscribers chats have like a glow and a special little thing underneath. And that was only possible because I knew JavaScript. I was able to go in and update it. So before I was using, well, I found a like pre-made template and then I tweaked it with context clues, ChatGPT giving me advice. I try not to get code from ChatGPT. And Stack Exchange, right? So I was just cobbling it together. And now that I'm learning JavaScript, I can actually just go in there and do things. And it's awesome. So, you know, it's just so useful. It's so useful to know JavaScript, so. You know how to try parse in C++? Oh, the thing where you, the interpret of a different... Happy birthday, again. Yay. We made it to your birthday! I hate when people code in stuff like GDScript and don't type their variables. Yeah, same. It drives me nuts. I mean, I don't really care what other people do, but if I have to like work on the same project, I'm probably gonna go in and type everything. You're so old now, turning into dust. Nice. Oh, and then Toman asked what we're doing. So yeah, I'm just working on my TypeScript learning project and also just JavaScript learning project, where it's gonna be a game about learning how to code. So the furthest I've gotten right now is I can type in here in this parent page, which it is gonna be so boring too, Toman, I know. And then in the child page, it will see the input. So what I'd really want is that the player will type basically 90 by you type in code here, and then in theory the code would run down in the iframe. So that's like the project I'm working on. And then specifically I became curious about demonstrating and further just solidifying why I know I have to asterisk the origins for itch.io. Because fundamentally the way itch.io handles it, unless there's some other way, unless there's some way I could have it like pop open, but it seems that fundamentally the parent page is going to have a different origin than the iframes, just the way itch parses it. It's kind of annoying. It's a little bit annoying. And I think it's because it's using like a mask. So like it says that hypergamedev.itch.io is the origin. And I think it's just like masking the fact that it's actually HTML classic-itch.zone. Really, it's HTML classic.itch.zone. That's my theory. And then they just put like an alias that has your username .itch.io. And that means that I guess the origin is different now, which is kind of annoying, but it's okay. Okay, so I have to make sure. This is another reason why it would actually be really great to have to have the like same to have like different directories, because when I compile it, the only things, can we zoom a little bit? It's kind of tiny. It's kind of big now. The only things I actually want to compile for itch.io is the JavaScript. So I don't actually want the TypeScript. And we need to make sure all this is in here. And they do, so these all have to be on the same level. If I was using styles.css, I would also have to make sure that they were all in the same root directory. Otherwise, itch will be like, huh? Oh, we need this errors for fun. No school? Nice. I mean, unless you like school. Oh, okay. I didn't like school either. Any kind of school. Didn't like it. I have to say, after learning JavaScript, Lua, C#, C++, and C, I really love C-styled languages. They're so much more intuitive because you have a visual container of the brackets that helps you quick read, unlike whitespace languages using indentation. Yeah, I remember you have that preference. I despise the bracket situation. I don't like this. So I think JavaScript is like the C style. I don't like it. I'll get used to it. Maybe I'll learn to appreciate it. But for now, gosh, I just love the white space. I love it. It's cleaner, and I don't have to manage those freaking brackets. I feel like it's just like preference. Like maybe you started learning C languages, maybe not. I don't know. But it just comes down to personal preference at that point. Because for me, the way my brain looks at things is it scrambles this mess of, inheritance and I can't stand it. And then I try to like quickly add something in, and it's like the brackets are wrong, and so I have to like I hate managing the brackets so much. I despise it. And whereas in whitespace languages, I just indent it. So it's funny that for you that helps you with quick reading, but for me it makes quick reading harder. So I respect that. I respect that we deserve to have languages look a way that helps us see them better. Okay, I'm going to just, again, out of curiosity, to follow the security thing. Follow through with the security examination. I'm going to update this a little bit. More C# engines. Of course, at least Unity. But, like, are the other ones just, like, not that viable? Yeah. I mean, I guess there's always using, like... I mean, I assume CSS has... or C# has, like, frameworks and libraries and stuff. So I guess you could always use libraries, right? I think the way I'm gonna try to start learning C# is through Godot. So the reason why I've avoided using C# in Godot is because you can't currently export in Godot 4. You can't export C# projects to the browser, and I love being able to collect and share. So if people watch the stream, if I want to show what I've been working on, I can just have all these learning projects and stuff just right here, a link, go here, you can check it out. And I don't really like streaming, working on something, and then I don't have a way to share it for further context. So what I realized though is Godot 3 has C# exports. So I think I'm gonna start learning C# and Godot through Godot 3. Yeah, I don't want to have to be like, oh yeah, you can't check it out. Sorry, I hate that. But yeah, Godot 3, I think it'd be kind of interesting too, because I've never used Godot 3. I started in 4.1. So it'd be kind of fun too, because I'd get to appreciate what's missing between the versions. It'd be kind of a trip. So I think that's going to be how I learn C# is Godot 3. Okay, I updated this. So we run it. We'll look in the console. What's it say? It says parent origin is HTML classic. Child origin is null. Oh, probably because... Huh? What? Interesting that it's HTML classic.itch.zone. I feel like I tried this though. The only language you genuinely truly despise is Java. You tried your hand at Minecraft modding for a bit and very quickly swapped to Kotlin because it's less painful. Oh, I've been thinking about learning Kotlin. A lot of the standard function calls are vastly different. Wait, what is it responding to? Oh, Godot 3 versus Godot 4. Nice. Well, that's part of the fun. That's part of the fun. You know, is I love running into problems. Now it does seem, again, that's part of the fun. I think so. I should also clarify the context that I want to do it is one of the game dev gauntlets. So, which I didn't do this month, but it's like this. Yeah, it's gonna be fun. To me, that is fun. I love the frustration. That's learning. And you might say, well, is it really learning if you're using an engine version you're never gonna use again? Yeah, because it's problem solving. It's almost like learning another language, right? That's like like English and another Latin-based language or something like Spanish or whatever. It's a little different. It's not that different, but it's a little different. Enough that it's a little bit of a challenge. Even if you're rarely going to use the language, it just like works muscles in the brain, right? And I kind of like that. But yeah, so for the game dev gauntlets, the whole idea is that it's kind of like a challenge that's a little frustrating. So previously we did speech-to-text coding, which was miserable. It was terrible. I didn't like it. That wasn't worth it. That was a mistake. And I kind of need a break from the gauntlets for a minute. We did making a game without letter E. That was really interesting and really challenging. The Wingdings was okay. The Wingdings challenge was alright. So I think it'd fit nicely in there, where it's like kind of frustrating, it's new, it's fresh, and I'm learning C# at the same time. So even though I say I'm not learning Godot the same, I will be learning C#. That's part of the fun. I just love it. So you're even talking about like the function calls, but like it's all gonna be C#, so it's gonna be different anyway. And then, but I see what you're saying too. Like if I'm looking for an equivalent between Godot 4 and Godot 3, whoa, whoa, oh my goodness, what even was that? What made the frames drop? I like frozen time. At least I think I did. What was that? I don't even know. That's my GPU on the bottom. That's my CPU in the middle. And that's my upload in the top. It kind of drives me nuts when something like that happens and I can't track down what did it. Well, I mean, this did like drop. I wonder if it's like that. Anyway, I don't care. So yeah, I think that would be the context that I would do it in. Realization of Godot 3 versus 4 made the frames. My brain was like, the waves were impacting the other waves. Okay. Wow, so I'm actually a little shocked that this came through as HTML Classic. I'm a little confused. Oh no, it did it again. What is happening? Who's doing this? Am I getting hacked? I'm gonna try setting it to that. Just to see what happens. I don't think it's gonna work because I'm almost certain that I already tried this and it didn't work. So it basically, if it matches with hypergamedev.itch.io or HTML Classic, it'll do this. I have a feeling it's still gonna break. It's just a feeling. Okay, so then we have to recompile it for itch or zip it up. So I will get the JavaScript, not the TypeScript, the HTML, and then this. I bet I could write a batch script that just automatically finds certain file types and just puts them into a zip file. Everything is learning if you have enough whimsy. Yeah, whimsy. I live for whimsy. That was very unwhimsical. Okay. Pop this open. Whimsy. What is, if you're joyous enough, you can learn many things. Yeah, I love that. If you're joyous enough. That's beautiful. Yeah, it would be easy. That's enough. I love learning. I love learning code because you can just do stuff. You can just solve problems. Okay, what's it gonna say? Oh, but it doesn't work. It doesn't work. So you see the text. It's kind of hard to see, but the text isn't actually communicating down. I don't know what that's about. I don't know why it does this. But it does. Child origin is set to null. That's so weird. It's like it's not a... Is it not a wind? Is it something else? I mean, it is. Maybe like by then the origin isn't set, but it has to be. OBS was like, enough. I know. I feel like code is in the past. It's just a theory. Okay. So I don't really know why that origin isn't showing, truth be told. Let's see. JavaScript, iframe, window origin check. Anybody? How to get the origin of iframe object. Love it. 10 years ago. Check if the source is relative URL. To generate the absolute URL. What's the difference? Making console apps is really fun, to be honest. Making GUI app hurts. I think that comes down to preferences again. I mean, it's different, right? There's different skill sets because when you're making a terminal app, you don't have to think about what it looks like because it's kind of like double the work, right? I mean, sure, to some extent, there's a GUI component, I think. It's not graphics, but, you know, you can have little loading bars and little Unicode characters that rotate through to make it look like an animation cycle. Something like that. Colors. But yeah, you're right. At the end of the day, there's so many extra layers of designing a the way something looks. It's like double coding. You love ASCII art games? Okay, alright, preference. Sometimes I love them. I don't know that I'm specifically like, ASCII art games, let me find them. But that's cool. It's a vibe. ASCII art games look awesome. Like, look at them. Just look at them. What? I mean, that's just regular at this point. I think that's just regular graphics. Oh my gosh. I even suspect that's not necessarily what you mean. Yeah, like something even more like that. I mean, this is pretty. These are actually kind of amazing. These are absurd how amazing they are. What? Yeah, I think I was imagining in my brain something like this. And that's what I had in my head. Like Dwarf Fortress kind of vibes. But this is just kind of nuts. Yeah. Yeah, this is what I had in mind. I find these very charming. For sure. Understandable. Document get element by AD. Well, I'm in the iframe. I'm not checking from outside the iframe, to be honest. But okay. I gotta be honest, this is very confusing to me. Girls want to give me the same origin policy. Get origin apparent inside cross origin iframe. Okay. Looks like I'm gonna have to ask the chatbot. I don't really need to worry about this, but now I'm just like very, very curious. You can't directly read content when origin, that probably doesn't exist. Yeah, is kind of null. So the iframe's origin, you either parse its source URL to extract the origin, or use post message and verify the event origin when the iframe communicates. That sounds like a lot of work. I don't think I want to do that. You know what? No, thank you. They will just keep using the asterisk. But it's just for itch.io. I think it's gonna be fine. But yeah, thank you, Murfkins. I'm glad you mentioned it because it's just something to keep in mind, to think about. Nope, that's the JavaScript. Don't mess with the JavaScript. Yeah, maybe I'll circle back to it someday. Rogue is ASCII art, yes. Those other things are actually still bitmap, aka most of the same thing as PNG. Gotcha. Yeah, I was like, that doesn't make sense. How is that possible? I mean, it's like, it's right, and it's just like, it's like ASCII styled. Not actually truly base ASCII stuff. Yeah, I get that. So we're gonna put this back. And we're just gonna be okay with it. Yeah, using ASCII characters to create art. Bitmap images are an array of values that are parsed into a grid of colors. Wow. Well said. Alright, so continuing to real things. I do want the background to not be looking like a dookie poo. So I want to just remind myself what this is supposed to look like. Yeah. Okay, you were doing okay. Is it like comma or is it like semicolon? By the way. I feel like it's comma. Like if I do HTML, body, and then we do this, we can say background color is black, and then color is white. It's pretty stark. Oh, blanched almond. Screw it, let's do it. Okay, and then, well, probably my dark reader is overwriting it here. Would be my guess. Dark reader, stop. Ugh. Oh, wait, I didn't set up the CSS file. little important. Might be useful. I guess I have to do it in the iframe too. It's kind of wild. Okay, so in the head, we're gonna say, style source. I'm feeling when like CSS. I know. Styles.css style. Did I do it wrong? I feel like I did it wrong. I usually don't type it from scratch like that. I usually look at another project and see what I did and then base it on that. Don't tell me the answer. Don't tell me the answer if I'm right or wrong. I'm gonna look it up from my past project. I'm not gonna see. Oh, I looked at your message. That's okay. I'll still see. It's okay. You tried. Link rel style sheet. Oh, I was like gonna remember that. I was like gonna remember that. Okay. Link rel. Oh gosh, I'm trying to remember without looking. Equals style sheet. Then source equals that? And then I feel like we don't need a closing bracket. Did I do it right? We did not. Okay. Oh, you're right. It was href. You nailed it. You knew. All right. That's how, to me, that's learning, right? Is like kind of doing a flashcard thing. Looking at something, looking back here, trying to recreate it. One way to do it. Being wrong, and then maybe next time I've ingrained a little bit further how to do it right. There you go. Repetition. Yeah, exactly. And like noticing like, oh, I don't know how to do something, so I'm going to try it again. Until I do know. So yeah, the iframe has a different, which makes sense, right? I want it to look different, but it's just kind of funny. I do not like this blanched almond. It looks like pea, so we're gonna change it to not that. Let's make it something else. What other fun whites do you have? Bisque. I mean, if it was like, I don't know, corn silk, they're also yellow. Yeah, I feel like it just should be a little grayer. Am I overthinking it? Obviously. But it's fun to overthink sometimes. Look at all these pretty colors. I just get to scroll through all this. Okay, give me a lavender. Alright, I can live with that. You got some black alternatives? Colors are fun! This is the whimsy, Coda. This is the whimsy. I want a dark. Obviously, I could just type it in, but look how fun this is. Midnight blue. Oh, there's your semicolon. Ooh. Okay, I'm bored with the whimsy now, so we're gonna go down here. This'll do. As somebody who studied color theory minorly out of boredom for a year, colors are fun. No, the whimsy's over. I'm done with the whimsy. Sometimes it's just like, okay, but really, let's just move on. All right, so I want this also to be part of the iframe. you know, I kind of want a different one for each one. So I'm gonna say styles. I'm gonna say styles parent, and then we're gonna make a styles child. That's what I'm doing. C# has no whimsy. Hey, what's up? Ma. Welcome, Ma. Good to have you. Is that right? Saying your name right? Is there leet code in there? Or leet speak, I mean? So I'm tempted to make a whiskey joke. Where's the whiskey joke? Where's the whiskey joke? Madi. Welcome, Madi. Are you interested in game dev or JavaScript, web dev kind of stuff? Or are you doing dev stuff? C# has no whimsy, unless I do console. Right line whimsy. See, the whimsy isn't in the language. The whimsy. This is, look, just. The whimsy is inside of you. It's inside. You create the whimsy. Replace whimsy with whiskey. Okay. You're sorry about ID? That's okay. You're good. Don't worry about it. It's part of being a streamer is having to understand different people's names, you know? That's just part of it. What am I listening to? You're listening to nerds talking about nerd things. Everything is learning if you have enough whiskey. Coda is full of whiskey. It's ridiculous. No more whiskey. Whiskey over. Whiskey lasted all of 40 seconds. Coda, you're full of whiskey. Did you know that? Trillionaires talking in languages I don't know. But I bet it's funny. Yeah, but you spelled it cuter. You spelled whiskey whimsically. It's your birthday. You gotta have fun somehow. C++ print function. Oh, standard library. COUT is console out. Look at me learning C++ through osmosis. And that's how you push a value into it. I feel like the context that I'm gonna learn C++ in is likely to be modifying Godot base engine. Okay, so here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to give this level HTML. I'm going to remember it too. Relative link equaling style sheet. At least for now I've kind of learned. And then, what's the other thing? href. And then what it is. Child styles. And then now I'll have these two separate ones. Nice. What? Oh, I changed the name on the parent page and didn't change it back. I kind of like the idea of it having a different background. No, I don't need to do any of this. I'm easing into the hard stuff. Okay. So probably what I'm actually going to work on next, by the way, is I should clarify that. What I really want to work on next is code. I want it to be code. I'm not even going to worry about it being code that runs. Well, I guess I don't even know. Somehow making it so we're not just typing things, but we're actually typing code. That's my next challenge. Parsing it, more or less. And obviously I'd want those styles to be like, you know, Swift or like, you know, the colors or whatever. That's gonna be kind of wild. It's gotta be doable though. I bet there's even like a code HTML element or two. Okay, so this needs to be styles parent. This is gonna get wild today. And then the input block, I guess now that I'm defining CSS, I have to change that. I mean, it looks awful. Oh gosh, I don't know what that is. Probably just whatever the element is, but different. Learning through whiskey. I learn by whiskey. You, my friend, have a alcohol problem. Although, unless you're letting the whiskey teach you that it's a problem. But you can also just use print F from C, because C++ is literally just built on top of C. That's pretty cool. So it like still has the other stuff in there. Literally the reason C++ was invented was to turn C into an object-oriented programming language. So C... Oh, thanks for following on Twitch. Welcome to Twitch. So what is C? If C isn't object-oriented, what is it? You existed on Twitch. You don't exist. You don't even exist until you're following Hyper Gamedev on Twitch. Yeah. Go for it. I think the ads are nicer on YouTube because you can skip them, but I understand that. Go ahead, lurk. C is procedural. What does that mean? Okay. So, right. I wanted to look for the element that is the input. Oh, that's the wrong place. Text area. So I'm not exactly sure. We're just guessing, which is always fun. Hey, thank you. Skin, nice to meet you. Thank you for the follow. You normally don't have issues with it. You have an ad block, so you don't get ads on YouTube at all. Not sure about Twitch. Nice. Somehow Twitch is like a little more aggressive versus ad blockers, but it depends. Depends how you're watching. Text area. I feel like we have to. I think we can just do that. Okay, a little more whimsy for like 2 seconds. I kind of know what I want. Can you just give me like a green olive drab? These names are very funny. Get more whimsical. You're bored? Not because of the stream? Oh, I hate when I'm. I don't know how often I'm actually bored. When am I bored? I don't think I experience boredom. I can't relate. I say I hate boredom, but I don't know if I think I'm lying. I don't think I know what boredom is. It does not compute. All right, great. Now you can see there's some issues already, right? It's not taking it in as separate lines. Things like that. That's okay. All right, great. We got some styles. Things look better. You know what I need to do? I need to set this up as a GitHub project. Still haven't done that. You researched an object-oriented programming language creates objects that contain variables and functions and are separated classes. But the C language is quite literally procedural. Do this, then do this, then do this. Whoa. That sounds awful. What? Is that so? That's like when I've watched coding train videos where he shows like coding train, was it like Apple II coding? I think it was this, right? This video is awesome, by the way. So in here, if I remember correctly, the way he does it is like you have to like specify the lines. I don't know. It was just like it seemed miserable. So it was something else. It was basic. But I remember that it was like that, where you had to define every single thing that happened. But this has variables, so maybe not. Maybe it's different. There's a reason we always use... Yeah, right? There's a reason. There's a reason. I know, right? I mean, look. Entity component is interesting, for sure. But To me, and it depends on the context. I'm still kind of new to everything, so don't quote me on this. But I do feel that entity component concepts. Oh, non does have OOP. Okay, so maybe that is like C then. Nice. I know things sometimes, but I don't know what I was saying. Textary block. Okay, so this is serious. I need to actually figure this out. What I need is to parse code somehow. So when we type into that text area, currently what happens is we listen for its input, create input listener. We add an event listener called change, which requires that I click outside of the window, which is kind of annoying. And then it posts a message to the iframe about the input, and it also tells it what its origin is supposed to be. Oh, that's probably why we weren't getting the origin. Well, one of the reasons. Maybe there's others too. But also, I wasn't actually... By this point, it's not set. It's only set after a listener is received. But I need to make sure it only does it one time, right? So that what I have to do, like a flag, it's kind of crazy. But I think we would have to do it. Here. And even then, we need to get it probably from the event. Like, where are we even looking at the correct Oh! What was all this? Same origin, different origin. Event origin! Oh! But that's where it's coming from. I feel like this just didn't work. Anyway, this is trash. You gotta throw this away. That's garbage. Garbage in the can. Oh god, brackets. Oh, frig. Okay, first this, then that. Because that's going to pull it from the other side. I'm just curious what'll happen. Apple II... Yeah, it is the hacking learning game. Apple II uses BASIC, which is the baby language of retro computing. It's very abstracted from the hardware, as opposed to C, which is literally only one layer from just being straight hardware interaction. Very interesting. Yes, so this is the hacking game. That's what I'm working on. Where the plan is, even though I'm kind of distracted, but it's, you know, we're easing into it. Where the player, in theory, will be able to type in code up here, and then an action will follow down here, and then either you do it right or not. And then I kind of want like a hint button down here, which will just link relevant documentation. So that's the concept for the game. And, you know, because I'm still learning and trying to do baby steps, the most I have so far is that you can just type from the parent and it loads in the child. So the next challenge is to have it try to parse code. And if the code isn't good, it returns errors or something. That's my next challenge. So currently, it's a little messy in here. Currently, it creates an input listener, and that's interpreted by the iframe. That's it. That's the whole thing. We do create the iframe. And I wonder if we have allow scripts. So I think the allow scripts in the iframe means that in theory we should be able to run scripts. But how do we actually do that? JavaScript. How to run and parse scripts. Parse code within the page from an input. Create, execute JavaScript. Okay, no, so it's gonna be probably tons of warnings. I know. Set interval, we have to give a function that's asynchronous, so we have to give a reference explicitly inside the function elements that are existing, the result will give a null. So elements use jQuery. No. Oh yeah, eval. Now eval I've heard is risky. Right. And maybe there's like an alternative. Alright, we'll just look it up. Alternatives to eval JavaScript. 2013. It's a long time ago. Very few cases where eval is the right answer. Right. What is your question? I don't think this is my situation. I just don't think that's my situation. It doesn't look right. For a calculator app. That's interesting. When you parse and calculate a stream, rather than simply running it through eval. Suppose you're storing the entire expression as a long stream, and showing it on the display of your calculator. You might end up with something like this. And something like that would eval nicely. However, the logic in this one requires that you split the string into parts and perform the operation. Whether you simply do left right, or the operation is up to you. Rather than storing a string, I found it easier to update an operations array. What? Variable but? They knew. They knew. You don't type variable but and not know what you're typing. It's kind of fun though. That's whimsy. You see? It's there if you know where to look. Yes, my butt variable. Oh my god. Would butt variable be a string? A boolean? Or something else? An array? Probably an object. If we're being realistic. Update an operations array. Do not to parse a string to the calculation. String was all parsed for me, and you wrote collapse function for your operations array, which combined numbers based on operate. So I mean, this is very specific to a calculator. I don't want to ask the chatbot, but I only looked at the first two results, so I should probably keep looking. Function. Oh, I think I remember hearing about that. Two powerful tools that allow us to evaluate any JavaScript expression passed to either of them as a string. Love that. People would probably hate you if you ever made a large game and somebody tried to mod it because you don't often shorten words. You're saying you make things like really verbose. I also have verboseness. Why would that be something people hate? I don't know. Like to me, button is better. It's more readable, you know? So much more. Wait, you don't type the number 4? I guess for some things you can't. So that actually makes sense. I hate the horror games on itch. Because either it's romance for some reason, non-scary looking, or 3 nights lobotomized. Wow. Yeah, I mean, look, it's like very indie devs, right? So it kind of makes sense there's gonna be a lot of slop on there. No offense, everybody, but I'm probably putting slop out there, definitely, 100%. Current cam. I mean, it looks good to me. Right, you're not consistent with your syntax. That's fair. There are a lot of horror games on itch. Yeah, make what you love, exactly. But as a player, I can see how it's frustrating. They do the same thing. Eval is a global function that takes a JavaScript expression as a string and executes it. Right, this is good. It does not return anything except undefined. If you write some script into your HTML and use eval, you'll notice the output gets printed to the console. While in an environment like Node, you will want to use console log. This is because it tends to pipe the result as an expression, for example, to standard output or an equivalent. Cleaner says, my lack of consistency in my naming is probably what would anger a modder most. Fair, fair. Anger yourself? I do try to get better at syntax, but I'm not there yet. I'm not all the way there yet. I think I'm also finding like what syntax I prefer to use. Like, what are the standards I hold myself to? What is my mental linter doing? I'm still like experimenting. But I think trying to be mindful and fix things where you can. We're on the path. Or just set up an actual linter. As a player, I don't love seeing my whole homepage full of horror games. You won't play them because you don't like horror. Well, that does sound frustrating. Oh, right, because I guess itch... I don't know. Does even Steam have a personalized algorithm? Certainly itch doesn't. Camel case is when you... Yeah. Start lowercase and every following word is capitalized. That's right. So that I think that's something I'm definitely very inconsistent with. Sometimes I use camel case, sometimes I don't. Sometimes I have a reason why I use camel case. Yeah, I go between that and snake case mostly. I often do like hybrids of those two. Say we write an app where our user imports... Oh yeah, sometimes I use Pascal case. Yeah, same. It's all over the place. Say we write an app where a user inputs some value and our app has to output the result to the console. Tricky? I suppose. Eval saves you time. Just pass what the user inputs to eval and let it work its magic. Gravitate towards Pascal. Nice. Let user input 2 plus 4. Console log eval user input output 6. Oh off. Function. An alternative to eval is function. Just like eval, function takes some expression as a string for execution, except rather than outputting the result directly, it returns an anonymous function that you can call. I could see how that might be safer. Function is a faster and more secure alternative to eval. Nice. It's not just like directly running it. It's handled somewhere before it's executed. Krill? What's krill? Same thing, 2 plus 4, except this time we do function user input. If you try to log the result above, you'll just get 2 plus 4. Nice. Why? Oh, krill, I see. This happens because function returns to, you are the krill, right. Right, it's much shorter than saying krillionaire. I mean, it's easier to say krillionaire. Maybe it's like an English thing, I don't know. Krillionaire feels easier to say than krill. But, typing-wise, krill all the way. This happens because function returns an anonymous function. When we look further, we can see that the expression we passed in the string is found in the function body. Yeah, I mean, congrats. You did manage to type it. That's a win. What if we add a return statement in our string? Ooh. I result function return plus user input, which is the same as return 2 plus 4. If we try, that's very interesting. So this function method is very interesting. If we try logging the result once more, we get this, return 2 plus 4. You may notice we are now returning the result of our arithmetic operation, but what we want is the actual value. We can get this by executing the function, so it's more work, but it's also kind of awesome. Let user input to... I think the more work is worth it, though. Clear. Hey, what's up, Eric? I'm checking out the difference between eval and function, so I can figure out how I want to parse and execute code that a player would use in this game I'm trying to make, where the player will type in JavaScript and things will happen based on that. I'm trying to do it the safest way possible. Almond style brackets? Oh. Sometimes I do that. I'm still not trying to figure it out. KNR, when the opening bracket is on the same line as a function name and the closing bracket is on its own line. Oh yeah, that. No, I do that. Yeah, KNR. Wow, I didn't know that had names. Yeah, I'm all about that. Putting the opening bracket on its own line is psychotic. Like, you need to be mentally evaluated with ideally function, not eval. Okay, but what? I've tried it. I've given it a good try, and I despise it. It's true. It's true. There's something wrong with you. No. I just find it very unreadable. Is all. You need to be put in a containment facility. Like, imagine. You're out here doing this. I mean, I don't even think that would work in GDScript. GDScript's like, GDScript won't even allow it. I mean, you could probably if you did like a... No, I don't think it'll allow you to do it. This, I could appreciate. This makes things so much easier. So much easier. Like, if you want to keep going with more things... It depends. If it's not... So that's the other thing, right? Is like, sometimes I'm like, well, there's only a couple and it's not that long. Should I do this K and R or not? You know, is it better that it's the same every time? Or that when it makes sense to do it? And something I really love about this prettier extension is that it kind of shows me like what a like standard thing could or maybe even should look like. So, you know, if I try to put all of this on one line, prettier is just going to, boop, when I save it, change it. Now, if I only had like one thing on there, prettier is gonna make it one line. So I do feel like, I wonder if it's like two. I do feel like that is, it's okay to be a little inconsistent sometimes as a treat. So if it's more than one, is prettier technically a linter? Is that like the wrong word for it? I feel like a linter is different. Yeah, a formatter. Yeah, so linter is like, you did this wrong, try committing it again. But I like using these code formatters as a baseline for what I think might be good practice. It's really helpful that it just like forces me into it, you know? I like that. Justin can't stay long practicing your mocap acting. Nice. Well, thanks for stopping in. It's good to see you. Welcome back. KNR is named after the creators of C, who typed it that way. C-Sharp's industry standard is Almond, unfortunately. Oh. Dang. Those are in fact brackets too, but... Oh, yeah. I mean, I hear it used interchangeably. The other parentheses. They kind of behave the same way. It's just like different layers. Well, sometimes they have different purposes as well. That is a thing to think about. Curly braces. I hear them called, and then sometimes people call them braces. Yeah, separating parent is kind of unhinged. Tung Tung's her run gave you a virus. Oh gosh, be careful, Tailman. Oh, nice, Coda, with the receipt. Love that. No, I love that. It's fantastic. We all learn from your discussion. That hurts. Round brackets. Whoa. They are round. They're functionally the same thing. They just are used in different places. But I usually say parens when I'm talking about parens. But I feel like in languages that enforce these all over the place, at the end of the day, they're just brackets. Yeah, you're on screen. Hi, hello, hi, that's me on screen. I see myself. Yeah, this is when I have to read a lot at once. Your chest profile picture is on the screen. Yeah, I used to put y'all's profile pictures. But like, you know, for this, like, it's gonna be so tiny. I guess we could put it on here. It'd just be very tiny. It's not undoable. Could even have fun with it and have it like sticking off like above. I don't know. Their parents is their child. Separating parent onto its own line is hideous and always breaks my line in reading. Yeah. Yeah, no love for that here. A silly little face from 3 years ago. We could really blow it up. Bam! Big old face. My other C coding friends get angry at me for how often I use inline brackets. Wait, what? How can you be angry about doing what you probably need to do? You're talking about like in like conversation? This is a jump scare. Okay, anyway. Function versus eval. Oh, it got through. Oh yeah, I forgot to add a block for that one. I know everyone says I should get Sari bot. But I've been lazy. I've been lazy, y'all, setting up the bot killers. I have been lazy. So very lazy. Oh, and then yours got blocked. It blocked yours, but not. I know. I have everything. I have every capability. Okay, to... Oops. I broke. Uh-oh. Oh god, I'm breaking things. I just broke something. Uh-oh. Because I broke it. Because I pressed the wrong thing. I did everything wrong. Okay, it's fixed. It's fixed. It's fixed. Fixed. It's fixed. It's fixed. Wait, why is it not the not the mod version of chat? Should be able to mod things. Let me in. I guess my chat settings got... Oh, is it because the window... There it is. Jesus criminy. Sorry, I fixed it. I fixed it. I fixed it. I don't care. Whatever. Bots, who cares? Let result function return user input plus user input. Okay, so wait, how is this different from the other one? So before, function was doing return whatever the user input is, and then that's it. But in this other version, there's an extra set of parens after, which is the same as return 2 plus 4. Now if we log the result and look up the console, we get 6, which is the expected result. Eval and function are powerful tools in JavaScript, but that power comes at a price. Jeez. Scary. For example, arbitrary code can be executed by a technical user or a malicious individual. Eval is particularly dangerous because it allows one to execute code with the same privileges as the caller of eval. Say you create an app that evaluates some code and stores the result on the user's machine using File API in the browser. That is not what we're doing. The user can use eval against your app and get access to File API to carry out malicious tasks. So we're not doing stuff like that. But I still would rather try to do things in a way that avoids. So that way I'm just not learning the dangerous way. Eval is much slower than function. Oh yeah, I remember that. My ads, oh no. Twitch ads are the worst. They're so annoying. I recommend an ad blocker. I do. Cleaner is gonna make dinner. Breb. Breb is cute. Yeah, I remember that eval is said to be really slow, which makes sense. Eval is also slower than the alternatives, since it has to invoke the JavaScript interpreter, while many other constructs are optimized by modern engines. Modern interpreters convert JavaScript into machine code. This means that any concept of variable naming gets obliterated. Oh, right. Thus, any use of eval will force the browser to do long, expensive variable name lookups to figure out whether the variable exists in the machine code and set its value. Additionally, new things can be introduced to that variable through eval, such as changing the type of that variable, forcing the browser to reevaluate all the generated machine code to compensate. Okay, so function sounds like the way to go here. It's going to be very interesting to figure out how to apply those results to something. Okay, so similar example here. It creates a new function that has an a and a b, and it returns a plus b. Neat. Oh, that's pretty cool. Wow. So, like, why can't you just make a function? Why do you have to use this? Like, couldn't I just literally write a function? Like I could just say function. I mean, I'm probably wrong, but function, we'll call it a function. And it takes in an A and a B. And then that's it. Hey, what's up? Welcome, Kai Guy. And we can say that it returns, which I don't remember how to do returns. I'm sorry. I'm still learning. Forgive me. I think in create element, we return the element. A colon. So this would return, well, I guess the difference to, I don't even know. I'm not even sure. So in TypeScript, this is going to be interesting to figure out how to make that return something. But in this example, we could just say integer, right? Oh, I guess this isn't TypeScript, so we don't even have to do that. And then we say return. I feel like you don't even have to do all this. You would just call it A and B, right? Return A plus B. Oh, sum. We'll call it sum. Unexpected token, colon. Oh, yeah, right. Bracket. 8. So why create a new function? It goes good, Kai Guy. I am working on my game where you the user will play the game by typing in JavaScript and then execute that JavaScript to see if it's able to do stuff and win the little game. And right now I'm exploring, so the most that I have, this is from last week pretty much, besides some colors, is that we have an iframe down here, a parent page up there. When I type into the parent page, it appears down in the child iframe. So now what I'm trying to look into is if we type code in here, or anything, how can it try to interpret it and run it as code in the iframe? So I'm looking at function, and I feel like, and so it's talking about creating a new one, but I'm like, why not just make a function? I don't know, like maybe there's some reason I'm not thinking of here, or these examples. I don't know. I don't really get it. I'm sure it'll make sense in time. New function, argument 1, argument 2, argument 3, argument n, function body. So just your infinite arguments, function body. So what's actually in the function goes there. I mean, I guess if you're trying to pass in an expression, I guess this does make sense. Because you can pass in the body. So this isn't really a very powerful example of how it works. But it is, because it's not like necessary. I'm always picking the easy ones, I know. The hard ones give me so much good learning. I learned so much about creating and instantiating different elements in this from scratch, which is really cool. Yeah, they're the fun ones. Yeah, exactly. Eric gets it. This I learned so much from this. We learned how to create a sprite sheet that renders to the canvas. Canvas is tough because some people block against canvas, like me. Not here, but elsewhere. That's okay. Most people don't. I learned so much. And this one is definitely tough. This is one that I might be like, I gotta tap out. But at least I'll learn a lot working towards. I don't think I will tap out. I think we got this. But yeah, I do big hard projects. It's the fun. Okay. So yeah, I mean, I guess what this is really demonstrating is that you can put the body as a parameter and pass it in. Which if we are taking a string from the player or the user, this is perfect. Because I don't have to construct a whole function. You just literally put that in there and bam, it happens. That abided by the labor? I don't think it's it either. It absolutely didn't. There have been many fair, reasonable arguments against this game making any sense. At the end of the day, that's okay. And they're able to quit though. So that gives them some freedom. It's like, you're free to quit anytime. Which actually doesn't make a lot of sense, because people depend on their income, so they can't just quit. So, yeah, it's problematic. It's really problematic, actually. It's okay. It's okay. Okay. I think I appreciate this now. Can be called with or without new. Both create a new function, it says. Oh, great. You can, of course, the harder they are, the more you learn. Yeah, even if you tap out in the end. Yes. Well, the quotes, tap out. Names to be used by the function as formal argument names. Each must be a string that corresponds to a valid JavaScript parameter. What? As parameters are parsed in the same way as function expressions, whitespace and comments are accepted. For example, x, the value equals 42. AB numbers, so that's like a comment. Or x, the value equals 42. Wait, what? Oh, so like these are all the parameters. Gotcha. So you can make them individual, or you can lump them all together. Diva! Speak for yourself, Beyonce. Beyonce? What have I done? I just have to clarify something. I know that it's pronounced Beyonce. I apologize for the error, which has become me. Oh man, just like unironically calling Beyonce. Write an entire program with literally no indentation, and the compiler would not care even remotely. Yeah, it's exactly what we're doing. Well, that's actually what we're doing though, which is kind of crazy. C-Lake languages don't even look at the indentation, unlike white spacing. That's a good point. I can appreciate that. Welcome, Beyonce. Thanks for being here. Are you interested in game dev or web dev? Or are you doing that stuff already? Or are you just a girly pop queen who we stan all day, every day? I am learning TypeScript / JavaScript. I've only made one other project, which I linked in the chat very recently. Software engineer. Nice. Usually I'm out here doing Godot and GDScript for making games, but I really want to learn JavaScript because it's super useful, like creating this chat at the bottom and all kinds of stuff. So I'm learning it. I'm recently learning TypeScript, which is pretty much the same, but just little new things because I got really frustrated not having types. So now I have them and I love it. And the game that I'm making, so that was the first project I made in JavaScript, where you hire workers and make money. And then this next one is going to be about typing code into an input box, and then things will happen, and it'll teach you JavaScript. You want to get into game dev, but is your laptop good enough? Yes, it probably is. Yeah. Game dev is not that resource intensive. I mean, if you're thinking about Unreal Engine, okay, yes, the resource intensity increases a bit. But there's also ways to make sure that Unreal doesn't load all of the shaders right at the start, which will make a big difference. You can turn the performance down in the project itself to something really low. Yeah. Oh, make text-based games. There you go. But it's probably, you can probably run Godot. Or if you, so yeah, what, do you have like an engine that you're looking at? Because Godot, I love Godot. Godot is awesome. You don't even have to install Godot. You just run it. I'm going to go ahead and say not only is your laptop probably strong enough to do it, but if it isn't a very strong laptop, you're actually testing the game on an environment that will be potentially more compatible with other players who don't have a great computer. So I think there's advantages to not having a superpowered computer, because you might not realize how the things you're making are actually very taxing. And then Godot specifically has a compatibility mode, which I always make my games in, even though it comes at the cost of some quality. But it means that even old computers will be able to run it. And then also is easier when you're editing it in the engine. So you want to do 3D stuff, you heard Godot isn't the best for that. It's not true. It's not true. That may have been true like 3 years ago, but at this point, it's as good as anything else. The only caveat, and I always make things in 3D. Well, I can't speak to that. I don't know that I agree with that, but I also don't know if I know how to disagree with it, so I'm not going to bother. But what I will say, I always make games in 3D. And maybe it is true to the extent that, like, maybe I do see what you're saying, because I always have to do compatibility renderer. But I always do that for web builds. So I'm not exactly sure that I agree with you, but that's okay. The point is, 3D, the biggest, thank you for following, Beyonce. The biggest issue I have with Godot in 3D is like animating armatures and stuff. Thanks for staying here. I do find that a lot of that 3D animation is better done in like another app like Blender, and then you import it in. Another thing that's not great in Godot when you're working in the compatibility renderer is shadows. Probably has some issues in the other renderers. Actually, no, it's even in Forward Plus I've had issues. So 3D shadows are kind of janky sometimes. But other than that, it's really, really capable, really, really powerful. So I'll be honest, like there are those things, animating 3D stuff, especially armatures and 3D shadows. But totally doable. It's great for 3D. Don't let it, and here's the other thing, don't let it discourage you. Just because you hear it's bad for that, right? Go find out. Get in there. Okay. No problem. Understandable. Just dive in. Just dive in and start doing stuff and see what happens. You know? I feel like, you know, if you're trying to min-max your experience by being like, okay, what's the one people recommend? What's the one people don't recommend? What's these general opinions people have? I mean, A, that's their opinions. And B, it's better to just figure it out yourself, I think, than learn the hard way. What's up, Lark? It's going good. I'm exploring ways to execute code that the user types in, which is fun and scary. If you decide to use C# with Godot, though, the optimization problems are much not an issue. Yeah, I've heard that. I've heard that. Whoa. What? Why did it parse it like that? Oh, the reply. Wow. So you can tell that I've coded this myself. That's how it handles a reply from on Twitch. Very interesting. All right, I need to add that to my list of things to fix. That's funny. We out here learning, that's all. We're just trying to learn things. Sometimes it's that. Stream is dying? I don't think it's dying. I'm gonna disagree with that. Okay, let's copy this. That's just the chat. Weird reply interpretation / integration. The web browser is a game engine if you want to get pedantic. Yeah, totally. You could do game dev on a Chromebook. Absolutely, 100%. Well, no, not AAA. But you're not even going to do AAA unless you have millions minimum of dollars and a gigantic team and a publisher behind you who is giving you a lot of money. I feel like that is AAA. Good to see you, Frankie. Yeah, it's going fine. It's going fine. Thank you for asking. I'm loving it. And I'm getting so much better that I can fix things, which is nice. At the moment, I am working on this game where the user will be able to type in JavaScript and it executes it, and it'll help you learn JavaScript while also be a game. And the most that I've gotten so far is a parent page, a child iframe. So we're trying to be as secure as possible by isolating these, making sure the origin is set correct. So here, this is the risk, but this is just locally. So I adjust this to load differently when it's not a local build. And then we can type in things here and it appears down there. And so the next thing that I want to do, we're posting a message basically to the iframe. The next thing I want to do is get it to actually run code down here. So I'm reading up on ways to do that, and it seems like the function method is the way to go. Because I'll be able to pass in a string just like all that stuff that gets typed up here. I'll be able to pass that in as a parameter, and it will just make that the function body. Yeah, post message worked. Yes, it did. TypeScript is JavaScript. The only difference between JavaScript and TypeScript is that TypeScript allows you to have static typing and is in strict mode. So, you know, it has more error checking, and I love static typing things because it just makes it so much more readable. And the example that seals the deal for me is, so the other thing about TypeScript is it compiles, because TypeScript can't be interpreted by the browser. So you have to compile it, which is pretty easy to do. You just run a command and it automatically compiles it when you save it. But it compiles all this TypeScript into a JavaScript file, so it creates a new JavaScript file. And I don't love, like, what is sandbox parameters? It could be an array. It could be an object. I don't know what it is. What is it? I have no idea. Correct origin, is that a Boolean? Yes or no, it's the correct origin, and I hate that. I can't stand that I can't tell what things are at a glance. But here in TypeScript, I can say, oh no, they're both strings. Welcome back, Tim. So that alone is just the best. Current level 999. Not 1,000 though. It can't handle more than 3 digits. So yeah, and then, you know, it also helps we see if functions return something. It's just so handy. And it forces me to learn better coding practices as well. Yeah. Yeah, I just love it. So it is the same as JavaScript, except it has static typing enforcement. Disagree that GScript is an inherently slow language. I'm not really trying to get into an argument about it, but what I'm trying to say is that it's not a big deal. Don't worry about it. Move on with your life. And I don't know all the details, and I don't really care to know them. You know? I'm not trying to get into it. You know what I hate? I hate when people are like trying to instigate like arguments about, is this better than this? Like, I don't care. I mean, y'all can talk amongst yourselves about it. I love when Linux randomly crashes and it's just because of low battery notifications breaking. Ugh. This is such a good OS. I gotta tell you, I had to stop using Linux. It's okay, Krillionaire. I don't think you are, but I could see it going down that path. So it's just like a warning to everybody, to the world. But I do have Linux on some like extra laptops of mine. I even got it to install on an iMac, and it's fun. It's cool. I tried once upon a time using it as my main streaming setup. Let me tell you, I did not enjoy it, because like when I come here to stream, I want to know that it's gonna work every time, and I'm not gonna have to, you know, debug a package that was written by who knows who. It's so annoying. It's so annoying to have to sudo in and fix everything. I need to know things work. Do I love Windows? No. Obviously. But for like practical everyday work and like, you know, things that I depend on, I can't be bothered. It's too risky. So I want to say that I completely understand what you mean. Like, so many edge cases that aren't so edgy are gonna pop up all the time. But, you know, I love for like hobby purposes using Linux. Or maybe like on my personal computer. Yeah, Microsoft is evil. I agree. And I think the reason why they can be so evil is because they know we all depend on them. Apple, obviously, I would say there's similar problems there. But they're obviously more of an underdog. NeoVim is awesome. Yeah. I know it is. Yeah, right. Maybe in the special... I agree that this might be a situation where eval is fine. And so I guess the reason why I'm avoiding it is because I don't want to get in the habit of, like, relying on it. I don't want to create, like, memories and neural pathways where I'm like, oh, yeah. What does that say, Frankie? Apparently, Twitch has decided that you might have said something bad. I don't know what that word is. But I'm going to not allow it because I just don't know. Automod was like, Frankie said something bad. You probably didn't. But yeah, I guess it's just about getting in the habit. Because here's the thing, like, especially if the alternative requires more work, right? Like setting up that function. It's nothing bad. Oh, well, if you say it's nothing bad. Wait, what does it mean, though? What does it mean? Since it's more work to do function, I feel like there's more to learn there and more experience that I get out of it. Whereas if it's eval, it's like, boom, we move on. And then when it comes to someday when I really do need to avoid eval, I would rather have learned how to avoid it in the first place. But I don't disagree that in this use case, it's probably fine. Just a guess, though. It bounced around like 10 versions of text editors. Is it called Kate or Kate? Vim, Emacs, etc. I've sort of just like, I mean, look, I bet people that mod stuff come with NeoVim users. Okay. I'm gonna take your word for it. Why is it that, though? Okay, I gotta... It sounds like a slur. It sounds like a slur to me. I'm not saying it is a slur, but the Automod certainly thought so. Comes from the terminology race-inspired cosmetic enhancement. Okay, got it. We're good. It's allowed. I just didn't know. I don't know. Race-inspired cosmetic enhancement. Okay, got it. I have learned. You've taught me. What's up, Insane Alpha Beta? Trying to Google what the eval thing is? Yeah, so... there's an article here that's pretty good. It doesn't necessarily go too deeply into what makes eval so dangerous, but it does talk a little bit about it. So like the difference between each of them and also stuff. And then, you know, if we look at it here in MDN, now they'd be like, hey, hold on. So there's like some serious warnings in here. And I love it. When I see those warnings, I'm like, okay, I should probably learn about this. Yeah, because it basically gives the opportunity for people to run malicious code, essentially. So yeah, it's warnings abound. So yeah, we're using function. We gonna use function. Hey Joe, welcome. You like NeoVim? I mean, VS Code has been doing me great. You know, like why should I change? I'm not like using VS Code and I'm like, ugh, you know, it really sucks. Maybe I just don't know what I'm missing. But it kind of feels like a grass is greener sort of thing, you know? To me. Microsoft only good for playing games, other things Mac OS. Interesting. A Vim hater's guide to NeoVim. So yeah, maybe there's things about it that I could appreciate. Yeah, 3,003 months. I know, it's so weird. I couldn't, there's not a way for me to get that for YouTube yet, the number of months, but I'm working on it. And then the dev for the server that pulls the API stuff is working on it. Yeah, grass is greener. You've used writer stuff since college. Right, it's like whatever you start with, whatever you're familiar with, isn't that good enough? Like, for example, but yeah, it says I have 3003 because I'm the, it's kind of nice because on YouTube, I'm not technically a member, but on Twitch, it makes me a subscriber, and I think it just infinitely makes me an infinite subscriber. But I think about it like image manipulation software. So when I was like 12 years old, I couldn't get Photoshop. I had a recent torrent scare where the government sent me an email for downloading illegal things, and I never did it again. So I was too afraid to try and get Photoshop cracked or whatever. So GIMP was there for me. And I learned it like 12 years old, right? And it's just like everything about it is so deeply ingrained. So I still use it. Even though when I use it, I'm just like, oh man, this is so old-fashioned. This sucks. This is trash. I hate it. But I try to learn others like Krita and whatever, anything else. And it's just, there's so much friction to learn something new that I just stick with what I know. And I just use GIMP, even though I hate it. I think it's a little different though. Like, I mean, VS Code versus NeoVim, I have a feeling that we're not, yeah, Photopea, totally. Same thing though, same thing. I mostly use Photopea for operations that are hard to access anywhere else, like converting certain files. But yeah. So I'm sure it's like not as drastic a difference, the difference between GIMP and Krita versus the difference between VS Code and NeoVim, but I feel like I'm coming from the same place of stubbornness, like, okay, well, this other thing already works for me, so I'm gonna keep using it. We'll see, maybe I'm getting in too deep, and 3 years from now, I'll be like wanting to switch to NeoVim, and it's like, oh, I know VS Code too well. It has a Vim mode. Oh. What does a Vim mode mean? You think I'd like it for the same reason? Wait, what same reason? Photopea sucks. Yeah, I feel kind of weird about Photopea. It's fine. I don't love that it's like an online thing, you know? I mean, Photopea is fine. What is Vim Motions? What does that mean? For some reason, not the same reason. Oh, I see. Right. Yeah, I definitely remember watching streamers just be like, NeoVim is so cool because I can do this, bam, I can do that, bam, I can do this, bam, I can do that. I take my cursor and I'm like... Keyboard only controls, like that sounds miserable to me. It sounds like one day I need to try it. Yeah, if you know it properly. I can appreciate, and I definitely watch streamers using it, and I see that they're very fast. But also, here's the other thing, you know, I'm also so learning that I don't think I could code that fast. Anyway, I don't know. I'm never like, oh, coding is so slow. I'm slow. I'm the slow one. Wasting time moving a mouse. Ugh. I hate moving a mouse. It's so challenging. No, I can understand. I can understand. I hear the argument. I do. Alright, so. Okay, so. We're not using eval, we're gonna use function. Moving your hand to the mouse and back. Who says I'm moving my hand to the mouse and back? I guess if I'm I see what you're saying. So you can type with two hands. I see. Yeah, that makes sense. I see. Right. Okay. I get it. That is definitely min-maxing right there. But what if I like the time between moving back and forth? Because I can think about things. But I appreciate y'all have definitely given me perspective into why using that might be nice. Often people will just be like, because it's better. Because VS Code is trash. And I'm like, okay, great. And now I understand. Okay, so this is what we want to use, is this function thing. But even though we use it, doesn't mean I know how to execute things. Because it's not just a calculation of A plus B. But let's do that. Let's at least see if we can make it do that. And then move on. Hey Danny, what's up? How you doing? Welcome, welcome, welcome. If you say so. Come on, let's not get into an argument about it. In my opinion, it runs great. In my experience, it runs great. In Crillionaires, it doesn't run good. And that's the end of it. Okay. I think I'm gonna just set this up so even though right now all I have is typing and entering, let's make it so that this tries to evaluate A plus B, just to keep it really simple for right now. So what happens on the receiving end is it just updates the inner HTML of that element. That's all it does. But we want to do more than that. I don't just want to update what's in there. I want to make it actually run something. And what is that gonna be? That is gonna be actually the input. We want to use function, and then I guess the result will show in the input display for now. It's going great. I love TypeScript. It's fantastic. I finally am able to know what things are instead of having to wonder. Oh, I started modifying the JavaScript. I hate that. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to save anything. I have such a bad habit. This is probably the worst thing, is that I keep accidentally clicking on the wrong thing. Okay. But it's great. It's fantastic. JavaScript implies that every other language uses the mouse. Yes. That is what it means by type. I won't even explain what it means because I trust that you know what it means and you're just joking. The autist in me really wants to be like, actually. But I'm not going to. I'm going to resist it. It's actually very funny though. So, I want to use this function. So if I do capital function, and then we have an argument. So how am I going to define arguments? Well, we can do it all at the same time, right? That was something this was saying. I don't even know what arguments I need, to be honest. I love types. I love it. Function types, variable types, give them all to me. Delicious. Recursive function. Count. If count is less than, I feel like do I even need anything besides the function body? I think I only need the function body. Because in theory, we would pass the arguments in there. So we can do parameter, and then finally function body. Or we can have the whole thing be the function body. And those will still be interpreted as parameters. But then again, yeah, okay. I think what's going to be really hard, maybe, no, I guess we just want to put the whole body. We just want to put the whole body. So we take the event data and we pass it into function. Now, if I want the result to show up somewhere, how am I going to do that? Well, you just have to make sure there's always a return, and if there's not a return, it's an error. Right? It's a little confusing to me, actually. Because I wouldn't necessarily want the user to always have to add return to the end. I guess, oh wait, doesn't it say that it, okay, wait. It returns an anonymous function that you can call. Okay. It doesn't output the direct result. You can call the function. So in that case, we could literally just have the inner HTML. Because when you run this, it has to return. Okay. So I guess we would call this a result, right? I think would make the most sense. Let result string equal that. Function is not assignable to string. Love that. Teach me. Function constructor. Whoa. Maybe it just returns a string. Oh, not assignable to function constructor. Type function provides no match. This is TypeScript right here, forcing me to be really careful about what I type things. And it's great because I learned stuff. Type function provides no match for the signature. A string array? Careful in the backseating, please. I don't appreciate backseating. I gotta learn myself. Thank you. Returns a function. It's okay, Curly. I understand the impulse. It's weird because it says that that's what it is. Like if I look at this, we see that it... Maybe it's what it returns that I have to put in here. Maybe I just have to say function. Nice. Okay. So this will return the actual function. It would be kind of interesting as a way to deal with backseating, is to like somehow ask y'all to like put like a special command that you're backseating. Yeah. And then no, but like that gave me an idea. And then like those messages don't like come through until I resolve it and I allow them through or something. And then we see everyone's like guesses and like who got it right, what the alternatives were, who got it wrong. That would actually be kind of dope. It sounds hard, but I'm gonna write it down. Backseat command allows messages that guess or assert what the solution is, and after I solve it or give up, check the backseat messages. I kind of love that though. And maybe I probably even also add a way to for streamer to manually move messages to a backseat database. Sounds fun. Okay, let result function. So then I guess I just want to put the result in there. Probably. Function is not assignable. Oh, yeah. Right. because it returns an actual function. What I want to put in here is I don't want to put anything. I mean, I just want to see the result, right? Where the examples, so just simple example, a plus b, right? A plus b, simple example. I guess we have to do the return, because I also want to write the function. Same as return. Oh, okay. So maybe we have to do it like this, and that gives us the result. So I would kind of want to do it twice, right? Once for the actual execution of the code, and another time. So we wouldn't even bother with this yet. And another time for returning it. So we would say return it, do this, do that, and then put return in here. Now it's still not gonna like, oh my bad. It's not gonna like that because of a typing issue. So that's interesting. Oh, it allowed me to type this as a string. Nice. Okay, let's see what happens. You can postfix an expression with exclamation point to tell TypeScript. So this blue stuff is like learning things. It's like a teaching thing. You remember in your C# remake of FNAF, you made the time an integer array? Why'd you do that? Why not? If it works, it works. This works the same as an as assertion. A dyslexia, mixing up things. Really? The reason I'm gonna leave that there is because I'm still a little confused what it means. I still find that a little confusing. Has a special syntax for removing null and oh, I see. So because this returns HTML element or null, this is making sure that it never returns the null and it only returns HTML element. So if I were to do that, so it'll give me an issue, right? It'll say it's possibly null. This is TypeScript doing its magic. But if I say as HTML element, oh, it didn't like that. I was kind of hoping I didn't have to do it because I find that exclamation point very unreadable. My brain tends to skip over it. Can I do as HTML element out here? Probably not. Like, probably not, right? Like that's not a thing. Yeah, it doesn't like that. Neither type sufficiently overlaps with each other. Conversion of type string to oh, it's a string? Oh, inner HTML. I knew that. Yeah, I guess we can't do that. Oh, maybe I wanted to put it down here? But that doesn't make sense either. Okay, I'm going to ask the chatbot another way. Quickly, concisely offer an alternative way to write this without the exclamation point in TypeScript. I just need like a quick thing here. Oh, that's kind of annoying. No, that's too much. That's too much. That's too much. But it is helpful to see that that's essentially what it's doing. It's making sure that it isn't null and then allows it to get set. Maybe I do like it. Like, even though it's verbose, I find it very unreadable. So we're not gonna do it. It's just like, okay, that's a guard. Got it. Alright, beautiful. Now, let's see what happens. So I still have to pass something in there, result-wise. And then what if it okay, I kind of just want to see what happens. if I just type in random things. An error. Unexpected token return. What is this line number? Okay, 18. It only shows it in the JavaScript. That kind of sucks. That does kind of suck. Actually. Line 7, sorry, not 18. Because line 7 is going to be different in one versus the other. Wait. Is it not updating it? Hold on a minute. Hold on. Did you forget your marching orders? Let's delete level 1 entirely and then save it. So hopefully it'll replace it. Okay, it didn't. Hey, what's up, NTB? Welcome back. How you doing? Okay. Come on. Thank you. TypeScript, compile, watch. There we go. Okay, now we're actually testing it. But still the same issue. Line 7. So over here, line 7 is variable result return. Here, it's not line 7, it's line 10. A little annoying, but that's okay. And the error was what? Unexpected token return. You want me to do a space and a plus? We're concatenating. Whoa. So that's so they don't run together. We put the space and then the plus, make sure that it actually combines it into one whole string. Got it. Eggwiggerger is not defined. Fair. Horrifying that it still says eval. Finally making a full game in Unity? Let's go! What's it about, NTV? I remember you had a lot of ideas. Is it a gigantic game? Have you scoped mindfully? So what I prefer is that this error appears down there. So that way the user knows they typed in something not good. But for now, let's see if we type in something good. A medieval fighting game. That does sound hard. That's okay. So let's type in... Sometimes you gotta do something hard once in a while. I get it. Let's just do... I know this isn't gonna work this way. Let's say, let sum equal 5 plus 3. Oh, it didn't understand that. But I'm making a variable. You don't like that I made a variable? I never say anything about being hard. Nice. Nice. I didn't know scoping too much was possible, but you found so. Accidentally did a week-long project in 3 days, but you wasn't satisfied with it. Yeah, exactly. It's the bane of all game devs' existence. Your freakish friend like C. I'm very confused. So this is clearly not what I thought it would be. We could take this exact example, of course. So that's literally just doing 2 plus 4. It's literally just typing it in, which is not exactly what I want, but... And then I think we have to... Maybe I have to put it in as a string, but I feel like isn't it already getting parsed as a string, though? Oh, okay, 2 plus 4 equals 6, so we got that. But I can't create anything else. I don't want to just sum things. I mean, I'm great. This is great. I'm glad. I'm glad it sums things. That's wonderful. Look at that. Great. But I want more, you know? I want a little more than that. I want you to be able to assign variables, make them do stuff. Is this gonna be crazy hard? We can get a number. I know. Let's go back to the documentation. Return A plus B. I mean, we want more than that. Okay, so this is establishing code. It's not creating variables. Oh, it is creating a variable, but it's just it equals a function. Let me see if I'm just gonna see if I've set it up right by just slapping this in and seeing if it works. See, it doesn't like const. It's not into the variable declarations. So what have I done wrong? The function constructor can take in multiple statements separated by a semicolon. Function expressions require a return statement with the function's name. Oh, but it probably still won't work. But I put that in there, so I don't think that's the problem. Although, to be fair, this does have the return on it. But if I don't do the return, let's see what happens. I don't know if I need those parents anymore. Probably not. Let's see if 5 plus 3 works. Undefined. Oh, I like that we got an error in there. This is good. I love to see that. Okay, so we... Ooh. Well, this did something. It didn't do the thing, but it did something. It's just returning the variable. Okay, so the issue was we don't actually want that return in there, at least. So then we do have to call the function in order for it to do that stuff. But what if we want to call it within itself? You know? What happens if I get rid of the... This is wild. Like, going back here to do code is tripping me out. Also, we need to not have the spell checking. I know there's a way to do that. CSS ignore spell check or something. Man, it might be HTML. HTML. Spell check equals false. Easy. I wonder if there's a different grammar check too. Cause like I don't want to get mad at grammar either. I'm gonna see. HTML spell check equals false. Grammar check. Just to see. And grammar. Okay, so it's both. It's both. Just want to make sure. So then right here in level 1 iframe. No, in main iframe, I want to make sure that this has in the text area spell check false. Nice. It's getting better. It's getting better. Now what if, out of curiosity, what if I remove... Oh gosh, I keep trying to code there. What if I remove the return? Nice. No, this is good. Okay, let me try something simpler now. Let's try something simple. If I say let result equal 5 plus 3, that's probably going to be undefined. And then I say return result. Yeah, we coding! We are coding! That's crazy. I made my own code IDE. I made my own something. It's pretty cool. That's very cool. Wow, I see why that's scary too. What would be something malicious? Give an example of a malicious code to experiment running in my parent page post message child iframe function code execution situation. Obviously, it shouldn't actually do harm, but something to confirm whether or not harmful things would get through. Don't go explaining things, just give the code. I don't mind copying this because it's just for testing an example that I don't want to try to learn how to come up with. No. Okay, this simulates a malicious payload. Window parent post message. Alert injected code executed. Oh, so doing a post message would be the dangerous thing? Okay. Undefined. Is that good? If it returns undefined, are we all good? No. Doesn't mean you're safe. Your handler is written to eval. It's not eval. Well, it is. I think function... Okay. I'm gonna give it the context. It's not technically eval, but maybe it still is. Child. I'm just good for like asking these really specific questions. I'm actually not sure if I copied and pasted the right things. Yeah, I think I pasted the same thing twice. Oops. You know what? We're just gonna start that over. We're gonna do that part over. Parent. Is this child iframe? Is this? Do not comment on anything except, do not comment on anything, just use this as a reference for the malicious code test. Succinctly explain. Okay, come up with one that I'll notice something being malicious occurring. Because it's just saying undefined. Be exactingly concise about the response. About your response. Visibly alters the page so you notice it. Thank y'all. Changes the background to red. I didn't do it. It didn't do it. So it seems like, okay, let's ask this. Does that mean that post message between or from the iframe back to its parent is the main risk? What would another one be? Biggest risk is the post message. It's not the only one. Parent sending unvalidated data into the iframe if that iframe is same origin or has relaxed sandboxing. Give another example of what would make visibly malicious things happen, except the other way around. Parent sends this into there. Okay. This is also doing red. Parent takeover. Okay. Cannot read properties of null. Reading content window. That's promising, right? Good sign that nothing mystically executed. It means your code tried to access iframe content window, but it returned null. In other words, the iframe you expected to exist wasn't found or wasn't yet attached to the DOM when the message run. Failed attempt to reach into the iframe. Nice. Iframe element has the correct ID and is appended before you send the message. You're not calling content window to null reference. Oh. Was I supposed to add stuff in here? I think that is the right ID though. That looks correct. Oh, wait. Yeah, because we put that together over here. That would be the ID name here. Do we pass anything in there? Level 001. Yeah, so that's the correct one. Looks good to me. Great. So now you're not calling on a null reference. Yeah. Okay, so let's try this. Let's try something else. Pasta? Oh, that sounds so good. Wait, I need to take bites of food now. You inspired me. I was gonna try to think of a verb that's weird for eating, but all I could think was imbibe, which is different. Swapping lunch for dinner. Consummation. I would like to consummate. Why does that sound like it means something else? There's infinite possibilities. Nice one. I believe it is something else. I think it is too. Okay. I'm just gonna set these aside. Wait, what is this? Once the iframe is actually present, the injected code will execute. Unless you've put in the proper origin checks and removed the function call. Make sure the iframe is guaranteed to exist before you post the test message. Are you saying like there in theory could be some way to like write some code that automatically runs before the iframe? I mean, the iframe doesn't exist first. How does that even make sense? I see. So like check. Only let it pass. But if the iframe doesn't exist, how can it pass anything? The only place it's received is on the child page. It's not like it's running anywhere. It's right there. Hey, Rorik, welcome. Welcome. Yeah, I kind of figured that might be true, Krillionaire. I would like to consume pasta with tomato sauce. Sounds yummy. I would love some pasta. Look, there's like a little line here. Hey, Anjang, thanks for the Prime sub. Let's go. Oh, that looks bad. Great. Now I can fix it. Hey, Rorik, you should have a nice fancy chat window now. I'd be interested to see if that works. Okay, so this is more my fault because I coded badly. And I have to fix that. Add it to the pile. Add it to the pile. Those lines, that's some, I don't know, it's some, so that's from Twitch alerts. I don't know, some Twitch alert issue. Wait, what did Rorik come by and say? He came here to say, the F is going on. We deep in the code. Thanks for stopping in and supporting the channel. Appreciate you. Okay, subs. I actually tried to fix this, but I did it wrong. Oh, you know what I should have open? Dang it. I should have had this open. That's okay. You know what? It's fine. So I could have checked the payload that actually came through. It's, you know, it's actually fine. Yeah, it'll be okay. But I wanna debug it as well, you know? You guys missed the big part? The big part? The big part. Oh, and Jack, we gotta draw your user icon. What is the big part? What does that mean? The more you use C++, the more you really love it. You dread when you get to actually to the painful parts. Oh, okay. So you love it except for the painful parts. That sounds like coding. Okay, subs still look wonky. Okay. Very good that I have this. I think it's like it's bringing in like the JSON, or it's bringing in a whole string instead of parsing that string. Which is wrong, and I have to fix it. Memory to allocate, right. No, you don't have the stuff there. Oh, we got some stuff to test. Okay, this is very helpful to see. Now I can look at the payload. So your user icon, oh, you got a good user icon too to draw. There's Dr. Lisa Octopus. I'm here, indeed. It is I. Guilty as charged. Although, honestly, my friends do call me Lees, so... Trying to look at this payload to see what it thought it was supposed to be. Let's look at it together. It's honestly still JavaScript. This is still doing JavaScript. So we are absolutely not off topic here. But I gotta be a little careful that we don't show something I shouldn't show. Okay, I think this is safe. So this is the payload that came in. We know Anjak is a subscriber now. Membership empty. I wonder if it like needs more time. Oh, that one. Was that Uptime or something? Not Uptime, but one of the other ones. Oh, you are helping me with these tests. Let's go. I'm gonna make this chat app great one day. Not today, but one day. Cause I basically have to interpret every possible situation. If say anything, this is a great learning opportunity. I know, you help. You do help. It doesn't think you're a member. Wild. Okay, so if I just copy this though, I can look at it later and deal with it. We'll get there. Hydrate, we got hydrate. Hydrate's no problem. Hydrate's good to go. The lines, I don't know, it's some Twitch alert thing. Luckily, I can just trim it on each side. That'll probably fix it. So weird. Like, maybe it's, like, not recent enough? I don't know. But I'd want it to be there. Okay, so for this... Oh, geez. I can't paste that in there. That's too... You know what? Let's do it. I'm gonna paste it in. Okay. Twitch is automatically trying to draw its own description for some reason. Its own drop shadow? Oh! You might be right. Yeah, so that is... It is actually also kind of related, by the way. Because that is, like, CSS and HTML. We're not going off topic here. A little bit, but not a lot. And I've actually copied and pasted the same CSS in all of these. Oh, look, you can see it. I think you're right. I think it is a drop shadow. You are so correct. Good call. It's such trash. Okay. I hate this thing. It's so weird and messy. And then I can only have it be like the tiniest. This will have to do. Okay. CSS do be fiddly, though. I could probably also... Well, that's fine. Is there anything in here? It's probably like a box thing. I don't really know what's doing that. Line items, background color, border radius, box shadow. But there's that, this is the widget container. Let's comment that out. Fixed! I don't know if you can't see. That's not, oh, we do have to do that though, for Njack. Okay, but what I meant to do is reveal that it's fixed. So that's with it commented out, we commented back in, bam, there it is. That was all you. That was all you, Krillionaire, thank you. You did assist me. The worst thing is, I now have to, because there's no way to like have the same CSS be interpreted by each one that I know of. So this means I have to go to each and every variant and update it. Because even though this is very powerful and that's cool, it's a little bit tedious. You know, I can't like set a single CSS file for it to reference, which is just the worst. I know. I mean, on one hand, I don't want to be a choosing beggar. I like that they even have these controls. You know? Yeah, that's what I did for this in general, but I don't think it saves me any extra clicks, really. I mean, I have to scroll a little bit. And then I think for at least some of them, I had to make a slight change. So I don't want to have to think about which ones those were, and then it's just all wrong. So we're gonna do this. Luckily, I will say, to Twitch Alerts system's credit, is at least I can use Control/ to make it comment out. I'll take it. I'll take what I can get. See, this one doesn't even do anything. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. We still do it. Just in case. Fixing stuff live for the stream. Fixing stuff live on the stream so we don't have to be embarrassed in the future. Oh my goodness. That was really bothering me. And I was about to do some hacky workaround. I am leaving the box shadow there. I probably should just delete the line, but this is easier. Oh my gosh, there's so many alerts. Like, it's actually ridiculous that you can't just unify them. Actually ridiculous. Go, 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 go. Faster, faster, faster. Repeat. Results. Joy. Whimsy. Nothing. I don't think we need to use any of these. Alright. Hopefully it is done. Great. Remember, we're also gonna do something a little different here. We're gonna do a member drawing, a supporter drawing. So unfortunately, I don't have NJack showing that they're a subscriber, which is upsetting. But at least we can do this. I'm working on it, NJack. It's a new system. In the member stream yesterday, I was able to extensively test and set up YouTube member stuff. But for subscribers, the only way I can test it is my own account. Thank you, NJack. I'll fix it. I'll fix it. So I could do it now, but I do worry that it could leak something that would allow you to access the live chat and take it over, which is like bad. So I feel like it's not gonna be a good idea to do that here. Why wouldn't they have made a global and an override? Yeah, I don't know. There's no, yeah, but you know, Twitch has its own. Yes, you can do that, but Twitch has its own little invention. So it is what it is. All right, so I'm sorry we don't have. But then again, it's not even here. It makes me wonder if it hasn't registered you as a subscriber yet, or something, which is weird. Like, does it do that on the fly, or does it like pull that in from previous data? Like, what if I restart? Like, what if we end this and I reactivate it? Oh, but we're not on YouTube, we're on Twitch. Disconnect it, reconnect it. Very weird that it also doesn't say subscriber on there. You know, I have noticed, like, I think Frank also had a sub and it wasn't showing up right. So there's definitely something weird going on here. And indeed, NJack, you've got me a step closer to figuring it out. You hate auto drop shadows? Okay, everything's back. We're gonna draw. We're gonna draw because it's fun. Because it's massive whimsy, not whiskey. Whimsy. I guess it could be whiskey. Okay, so that's NJack's icon. I'm gonna make it gigantic because my vision is really bad. And it's on like a different screen, and you just have to trust me, it'll be easy. Gotta make it bigger. But first I gotta find where it is. Where is it? Cheers, Merkins, cheers. Cheers indeed. I have too many OBS sources. But then again, I do go through it and change it once in a while. I use all of the things. It's just so many things. Okay. Oh, this could be a hard one. This one's gonna be a bit of a challenge. Okay, okay. We like a challenge here. Oh, there's a cat! There's a cat in there! Oh my gosh. Print whiskey, new line. Now I know it. Now I see you taught me that. I know what that means now. That's nanniers. Nanniers. Hey, nanners. Okay. Oh, nanners. What's up? How you doing, nanners? We got a gray background. Oh, but it's a little bit of a different. It's kind of green-gray. Y'all are also welcome to join in and draw it as well. You can put it on the Discord in live chat, live text, and we'll check it out and compare our versions. But no pressure if you don't want to. I think it is like bananas. The cat's name is like bananas. B-A-N-A-N-A-S, you know? Oh yeah, the return, the reply also shows up weird. Let's log that too. Subs look wonky. Reply looks wonky. And it's so different. Wild. My cat's name is Onyx Ruby M. You've been told it's a good name. Onyx Ruby M. It is because it's like distinguished. Like you're giving your cat, you're honoring your cat with that name. It feels like it's actually a little blue, but more gray, less saturated, and darker. Your last cat's name was Sushi Wallace M. So much detail in those names, you know? It's not quite there. It's just not quite. We don't need perfection. Plus, we haven't even gotten to the hard part yet. M is your last name, which you're not doxing. Dox it! Dox it! No, I'm just kidding. Don't. Please don't. Okay. So we need to draw a person and then a cat on top. This is gonna be hard. Oh, geez, look at all these colors. That's too many colors. How am I gonna keep track of that? Actually, I think this would probably be good for the hat. It's perfect for the hat. But honestly, I do find that starting with an outline is optimal. Okay, we're gonna make up the rest of your hat. Marshington Tenningson. Why is that super fun to say? Marshington and Tenningson. It's also, you're like at an angle too. I should also point out to everybody that I am not a very good artist. Oh, that's kind of hard though. It's kind of a tough one to get that is it called a bill? Like a duck bill? Okay, that doesn't not look like a hat. It's a little soft, but that's okay. We're not going for perfection. It's the enemy of good, especially for something like this. Okay, my anatomy work is especially awful. Chester Cheeto? It's right. It reads as a hat. Okay, good. I'm gonna mess up this head. You're gonna look like a weird cartoon character. And that just has to be okay. Recognizably a hat. Love that. Thank you. I like to think this is also improving my drawing skills, one bad drawing at a time. That's not a person. It's probably the best head I've ever drawn. Probably the best head I ever will draw. Okay, then there's some facial hair, which can be a tough one. Make it blurry like the image, it'll be great. That's true, that's true. Imagine Paint had a blur filter. It would be nuts. Make it a little darker. It's recognizably a human. We're getting somewhere. I think you want the ear to be traced a little bit more there. And we come along here. I feel like that's not how it works. Like, I don't think it would also be on this side. Because in theory, it's going around to the side that we can't see. So it'll just be a little chunkier over there. It's just a little chunkier. Oh gosh, which is the right color? I don't know. Do you have an eyedropper? Yeah, you do have an eyedropper. No, not as the main color. Come on now. Erase it just a little bit. Is it perfectionism? Yeah. Okay. Then we probably want to make this a little bit pointy. Whoops. Like that. I can't tell if it's a shadow on your face or like a goatee. So I'm gonna give you a goatee. I've decided. It also kind of gets a little bigger down here. It's kind of a hard one though. Strong jawline indeed. Yes, represent strong jawline. Be proud. If you feel a sneeze coming, rub your finger or arm over the bottom of your nose until it goes away. Thank you. Wow. This is a funny gesture. It just looks kind of comical. Okay, then a lot of your face is gonna be covered up by the hat. That's okay, it's an artistic choice. It's an artistic liberty. Nose. Why am I like impressed with myself right now? Okay, we got the neck. We made it a little long, but that's okay. Make it shorter. It'll make everything easier. My wife is having a seizure? Really? I don't think it is. What makes you say that? Looks depressed. He does! I didn't see anything. It's one of the best pictures anyone's ever drawn of you. Maybe your internet's having a seizure. Also, I'm not using Wi-Fi. I can't believe how much better drawing y'all's profile pictures has made me. It's your favorite part! Drawing these! Yeah! Yeah! Join in! More gifts for the supporters. Oh, this one's kind of hard. angle is really important here for implying the position of the body. This is, I think it's gonna fall apart once I start putting the body in. You got points? Dang. Cause you be participating. I can't see what I'm drawing. Oh, wait, is your hand is on a mouse? I just noticed. Oh, this one's challenging. We got all kinds of different levels going on. Oh my gosh. Thanks for the hydrate, Krillionaire. I need more exciting redemptions, but I'm not updating the redemptions until I have a global system that everyone on YouTube too can participate in. Yo, this is kind of crazy. Like, what? It's like you're reaching into the camera. Oh my god. So that like goes behind a little bit. That's like there, and then the hand just emerges on top of it. Obviously, I suck at hands. Hands are like hard. Oh, the message didn't show up. Wait, oh, did you delete your message? Murphin said a redesign? Wait, what's going on with YouTube right now? I think things aren't showing up. Sorry, let me refresh it. It's probably because Alright, I see your messages, y'all. Eric said, Mervkins had a little redesign. Yeah, that's my... Oh yeah, Mervkins is actually sporting the one that I drew. That's the one I drew, because it was just like a generic purple with an M on it. Like one of the default ones. Welcome back, Toman. That like made my life. It made my year. Gray blocks? What are you talking about? Is anyone else seeing that? I don't see it. It does look like an M&M. I see no gray blocks. I think that that's not true. Like, I'm keeping a good eye on the stream itself. And there's no blocks. Could it be a Twitch? Could it be on Twitch's end? I'm usually looking at the YouTube stream. Maybe the Twitch stream looks worse? It's not usually possible because they're pulling from the same place. You're seeing lag on Twitch. Yeah. I have an idea for making Twitch look a little better. Now that I have a new CPU, I can try to encode the two streams separately. Which would help. So I'll keep an eye on the Twitch stream then. For whatever it's worth, it looks better on YouTube. For whatever that's worth. By the way, if y'all are on YouTube, I forgot to say, I have been forgetting to say, if you meant to press that thumbs up button, like the stream, it helps. More people find out about what we're doing here, and we get more supporter drawings and all kinds of good stuff. So, thank you. If you haven't pressed the like button and you meant to, go ahead and press it. Oh, I see the buffering. Wow. Stop. Stop this. But it's not happening on YouTube. That's weird. That's like bizarre. Because in theory, we're pushing the exact same thing to both of them. Yeah, it's fine on YouTube. But I do have an alternate way to stream to Twitch, but it could like murder my computer. And then besides that, I feel like it's going to create a new live stream if I do it, which is obviously suboptimal. You always load up the YouTube stream first just to hit the thumbs up button. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that. Why is Twitch being a goof? I don't know. I couldn't tell you. I simply couldn't tell you. Oh, I hate that. So the big issue really is that I have to send the same bitrate that I stream to YouTube to Twitch. On YouTube, if I do a lower bitrate, YouTube will look like Dookie. If I send that same higher bitrate that I send to YouTube to Twitch, Twitch doesn't like it. Because Twitch wants a lower bitrate because for whatever reason, Twitch can actually make it look good even if the bitrate isn't that high. So what this means is the way that I'm setting it up, I'm essentially putting the same bitrate out to Twitch, which Twitch does not like. And sometimes these things happen. So what would be optimal is if I was streaming separately. That is to say, I stream to YouTube and separately I stream to Twitch, instead of sending the thing I'm sending to YouTube also to Twitch. But it's very resource intensive. But y'all also help pay for a new CPU that might be able to probably handle that multiple encoding. But if I try to switch it now, I feel like the stream's going to be split into parts, which maybe isn't the end of the world. So I'm going to keep an eye on it. Hopefully it doesn't keep happening. If it does, we'll look strongly into testing out, giving it its own special bitrate. In the meantime, let's draw these rigid hands. Not subscribed on YouTube? I mean, that makes sense if you prefer Twitch normally. Yeah, it's great on YouTube. It looks good on Twitch right now. So it might have just been a momentary thing. Honestly, I think it's always better on YouTube, but Twitch has Twitch stuff, which makes Twitch really cool. YouTube doesn't have Twitch stuff, if you know what I mean. How many fingers do you have? There's so many fingers. We're gonna say that's good enough. I think that's enough fingers. It doesn't look great. The perspective is weird, but I don't care. Okay, then you also have another hand covering up on your face. That's true. YouTube has more of a delay. Very true. And you're thinking very deeply about something. It's a bad hand. It looks like a claw. I know, it's so much. I like don't have to put this much into it. I really don't. But it's a nice distraction. Not the most rigid looking finger, is it? We don't know what your arm does after that. Yummy crab. Crab is yummy. It kind of like does like this, so it looks like it's it's like a salad finger. That is a salad finger right there. Undoubtedly. This looks like someone else's hand. It does. That is what it looks like. Like, shh. Be quiet. Don't say things. Okay, but then we also have like some shirt stuff. I'll be really interested to see what Rogi's looks like. That maybe can help imply that it's the same one. I'm not gonna worry about over here. He probably should. I think you probably should worry about it. Wait, this is a confusing perspective. What is this? Faux technical drawing of the Millennium Falcon. It is. Oh my god, I'm not gonna draw that. This is a big challenge. Okay, there's also the desk down here. Oh, there's also the cat. This is one of the more complex ones. For sure. Little squished cat face. Has to be good enough. Some serious part. Oh, my joints. I know. I know. Looks like the cat has sunglasses on. That's a cool cat. That's a very cool cat right there. Probably should be more upright. Now that's behind the desk. The cat is behind the desk, as are you, kind of. Oh my goodness. If you're a subscribe, all you have to draw is chess pieces. True. I've already drawn some too. I won't copy them though. Okay, I'm just gonna make the desk color real fast. It's a cool cat. So cool. You're such a cool cat. It's too saturated. Nice. It's a good drawing. Thank you, Grillionaire. Oh, it was really nice of you. I feel like it's just shirt all the way down. I also think the table needs to be a little longer. Like infinite long. Just all the way table. It is a cool cat, and not the cool cat. Cool Cat is an old bad children's movie protagonist. Cool Cat saves the kids. Wow, TIL. I still need a mouse. Luckily, that's pretty easy though. We just say mouse. Mouse complete. I do kind of want like a something like that for the mouse. Nice. Could even do a little mouse line. Okay, and then what's left? The drawing on the shirt. Let's put the shirt color, which actually is going to be very similar to them. I know, it's a cat and mouse. I was thinking that. I was like, yo, that's kind of funny. It's a little lighter than the mouse. Cool Cat is 5'6" tall with orange anthropomorphic cat wearing a blue shirt that says Cool Cat and jean shorts. That does sound like a cool cat. Wow. Was that the only gap? Why do I feel like I've seen that cat before, though? Why do I think I know what you're talking about? Oh, right. You need a sleeve over here. Oh, and that needs to be like a little bigger. You're wearing short sleeves, aren't you? So it might even cut off further down here. He is a cool cat. Okay, what is a cool cat? At this point, I guess we do need answers. Cool cat TV show, movie, or whatever. Cool cat saves the kids. Oh, wow. 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 Look at that. Those aren't kids. Those are mostly adults. Wow. There it is. I'm amazed that this is a thing. There's 2 kids. I mean, they need to be saved. It's not a great movie. Wow. I mean, I guess the fact that it is a person and a cat is cool. Like, you're a person and a cat? Damn. Okay, I want to eliminate these oopsie extra lines. So it looks more like a short, oops. So it looks more like a short sleeve shirt. Oh, here, do this part first. And do it from the bottom. I don't know why, sometimes just coming at something from a different direction makes it easier to draw. What in the actual print whiskey N is meat cat? A meat cat? Is that somewhere here? Like maybe a cat who likes meat? Wait, am I doing the sleeve the wrong direction? Oh, that's funny. The sleeve is like inverted. Oh my gosh. Oh yeah, always a nice advantage about Twitch is it actually lets you send links. Oh, I can't show that. But y'all can click on it if you want. I'm telling you right now, they are definitely gonna be snooping. Whoa, that's not what I meant to paste. They're definitely gonna be snooping for those clips online, and YouTube will punish me. It just will. I guarantee it. Okay, so that sleeve was wrong. Bad sleeve. No donut. You put some live text? You don't even know who you drew? Enjack. You drew Enjack, the mage. Okay, let's do this sleeve correct this time. If I wouldn't mind. I don't know why my brain did that. Because it's hard. Because drawing is hard. I think this is the most time I've spent on one. Worth it though. Butamus. Oh, I bet pierogies is so good. That sure is meat cat. Oh, the link. Okay. Oh, skin tone. We need one of those. Nice. Put it on your face. Put it on your neck. Put it on your... Whoa. Put it on your hands. Why is that kind of awesome? The hand you made is less than good. Dude, hands are hard. Girl, I don't blame you. I don't blame you for struggling. And look at this masterpiece of a hand. I think I have a long way to go before I get hands right. I kind of wish that wasn't like black in the middle, like the shading. I wish it was like just a darker version of this. I mean, now it looks like facial hair. I think you want it to be a little darker than that. It still looks like facial hair. Alright, that's better. I'm sorry for your cloth hand. I really apologize. Okay, there's skin. We got a cat. Oh, the cat's the wrong color. White cat with like a gray situation on its head. Pink ear, please. 2 hours and lots of mental energy. Understandable. I just feel like it would be better if there was a little pink on this side too. The ears are kind of messed up. Maybe I would want it on this side though. Just you know what? We're just gonna fill the whole ear in. It looks like it has a little cap on. A little cat cap. It's such a cute cat. Okay, kitty cat, mouse. Only thing left. I guess the hat. Wait, doesn't the hat like a different color? Maybe I didn't make it yet. Right, I thought we made it like this color. Okay. The only thing left is the t-shirt design. Which we are going to scribble on. Because that is easier. Scribble, scribble, scribble. Scribble, scribble, scribble. Scribble, 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 scribble. Lots of scribbles. Scribbles for days. This is the Millennium Falcon, as you can tell by the way the scribbles are. The scribbles really sell it. Hey, Gav Games, welcome. GG. This is actually a lot of work. It's so many scribbles. We're so close. We're so close. I'm not doing JavaScripting right now because Anjack got a Prime sub. And so instead of singing, we're trying out drawing. User icons. Then back to coding. Alright. Looks great. Done. Anjack complete. It's not bad. Thank you. My drawing skills have only improved thanks to this new thing of making these user icons. Thank you. I'm just gonna push it up a little bit. Oh, you can make the table go all the way. That's not the table color. Done. You like my cat? It's gonna make you go. It's so squashed. You realized your YouTube name is still your YouTube name? Alright. So this is Anjack. We're just gonna type in Anjack, no caps lock. Anjack, and what is the date? 2025. 10/21. That's all the ones I've done so far. I think the first one was Rolrix. 930, and then we did flips. Then maybe pawns was next. Oh no, Pressipires was next, then pawns. Then Starlight and Nepal and Mervkins. Oh, and Fleekuda. Wait, that was Fleekuda was earlier. Anyway. You can't get any chat messages? Sometimes you gotta refresh. Okay, I'm gonna post this in live text, and we're gonna see what Rogi drew as well. Imposter! Click the cards to verify your identity. Whoa! This is so fun, Rogi! What? This is fantastic. You made it look like a like adult cartoon character that's also kind of in the Steven universe. It looks so great. You made him look so like happy and magical. Ah, Mervkins! Oh, inspired! Oh my gosh, it does look like that meme. Wow, but you added a cat. I can't believe it. That was like honestly brilliant. That's a total absolute chef kiss if I've ever seen one. This, yes, total trophy. Absolutely amazing. You get a star. Okay, and then there's cat chips. And then I'll add mine to the list, and I will tag you and Jack so that you may know. Oop, thanks for the Prime sub. I appreciate it. There's my you. Rogi's, wow. Really, I love the like detailing in the facial hair a little bit, like some like darker on the inside. You got the hat coming over the side a little bit. This is upsetting. This ain't right. That's actually really messed up. Amazing. Brilliant. A stroke of genius. Alright. That arm, there's some there's some serious arm in this one. It's the armiest. Alright. What are we doing? What am I here for today? What is... We playing a game? We're coding? Wow. Alright. Apparently we're coding today. Yeah, Twitch looks a lot better now. I don't know, maybe it was something weird on Twitch's end trying to interpret. I think the issue is, since I'm sending such a high bitrate to Twitch, Twitch is like, you know, sometimes we're gonna throttle that bitrate. If you're gonna send it so high, we're gonna throttle you sometimes. Best night of the week. Oh, love that, Anjack. We're gonna type it right now, Curlionaire. Just type it up. Cool cat. So what I was doing was, we actually got some good progress. I was just making sure it wasn't hackable, in theory. Oh, and then there's like the fact that we need to make sure that the iframe is ready before you can send things to it, but that doesn't really make sense. How could you... I guess that does make sense, so it doesn't leak somewhere else. It kind of doesn't, but sure, we could add a guard for that. But what we have now is I can run something that isn't code, and it's gonna return undefined. Let me get rid of Anjack. Anjack, you have become not needed to be on screen. Cool cat is so cool. So it'll say undefined if it's something that's like an error, and then wow, it reports that every time. And then if we want to write some code, we can say let sum equal well, we could even just say, we could even do this. We could do let a equal 5, let b equal 21, and then sum equal, you don't even have to do that. we could say return 5 or a plus b. And then it does it. 26. We can do even more than that now, which is going to be interesting. Well, can we like change like the background color or something? Like I want to see something kind of crazy on the child page. But I realize I've only ever done that in CSS. But you can inject CSS. I don't want to do that. What are actually going to... So the challenges that are actually going to happen are, for example, moving a person from one place to the other. So what that's going to mean... Yeah. Let means... So there's variable, let, and const. Const, I'm sure you're familiar with, is a constant. And then variable is a variable. But a variable is like globally scoped, whereas let is scoped to its block. I think I'm right about that. Let is scoped to block, and var is member scoped to script, right? Succinct answer, basically yes or no. Yes, let is block scoped, variable is function / script scoped. So I guess if you use variable within a function, it's scoped to that function, but not necessarily to the block within that function, is what I'm guessing. What does it mean in math? Okay, what was I gonna do? What was the next thing? Oh yeah, I want to figure out how to have something, because what's not just going to be you type in code and things happen. It's going to be you type in code and things happen to what is presented. So I guess if I could find a way to just have like an avatar that we can move, that would be interesting. Okay, let's try this. I want to see if I can actually access stuff that already exists on level 1. Is that possible? Probably not, but let's see. So if I say let string to show equal this string is showing. Yeah, I suck at math too. Oh, type it, please. String. Great. So now if I come into... Whoops. If I come into... here... Make sure I didn't break anything right there. Let... Or we'll just say return 5 plus 4. 5 plus 3. Okay, great. So if I were to say... Not console log... But return string to show, would it work? Let's go! Let's go! Let's go! Okay, cool. Oh, this is gonna be so easy. Turns out this wasn't a hard project. It makes sense, because in math proof, if you want to prove something, you start out by saying, let A be an integer such that blah blah, and B be a rational number such that blah blah, then rest of proof. I'm going to pretend I actually kind of do understand that. Oh. It's like saying, allow me to define this letter as this for the sake of argument. Gotcha. So it definitely means something different, probably. Interesting. Thank you for that education. Dope. Dope. Okay, so if we could use canvas. The other thing too is like axioms. Axioms go burr. But here's the thing. How does the player know what those variables are? So that would actually need to be shown so the player knows. So maybe we have our typing section, and maybe there's some other section that shows available variables, avariables, etc. And you can look at that and see that in this example, there is a constant person and just all of the variables. So that way the player doesn't have to look at the original code, but can still like generally understand what to access. In this case, there'd be the theme park and the coins. Well, if you can do, we don't want to let the coins be accessible, because then, but then again, whatever. Like, who cares? It's not really supposed to be like there's one way to win it. You're just supposed to learn how to use JavaScript to solve the problem however you want. So I don't know, however I represent that coins array or something, and then go forth, use those to achieve things. Cool. It's pretty different, but it's kind of the same too, because just like how I expect new lets in a proof, I also expected in each code block. I'm gonna believe you. I'm gonna go ahead and say you're right. I bet that's true. I do. That's gotta be true. Well, you made that up. You didn't make that up. That's so cool. Okay. This is actually really interesting that this is all possible. So instead of string to show, we could do canvas for drawing the character. That would be an option. Honestly, I don't even know how to move something around like that. But I feel like the thing about canvas is, I mean, canvas is very commonly used, so I think it's a good thing to teach. Because otherwise, if it's just like an HTML element, I think it's going to be a lot harder to move across in a smooth way without canvas. So this is where I have to learn, because that's why I wanted to make this project, so I'm learning JavaScript too. You're kind of reaching a little, because math proofs are still your favorite part of your education. Oh. What are proofs for? To prove theoretically things are possible? JavaScript. How to move an element. I feel like it's gonna be weird if it's just an element. But that would be kind of cool. Like, have a level where it's an element, have a level where it's a canvas. No, like, picks, like, let's say, move an image around. Whoa. How to move an image with JavaScript. So they've got just an image. And then their script is just getting that image. And they're trying to iterate through it until it's less than 200. I'm not sure. I think I have never used while, but I think that's what it means. If I have used it, I forgot what it meant. Booleans don't exist in C? That sucks. That's awful. There's a Boolean class, but all it does is convert true or false to 1 or 0. Oh, that works. In educational context, proofs are meant to strengthen your understanding of math past just being able to do it into theorizing it. Writing all those proofs is why when you're writing shaders, you're able to pull things out of your hat that just magically make things work. Okay. So how do you know that your theory was correct in math if there's no output? I only understand things in terms of output. You understand the operations and how you can bend them to your will rather than just calculate what happens. So you use an integer and you can do it. Yeah. That sounds kind of fun. I can see the appeal of C. You're attempting to set an integer as a CSS length. Primitive values are not passed by reference just because you want them to. Objects are, so you keep track of the tank and change its left property to move the image. So it's actually making it a CSS style. That's kind of wild. Third, the browser won't redraw the page while the script is running, meaning that if you got the script to move the image, it would immediately be at its end position. You won't even see it at the start position. So we would need like a timer, like a tick, right? Animation tick thing. Request animation frame? Something like that. Don't link variables into the global scope. Think variable equals carbon dioxide. Okay. Within the function, create get element by ID tank. I got a lot in global scope. I might need to be more careful about that. Timer set interval. The way you know your proof is correct is the same way you know a logical argument is correct. If you believe your argument is good, then you think you are right. What it... That doesn't make sense. There are examples of famous proofs that were shown to be wrong years later. Wow. Good night, Toe Man. Thanks for hanging out. Set timer interval function. Increment. Oh yeah, increment it and on an interval. Element style left equals. This seems a little, I don't know, maybe complicated for someone to learn how to do things. Especially for, I mean, it doesn't have to be level, we don't have to be starting on level 1. And maybe we shouldn't be, even. But set interval, maybe that is like the right thing to do though. But this is using this style stuff, which we could do. This is tough because it's like, what do I want the lessons to be about, you know? I need to make this, install this extension. I forget what it's called, but I think it's on Firefox though. Maybe it's on Chrome too. Chrome extension. Force alternate sites. It does like Imgur, YouTube, it does Invidious, Reddit, it does Redlib, where it just automatically opens things. Yeah, but I think it's libdirect. I feel like it's only on Firefox. Oh, it's not! Give it to me. I want it. Oh, I have to do it manually? Hate that. That's too much. We'll just open it in Redlib. You know what? I'll do it myself. Thanks, Rogi. You're supposed to be cooking some ramen, but we got distracted. Ooh, cook the ramen! I appreciate your rambling, to be honest. But alright, sounds good, Rogi. I want some ramen. Y'all eat such yummy things. How y'all eating the yummiest food? It's so, without an extension like that, it's so much effort. Was that so hard? Was that really so hard? Okay, how do you move an image to new coordinates in JavaScript? I just get so annoyed. I want to use different things. The defaults are like... Actual Reddit is so exploded. How do you move an image to a new coordinate? This is what I have so far. They have an image, just a JPEG, and in their JavaScript, they're defining coordinates, and they want to know how to move it. Here's an example someone gave. Oh. That is a soccer ball. Oh, what? It's when I click, it goes to the cursor. Yo, that's pretty cool. And it's just an image. Okay, so so that is a thing to think about. Like, we kind of need CSS as well. There's so many things that you can't do if you don't have CSS at your disposal. That is so cool. So do I want like a separate, like there's a JavaScript, but then there's also it does raise a question, where am I going to put all this stuff? There's a lot of things. It's getting crowded. Do I want another one that allows you to type CSS? I guess so. I think yes. This is really going to teach me because I've been not learning much CSS. I mean, enough to get by, obviously. But like to off the top of my head solve problems? No. So we do the animation transition. That way, whenever that style is used, it does the animation. And we just make sure this has that animation. So just whenever the position changes. CSS is kind of annoying. It's so powerful though, and I think that's what makes it also really awesome. It is kind of annoying. It's just out here doing its own thing, bless its heart. EV page Y. Oh, is that like a variable? I hate variables that are that. Wait, what is it? Oh, it is. It's the event. Those abbreviations kind of drive me nuts, though. So we just listen to any clicks, and it moves it. Justify content aligned items flex blocks. I know. Yeah, I think that the most frustrating things about CSS will compress bar. The most frustrating things about CSS are that it's very counterintuitive. What's a flexbox? Seriously? Oh man, I feel sorry for you. Flexboxes are cool, but I feel sorry for you because there's just so much to learn. But so if we select something very specific like this. Oh, Dark Reader. Dark Reader be injecting code though, for real. Whoa, Stack Exchange got variables for days. That's a lot of variables right there. So it's just kind of like a okay, this is too complicated. You know what? We're gonna do a simple example. There's too much going on in there. So on the game that I made where you hire employees and stuff, in here, you can see yeah, exactly. That's why I feel sorry. You don't know the depth of annoyance to come. Easy to use. BFIS. What is those? What do those things mean? Okay, so we have like flex extraction, flex wrap, display flex. So this is where the flex box comes in. Now, Chrome, y'all have put me on to using Chrome dev tools liberally. If you ever try to learn CSS, I beg you, get you some kind of Chromium DevTools, even if you don't like Chrome, just for this, I don't know, maybe there's better ones out there, but this is nuts. Sorry, I had to wipe up a little spill, and it was on the 6 key. So you can pop this open, and you can actually see very clearly what different things do. So we can make it a flex box. Alternatively, this could be a block, which is going to cause a lot of problems. Oh wow, it was like, you don't want that. You don't want that. So you can look at this. You can tab through and see what each different one is and how it changes it. So all of these just change like the relationship of stuff to each other within like an element container. So like this particular element is div shop container. So everything that's contained within that is positioned based on this display property. And these all are just different ways to display. A flexbox is super useful because it allows things to dynamically adjust. So there's like some variations on it. Hey, Skate, welcome. You can put it in different places, but it can get a little stressful because it doesn't always like intuitively make sense why the relationship, how the relationship between all of these things will yield the result that you're looking for. I mean, you can see align items here is doing nothing, but sometimes it's doing something. Justify content, it's doing some things you don't even notice what it's doing. Align content, that's doing stuff. So just like all these different layers of things, it can get really stressful and annoying. But that's what makes the Chrome DevTools so good, is it just allows you to have an experimentation place. So there's also this, which I think in here they'll have a bunch of examples. I've found that they behave a little strangely. What is BFSIO FS Manager? What does that mean? So this will give you a place to play around as well, but I don't know, it seems something about this just confused me more. Because it's also like, well, what's the flex direction? What's the flex wrap? Like, is just flex enough? Grid, you know, what are the rows? What are the columns? What type of grid? But you can see how different they are. And it just becomes like a lot to learn and often confusing to understand how they relate to each other. You made up symbols? You're reacting to your dislike of dumb acronyms. Well, there you go. I was like, I hate this. What does this even mean? You proved your point. Whenever I see acronyms, I always have to look them up. Because, yeah, I can't stand not knowing what they mean. I feel like I'm lying to myself. You know, like everybody, when I was learning JavaScript, everyone's talking about, you know, it renders in the DOM. You send it to the DOM. You add it to the DOM. I'm like, okay, we add to the DOM. Boop, boop, boop. But what is DOM? What is it? Now that I know what it is, we're all good. Wait, do I actually remember what it means? I know what it means, but actually I don't know if I remember what the abbreviation is. Direct Object Management? I don't know, something. I know that what it does is it's like the hierarchy. Document Object Manager, that's probably it. Yeah, that makes a lot more sense. It's the hierarchy of elements on an HTML page. So like literally when we, I don't know if it's literally, but you know, if we look at these elements, like this is the rendered DOM ultimately. But I don't know if that's true. I might be wrong about that. Anyway, so it's like a tiered list of everything. Dumb CSS, HTML, JavaScript, TypeScript, no escape from acronyms. I know. I know. But I feel like you'll never hear me speak in acronyms. I mean, dumb, I just have to. I have to. I'm not gonna say that. I gotta make sure I add it to the document object model. Like, nobody says that. So I get why people use it. Wait, where's the nice, tree? Yeah, so it's like the hierarchy of stuff, of elements that are on the page is the DOM. Not that kind of DOM. Different DOM. Oh my gosh. All right. Okay. So I want to Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. You'll understand when you're more older. Oh my gosh. You're not gonna say hypertext markup language either? Oh yeah, I guess I'm not. I probably should say cascading style sheets. Look it up. All I gotta say is look it up. You might have a whole world that you never knew you were interested in to explore. Look it up. Honestly, I do think of that meaning every time I say DOM, which is unfortunate. Yeah, I see. You know, you understand it. You're like, what? Who said that? It was all over those image results. It's just everywhere. Yeah, Google that for yourself. Thanks for the follow, Radon. Appreciate it. So, yeah, I think I needed a CSS box. I think it's gonna be correct. Unfortunately. So if this only handles JavaScript, how do I make sure it only handles JavaScript? I mean, I guess I'm curious, like, what if I do put CSS in here? What happens? You know? HTML, I don't think it's gonna work. I feel like, it's gotta be JavaScript that it's executing. So I probably have to, like, put it in, like, backticks or something like that. There's no way this is gonna work. Background color, black. Nothing. Okay. But you know there's a way to do it. This just isn't the way. But that's the other thing. Like, I don't want... What's XSS? Oh yeah, we talked all about this. Yeah. We got it. We're good on that. In fact, we even have some tests that we ran to make sure it can't. So it would be what we are gonna allow is that you can change stuff in the child. And then there's a lot of protections in place to make sure that it's not going somewhere it shouldn't go, or we're putting protections in place. And then, so here it's there, but that's because this is in my debug. So I don't know, rest assured that that has been dealt with. But basically it checks to see, am I in a debug scenario? And if I am in a debug scenario, then it sets it to allow origin and allow scripts. If we're not in a debug scenario, then it's going to change what the origin is, and it's not going to allow same origin. So I'm definitely trying to do best practices. With that said, the whole point of the game is that you can modify the container to iframe. So that's another like layer of abstraction But we did run some malicious code that ChatGPT gave me for whatever it's worth. And it did not run, which was good. So like this was doing a post message that would make bad things happen, evidently. And nothing bad happened. So it just says undefined. Which is good. Save from the AI for another day. So this one would actually change the background to a different color. Whoa. Don't put all that crap in there. How embarrassing. I forgot earlier I wanted to save these so I can just whip them out and test them anytime. But again, it doesn't actually work. So what this would be in theory doing is saying from the iframe, change the parent's background to red. And you know why else I want this stuff? So I can test it on itch.io as well. So then this one is actually trying to have the parent send something malicious down to the iframe. So trying to do its own post, basically using post. Really, can we use post message in any of this? And it doesn't even work because content window returns null. So I'm gonna save these so I can have them. Let's make a malicious test code. I mean, you can make it txt if you want. So there's that one, and then this other one too. Just to have them on hand. This tries to change the parent from the iframe. This tries to run something it shouldn't through post message on the child. So we are doing a little sharing, but it's controlled. We're safe from the AI taking over the cross updating. Okay. Now, if I want to do CSS in there, I would think we need to wrap it in whatever it is that lets us do CSS in JavaScript. I don't remember what that is. How to run CSS in JavaScript. I mean, I guess we would just need to like generate it and feed it back into the HTML CSS, right? There's a fun experiment on the ToadPond website. Oh, ToadPond is fun. Where the webpage contains its own HTML in a text box and you can change live. What? I want to say that we set that up too a second ago, but I'm not sure. Where is it on here? This is quite a lot. I love the like Web 1.0 vibe though. Which one is it? Tell me. Tell me. Lab. I love their videos. Their videos are amazing. Enter the code inside the code. You what? I don't know. I gotta come up with something I want to do. What do I want to do? The other videos are amazing. Oh, you got spell check in here? Come on. It's cool. It seems like it is updating. I want mine to work this way too, where it updates immediately. Instead of, for now, it's you have to click out for it to update. What do I even want to do? I'm like paralyzed. What should I do in here? It's like an open world game with no story. Where am I supposed to go? I guess we could try to update the input. Let's see if I remember how to do that, though. But then you gotta, like, get the element. I couldn't hate this. I guess I can break it. I could just remove the text area. Whoa! Okay, that was pretty cool. Nice. Nice. Wait, this is awesome. Wait, we should do this. I don't know. I think this is kind of overwhelming for learning. Well, I'm still trying to figure out how to update the CSS. I'm tempted. I'm trying to resist the temptation to internalize learning how it's done here. This is awesome, though. This is really cool. The fact that it's modifying itself is so funny. And then it's like, this is actually amazing. Luke is so cool. Okay, toadpond.com. We're not looking at Toadpond, please. Changing HTML style. Get element by ID. So what if I just want to change the whole page? I am starting to think we should have the code there, you know? There's something really nice about that. And then there could be like a reset button, so it probably just refreshes it. Why not using ChatGPT? I am using ChatGPT. Oh, but you mean, why not just let it generate everything? A couple of reasons. Number one, that's exceedingly boring, and often there are a lot of issues. The other reason is because doing that can lead to not understanding what the overall code base is, which is a form of tech debt, and it can mean that you don't even understand what things are, and you don't understand what the consequences of certain things being in there, because the context doesn't make sense necessarily. So I do use it for asking for like explanations. I use it for, in this case, generating malicious code so I could test something out. But in terms of actually coding the project I'm working on, I don't let it generate my code, because in my experience, there's something it'll do that doesn't work with everything in the overall context. There's something that it'll do that I don't realize I don't understand. And then when I come back to it, I'm all confused. I don't know how to work with it, and I take it out and do it my own way anyway. So that's like that second reason is a tech debt. The first reason is the biggest one for me, honestly, which is I want to learn how to do stuff. I want to be able to sit down in an empty document and code stuff. I want to be able to look at someone else's code, be able to understand it, and modify it potentially. I don't want to have to rely on the chatbot, especially because it's a big time waster, right? Because you got to make sure it understands what you're talking about. You have to make sure what it's saying is correct. You have to make sure it works in the context. And if not any of those things are checked, you have to go back to it and beg it again to make it right, which is just the worst. So, yeah, I want to learn. I don't want to waste time. I guess there's 3 reasons. And I don't want to incur the tech debt. But again, I use it for some things, just not actually code that goes into my project for those reasons. So it's not even an ethical thing. The ethical stuff is bad, but it's more so all those reasons. Good question. Your console printing whiskful. Whiskful. Your AI basically kind of maybe understands I don't need to know. What? What does that mean? A whimsical, yeah, whimsical plus whiskey. I figured. Whiskey, whimsical whiskey. Whiskful. Whiskful. I don't know, that doesn't hit the same. So typing in CSS. I don't know, okay, but then I'm like, this would be nice because, like, is it better for learning if the code is separated from the whole thing, so you're just typing in things to modify stuff? Or is it better if you have the entire full context to modify? To me, that's going to be harder to learn because I feel like containerizing it in the like you type in the code here and it plugs it in instead of seeing the entire script, right? I feel like that helps with learning because you're not overwhelmed with all of this stuff that you don't know yet. The point is to like bite size, give a little bit of something, not like here's the whole thing, good luck. I am making a game that teaches coding. I'm also learning JavaScript and coding, so it's also a way to teach myself by learning things I may not have learned otherwise. And so the way it works is there's a box that you type into. So if I type in something random, it's not gonna know what to do with that. I probably would want to make sure it outputs an error. However, if I say something like return 5 plus 3, it's going to show 8. I could even make a variable. Let result, first we'll say let A equal 5, let B equal 1, let result equal A plus B. I could write a whole function in here too. Alright, return result. Oh, I did it wrong. B is not defined. Oh, capital B. There we go. 6. Could write a whole dang function. We could say function. Yeah, exactly. It's like compiling it. Exactly. Function. Oh god, this is so weird without all the... This is probably the worst part too, but maybe it's one of the best parts. Is it doesn't, like, I don't have autocomplete, right? But maybe it's better to learn without autocomplete once in a while, you know? Most of what you see online is the code on the left and the page it generates on the right. Yeah. Yeah. Wait, I'm gonna try to see if I can do this. This is a test for me. Function, and then like the name. Sum. It pulls in A, it pulls in B. We could do it return there, but I'm gonna do it here. Then a curly bracket. Make sure you end it. And then we would just say return A plus B. And then we can say return sum 10 and 100. 110. Nice. So we've got that much going. And what I ultimately want is for there to be a little character or something. For example, what's up, Content? How you doing? Content King. Free Code Campsite does it really well, where it shows the other code, but the area you're learning is part of the focus. That sounds fancy. I'll check it out. Are you, I mean, I feel like you've been here before, but no, you haven't. Welcome. Are you a first time learning code? Are you a seasoned coder? Coding curious? So there'd be like something like an avatar. Different levels would have different things, and you would be typing the code to try to control it. And I was thinking, it's going good. It's going really good. Thanks. I was thinking you could, how's it going with you? We could have the variables that are relevant already shown to you. So instead of showing you the whole code, you just know you have these variables to work with. And then you can type in the code, and so we know what the person is. We can say, person, move over here, or whatever. And then CSS, the thing about the CSS is, you might not use it. Someone could do it in totally JavaScript. And I feel like having the CSS box there makes it feel like you need it. I mean, it could obviously be like you can expand it to use it. But, I mean, moving a character, interpolating it from one place to another is pretty easily done with CSS. It makes it all a lot easier. Well, is there no interpolation? I'm kind of curious how we do it without CSS. You got some lerps? Okay. Interpolate size? I'm not actually sure. Going all right? Nice. All right is all right. Love that. Let's go. Color interpolation. Color interpolation. Yeah, I don't know if there's a way to do that. JavaScript, interpolate, position. Canvas. So then that's the other thing. Like, do I want it to be a canvas? I think canvas could be good. But then we'd almost want to make sure the player knows about the canvas. Knows that the character is contained in a canvas. Gets a little complicated in terms of presentation. You were in Canvas, you thought it was your name? Doña Quixote, aka Candace, welcome. Thanks for being here. I haven't, oh, I should probably save your payload, because you're a subscriber, right? Maybe you're not, maybe it ran out. But I'm trying to take notes of people I know are subscribers. And because for YouTube members, I set up, basically it would be like this, which for every reason, it sees my messages as subscriber, and it shows the months. But it's not showing anyone else's. And I've been coding it myself, so I have to figure it out. No, you did not just resubscribe. Oh my gosh. What? Thank you for the Prime sub. I appreciate that. You all know what that means. We're gonna draw a picture. We're gonna draw a little picture. Thank you. I appreciate that, Candace. It helps. The Prime subs make a big difference. Thank you for the hydrate. Okay. So wait, now that you're a subscriber, it'd be nice to like grab, okay, I gotta do this, I gotta grab this stuff, but I can't like quite show it because it might give up information that lets you hack the stream, which would be like bad, right? Oh, this kind of makes some sense too, to some extent. Oh, it does see that it's a resub event. It does know that much. So this was your message when you resubbed. It says event resub. And obviously, for the chat message, it's putting all this wackiness in here, but we'll work on it. I thought so. I thought it just lapsed. I was like, I could have sworn you were a subscriber. I don't expect you to be a subscriber, but... Interesting, this doesn't contain any member stuff, though. Alright, I'm gonna grab this. This is gonna be super useful for me to have when I go to fix it. But I just coded in the glowing gold stuff, which yesterday, during the member stream, I was able to test liberally. Because... I'm gonna do some VS Code. Because we had YouTube members there. I know, Karma. I think Karma... So, I'm a little unsure myself, but... So, the service that I use... What did I say liberal for? The service that I use is... Social Stream Ninja. And it's what... They have the API keys. And they retrieve the payloads that I then interpret and turn into things. And so one of the features that they offer is a karma system. All I really know, I probably have to look at the documentation. All that I really know about it is we can filter out messages. Yeah, sentiment scores. So I think it's a per message sentiment score. It tries to determine if it's got positive or negative sentiment or something. And so in theory, you could filter out the negative ones. I have not seen, I don't really know, like it gave you a sentiment of like 0.04 or something. Like what, does that mean it's negative? Or does it have to literally be negative? I don't know. Like if I say, oh, Twitch is still lagging. By the way, Twitch is throttling my stream. It doesn't look like that on YouTube. So there's no buffering, there's no weirdness on YouTube. Maybe it wasn't happening just now, but it might have been. But I think I know why it's happening. But I was hoping it would just stop happening. No, what if I type in, you suck? Yeah, it was. Damn. What if I just type in, you suck? That's a negative sentiment. I feel like its grading system is weird. You know? It gave it a sentiment of 0.68. So I think it's ridiculous. Gasp. Gasp! Yeah, I think it's just like a placeholder sentinel for I'm the streamer, so I get infinite subscribe. And he only got to test it with my own account because I have to be publicly live and it has to be a subscriber in chat for me to test it. Is it over 9,000? Maybe. Very possibly, actually. I think there's a non-zero chance. I believe that's in here. I don't think there's stuff that could leak that would be bad for a stream. But I suppose it's possible. So we should probably keep it off. But I'm just gonna save it. So that way I know what happened. New text file. This is gonna be problem payloads. .txt, because it's like interpreting these payloads live is the only way I'm gonna be able to fix this. So I gotta seize this moment. I must. I simply must. Okay, this was, well, I think we can kind of see. I'll figure it out. I'll figure it out later. And then I did grab this other one from before. Let's put that in there. Just so I have it. Look, wonky, C problem, payload.txt. Subs and replies to messages look weird. So I'll grab these. Boop, 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 boop. Nice. It's over 8,000. Oh yeah, we gotta draw. It's drawing time. Yay! It's time to draw. What are we drawing? Candace's user icon. Oh, it's a reference. Oh, we referencing things. Let me see. There it is. Okay, obviously, anyone else is welcome to join along. No expectation of that, though. But it can be a nice treat. Somebody gets 3 new drawings of them. Scarily blue eyes. That's not very nice. Okay. Paint. Candace says that she like she actually like saturated the eyes up, turned the saturation up. Oh, okay. So we got some green in the background. Not a consistent background color. So, I kind of need to draw the background first, though. So let's just do that. We're gonna say your eye color depends on the day. Whoa. How is that the color? Oh, it is. Okay, I'm sorry. So in the background, we do... Oh my gosh, straight lines. It's kind of hard. I could use the line tool, but where's the fun in that? Oops. Some days they're intense light blue, some days they're greenish, but most of the time they are hazel. Whoa. Eyes are kind of amazing. They're so dynamic, evidently. That green is not very green. That's blue. Come on now. Anyone can see that's blue. Your eyes are black? No, they're not. Right? Like, nuh-uh. Try to do it like at like a consistent angle, maybe. I feel like it should be a dark green. I think that's gonna make more sense. It's not pretty, but it's what we're gonna get. That is the paint way. Your eyes are actually very dark brown, but if you're not like less than 4 inches away from my face, they look black. Nice. Black is beautiful. And trees. And then on the other side, we got like a house kind of situation. A building of a such. Here's black, mine too. I don't know if I got my perspective right, but that's okay. Oh. Right. Yeah, you can see that. It is a good hair color. I agree. Oh, I didn't make it the big. I was wondering why it was so tiny. Okay. We need that big brush size. Then the bricks. Bricks are kind of brutal, actually. Friggin' bricks? Screw it, let's do it. Brick it up. Brick it up, baby. Yeah, just make them big bricks. Make them very, very large bricks. Also, I feel like, okay, I feel like we should do alternating colors. I know it's a lot, but I think it makes sense. I think it's the right thing to do. Whoa, thank you for the cheer. Let's go. Thank you for the bits. Remember when this looked bad and it didn't show up? I at least fixed that. Baby steps, baby steps, baby steps. Is that a chipmunk eating popcorn? That is so cute. That is so cute. Why is it so cute? Maybe like something a little pinker and lighter. That's too pink. I was kind of thinking maybe more orange, like terracotta. Okay, then for the other color, can we just get that, like... Sitting here with a stupid grin on your face while eating Rice Krispie treat? Nice. See, that's why I like doing the drawings. It's a nice gift. I guess technically I should be doing the tops. Okay, this is gonna take a while. I maybe should have made the bricks a little bigger. Oh wait, bricks don't work like that. It's like alternating. You know, this looks like bricks. I'm just gonna say it. This looks like bricks. It's giving bricks. Oh my gosh. I'm gonna copy and paste it. That's too much. That's too much. Although, it's not gonna copy and paste very well. Quite this way. Truth be told. Oh, we already had the color. No outlines makes it look kind of weird. Should I have drawn them in black and white and then colored them in? Yeah, because there's like the outlines to the bricks. Unacceptable. This must be remedied at once. Oh, the first ones are gonna be like that? Okay. Bricks, bricks, bricks. Oh wow, yeah, there's bricks. That's what bricks look like. I can't believe Twitch is the harder one for me to get the right payloads from. Because it should also be putting you up on the emotes wall. But it's like Twitch isn't even sharing that y'all are subscribers yet or something. It's so weird. I think I also wanted to get that payload too, by the way. She's a brick house I said what I said. I said what I said. Yo, low-key, this is like a lot of work. I think I shouldn't have put this much effort into the freaking bricks on the back. No, we're gonna do copy-paste. We're gonna do copy-paste. It's gonna be fine. It's gonna be perfectly middling. Although, this is not great. Are you sure you want to do it that way? What if you didn't? What if you did it like this? That way you can make them whatever color you want later. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? I'm kind of right now struggling with, do I actually want to make it a little blue? I think I do. String input, get line. Guess what that does? We're still doing C++, right? That... Oops, forgot. That... Oh, it's not even up there yet. I don't have my display. Okay. Right, C++. This hasn't even been up to... Oh, you're on... I see. You're on Twitch. We're not... That's not YouTube. That's Twitch. String input. Get line... I don't know. What does it do? It prints something... recursively? Many times? I think I'm gonna spend most of the time on the bricks. It's kind of a nice challenge, though. Right? Oh yeah, I wanted to make it another color, because I have no chill. Like a very dark but slightly pale blue. Nice. It creates a string called input, and then it reads input from the console, and it writes to that to string input. Okay. Hey, what's up? Yay, supported drawing! How are you gonna... This is gonna be hard to copy. Is it, though? Here. Like a little bit, obviously. Oh, we need a different background. Make the background white. Okay, so it's not perfect, but we can work with that. We can work with that. You see? That's perfect. Now put that on the clipboard. Stack it up. Yeah. It's not great. You know what? That's okay. Bricks. Yeah, we'll just, we'll just fill it in. think that would be fine. And then go back to the colors, which I think I lost. Maybe not. Taking a layered approach. Yeah, exactly. Because if I don't do the background first. It'll be harder. I think. Maybe that's just like my opinion. Being random is hard. As I do like the exact same thing above it. Yeah, well, MS Paint, Windows 11 MS Paint is actually pretty nice. It does have layers. But I'm on the Windows 10 MS Paint. And I'm going to hang on to Windows 10 for as long as possible. It seems like they're gonna keep doing security updates. It's so weird, like they said, your deadline is 2025. Pretty sure they're actually gonna continue it for Windows Home users until 2026. So... I'm not going to worry about it. Oh wait, we want the regular brush. No, I don't think that's true. That's for non-Windows Home. For Windows Home, it's free, as I understand it. But I could be wrong. I think the paying is if you have like Windows Enterprise or something. Pretty sure. I could be wrong. And then I think after, so it's kind of like a grace period. So you will have to pay, I'm pretty sure, after 2026. So after October 2026, everyone will have to pay. But I'm pretty sure. A better version? This one's more fun. But okay, you know what? You're right. I should look at the better version. You're right. That's actually probably really helpful. Then within the next months or year, you'll go to Windows 11. Yeah. I'm already using it on another one of my computers, which is good because I've gotten some practice on de-adding it. That is to say, getting rid of all the ads that it has on it. You know, the start bar, the taskbar, pop-ups and things. So I've had some practice in making sure it's streamer safe. Is always GIMP? Why do you say this? So for me, I kind of like the limitations of MS Paint, Windows 10. It's just, there's something kind of more raw about it. So I much prefer using it. I feel like it brings out a different artistic style, and I like that. You have to pay for extending support updates even on Home. Ooh. That might be true. You'll have a big adjustment for sure. Mac to win. Oh, you're going to... Wait, why? Why? Okay, you said you put a different image? I feel like there's still a grace period, but I have to look into it. I'm pretty sure there's a grace period. You might have to look into it with the context of it being a grace period for Windows Home users. Oh, you DM'd it. Yeah, having layers in GIMP. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, so we're not like totally out of luck, obviously. Alright, I see your high quality image. Oh wait, there's kind of like a little line up here. It's very important that we capture the little line. No, I'm saying I think there's, I could be wrong, and I don't really want to look into it right now. But I'm pretty sure, which is not very strong. That even security updates have a grace period. Windows 7 was awesome. Windows 7 was so good. Alright, now let's draw the subject. Finally. Oh, it's gonna be hard. This is gonna be hard. Ear. This is gonna be really hard. I recommend not doing it in strokes, separate, or in one stroke. I'm really bad at these faces. Why is it like kind of okay though? I also have like no room to mess up since the background is the same. Upgradable tower with better graphics card for Blender, learning a future, gotcha. And all the apps that Windows users have. Yeah, fair. I'm kinda shocked how well it turned out. Like, what? I don't know why the music is bugging out. What is the sound? The microphone is picking up a weird sound. I wish it would stop. You hear?
Perfect.
Okay, let's actually do this part again. Yeah, to be flexible with both. I haven't used Mac in so long. I always have to kind of like relearn it. I'm not sure. Oh, I guess I should look at the higher quality one. You know, we'll just make it up. Yeah, we'll make up what your hair is doing. It's cartoony. Windows 11 is just a poorly done Mac version copycat with weird arrangement. I understand. Have you used Mac once in your life? It's worth using once in your life, I think. I assume you have another arm over here. Okay, let's cut this off. I can't believe how well this is turning out. I'm telling you, these supporter drawings are making me such a better artist. You're broke, your head hurts. Are you okay? Do you need medical attention? Do you need ibuprofen? Do you need a nap? Oh, that sucks. Ibuprofen! Take ibuprofen! I don't know about you, but I know for me, sometimes it's so easy to just be like, oh, I don't need it. I'll tough it out. Or it'll go away soon, right? And then I just suffer for no reason. Is that like something like, oh my god. like a migraine or a, yeah, whatever, yeah, whichever one's good for you. It depends. Different people have some people have reactions to one versus the other. But yeah, whichever one's good for you. I feel like it's picking up when I drag my finger on my trackpad. Oh, there we go. I fixed it. Yeah, take care. Take care of yourself, Curlionaire. Migraine, and there's also like not tension, cluster headaches. There's all kinds of stuff. Yeah, be well. That's scary. Oh, gosh. Yo, why did I do such a good job, though? Let us know how you are, too. Windows 11 is like Windows 8, but home button in the middle and dumb settings, names versus normal. Okay. Color. Obviously, it's a little annoying having to color over the background. But it's okay. It builds character. Oh! Sometimes doing that actually reveals something sort of cool, but we have a job to do here. Okay, the hair... a bit complicated, a little bit. It should be like brown, but not too brown. A little desatch. And obviously there's like dynamics in the hair too, where some of it is like lighter because of highlights and stuff from the actual lights. But I guess I have to decide how much I care about that. Windows 11 is like Windows 10, but they think you're a baby and can't do anything. Totally. I relate to that. Yeah, and they also give you ads. That's to me one of the most egregious things. Sherpa Gover, gotta get back to it. Good proportions of the head shape. I know! What happened? Acetaminophen. Like, did I suddenly just become really good at art? Like, what is happening? Thanks, Kai Guy. I appreciate that. I'm glad you got something. Curly hair. The best woman drawing I've seen in my life. Woman drawing. You mean drawing of a woman? Woman drawing. something feels kind of off about that, but yeah, thanks. That sounds extreme. Yeah, you know what, you're currently having a horrible brain episode, so you know what, I think I can forgive. Your typos. Both Windows and Mac OS have gotten more restrictive over the years, just like what web scripting is allowed to do. Whoa. Oh yeah, you are talking about cross-origin being frustrating. I remember. Highlights like over here a little bit. The highlights aren't doing it for me. I feel like if I wanted to do that, I should make like a lighter hair color. Oh, on Twitch? Twitch is dying. Oh, you mean like that. I thought you meant the stream. Yeah, I agree. Inner Ugly is great. You know that like website? That like Warren Buffett, whatever makes him rich? And there's some other ones that I won't show because they have a lot of bad words, but it's called like this. I think it's This Is an Effing Website. It's really good. You spell out effing. What's that Warren Buffett Web 1.0 website? Berkshire Hathaway. $254 billion company. Whoa. Those are some numbers. And this is their website. That's what Dark Reader. This is their website. Don't forget the gray. I will forget the gray. But I appreciate that you said that. Look at this. Look at this classic Web 1.0 vibe. It's so nice. Remember when purple.com was just a single page that returned the color purple over the screen? And not a bed mattress website? That sucks. So some... Look at these link color changes. They turn red when you've gone there. Honestly, that's kind of... 2025! It was wild. Like, it is actively a website for a $254 billion company. Honestly amazing. Lisa explains, I don't think so. Does it still exist? Maybe. Lisa. Oh, a website teaching site. That's cool. Oh, I have looked at this recently. But I didn't see it as a kid. You know where I learned how to build websites? Neopets. Neopets was what taught me. This reminded me of that because it just has that like funky old vibe. Look at this. Look at this beauty. I feel like you showed me this site. Delightful. Yeah, same time frame. Cheap version of Windows 10 and more limited amount of things that you can do? True. And be able to access, which is, yeah, true. Very true. Delightful. I kind of want to make hypergame.dev be Web 1.0. Like, because I didn't really know JavaScript and things like that. I got a template from like HTML5 up, which just has free templates. And it's got so many libraries. It's got this massive, gigantic CSS sheet, cascading style sheet. It's huge and like impossible to go through. Actually impossible. And now that I'm doing JavaScript, I've come to realize that many, not all, but a good many of those libraries are useless to me. I don't need all that stuff. I don't want to need all that stuff. And I gotta update the packages all the time, but make sure I'm not updating ones that'll break compatibility. It just becomes so much to manage. So I'm thinking of going 1.0 with hypergame.dev. Or at least 1.5. At most 1.5. You have an ugly website of sorts that you made? Nice. That's just because you suck at HTML? That's okay. And CSS? It's a good reason. You made a book website. It's just the bare minimum for showing the stories you made. I mean, look, functionality is important. Form is like maybe icing, okay? But it doesn't have to be everything. You know, it depends. Like, I think for like an e-commerce website, making everything look familiar like everything else in the web is very effective because it means that everyday normie users will recognize, oh yeah, I know how to reject or accept cookies. I know if I scroll down, there'll be more like horizontal layers that fade in and show me more stuff. Oh yeah, there's a pop-up reminding me to buy something while it's on sale. That familiarity and the margins, the profit margins, I believe, like, show that stuff works. But, you know, if you're making a website for showing off your books, you know, you don't need all that stuff. You don't need to try to cater to everyday user. Who expects sites to look a certain way, because it's all they've known. So context definitely matters. Not to say that even then you couldn't make it look different and make it look Web 1.0 and it still be good enough, but you know, if you're really trying to like make money with your e-commerce, you probably want to adopt some of those things. Marquees? Oh wow. That's the kind of stuff I learned on Neopets. Marquees, tables, you know, things you'd never use now. I'm not sure. Also, some of those things, like Blink, for example, like that has like accessibility issues. So I will say, we have, I think, shed some things that are bad. Probably a marquee is like not up to accessibility standards. Marquee on your website, but they're cool. They're definitely cool and fun. For sure. But, you know, depending on your business, your company, and etc., it might also be important to make sure the site adheres to accessibility standards. With that said, marquees are delightful, and I miss them. Made your own terrible browser homepage? Nice. MySpace. Oh yeah, MySpace was another great early internet learning, not early internet, early public internet, mass used internet opportunity to learn coding. Content King is just tired of constantly seeing get the new and blah blah blah. Yeah, piece of software, and I know for a fact that they lying to themselves and trying to push it more than what it is. Yeah, of course. Of course. But I think, you know, the numbers don't lie. But that's not a reason to like it. I hate it too. It's so annoying. It's all become so annoying. But I feel like that's capitalism for you. Let's go. That is a head and a face. Well, almost a face. Still have your old simple machine forums before MySpace/Facebook. Nice. GDScript is the one I've been learning. That's Godot's language. I've been learning that for about 2 years. And it's what I do most of the time, is making stuff for Godot. And so I just now am starting to learn, horrifying blue eyes, starting to learn JavaScript. And like by extension, I'm learning, you know, HTML and CSS better than I knew before. Like, I didn't know tables were outdated. I was out here using tables every day. And it turns out you're not supposed to use those anymore. You do that with CSS. Wait, where'd my reference drawing go? Oh, did I take it down for reasons? There we go. Yeah, so I found it's much better to handle in CSS with grid display. You can ride from your lifeless corpse. I mean, you know, you just might run into incompatibility is all. Which could be an acceptable sacrifice. You know, some browsers will not like it and render it not properly. So I feel like that ends up being the, like, main reason to adopt new things. Is because they stop being supported. With that said, I too like tables. But then on the other hand, I do find that it's actually a lot simpler setting it up using CSS. Surprisingly. And so that alone has driven my distaste. Wait, does what run pretty good? Someone else's thing? Oh gosh. Oh no! Let's try this a different way. I am definitely not doing your face correctly. We can try to move it though. You just gotta move your face as one does. This is not exactly what your face looks like. At all. And I just want you to know that I know that. It does make them look angry. Oh my gosh. Oops. But then again, she does look kind of angry here, doesn't she? Thank you for the bits. Thank you so much. You're so kind. Let's move her face around. I think this is not the right spot. Okay, but then we do need that as the background. Moving a face around is funny. Still have your old... Oh, we talked about that a long time ago. That was the message I put up. That was this. I was reading... I'm not wild. I'm not crazy. I was reading this. An accident. You're making console games? Terminal games? Right. Not like PS4 or whatever. Yeah, it's like a way to do cheers. A giant emote. Windows 7 and all the software to create whatever type of games you're trying to create. Oh. Oh yeah, right, simple games. I do feel like I've done a bit of injustice. Like, you're so pretty. And this is, like, not the prettiest face. We're gonna call it a cartoon style. That's why it looks the way it looks. I feel like there should be these lines in, like, a not black. The prettiest woman drawing. The prettiest drawing of a woman. It sounds really weird when you say it that way. It makes you sound like you hate women. I know you don't. But when you say it like that, it's like you're not. It's somehow like objectifying or something. Like, instead of, like, a woman doesn't even get to be called a something. You love women because you are a woman. I love women too. Okay, mouth is kind of hard. Go along the bottom edge of the shadow. Oh, you're right. You are so right. That makes sense. Right, I totally obliterated the cheek. That's what that outline is doing. Whoops. I looked away and I made a mistake. Oh, this is kind of hard. Okay, it's not perfect, but it's kind of cheeky. It's cheek-ish. It's got elements of cheek. It's kind of bad. But I never said it was gonna be a good drawing. Mustache coming out of her nose. You got rid of that ages ago. Long nose hair. It's coming out of the sides. Oh, actually, this one does look like. Actually, it does look like that. I've somehow made you look much older. Also. Like, so much older. No, but I see it. I see the nose hairs and the mustache. I could lighten it up a little bit. I think putting it in, like, other places too would contextualize it instead of only putting it right there. But she just has so few lines on her face. I don't even have, like, a place to do it. It's okay. It's just gonna be what it is, and that's okay. Darn kids, get off my lawn! It's not what your mouth looks like. Neither is that. It looks like a caricature, like a cartoon, like, reaction face or something. Well, I guess that's it. Oh, the eyes, of course. How could I forget the eyes? Mona Lisa, but she's angry about Web 3.0. 3.0? That too. It's like the angry face guy on TikTok. Isn't it? What's the angry face guy on TikTok? I was thinking, like, that whoever that comic Angry Princess. I don't remember what it's called. No. I have no idea what it's called. No. No, it's like a web comic. One of y'all out there knows what I'm talking about. But it's like called something really specific and not really indicating what it is. So I don't even know if it's gonna appear, honestly, without like the actual name. Because it's just gonna pull up everything else. I just don't know. I just don't know. Anyway, he's like so wholesome, but his face is so angry at the same time. Just like naturally an angry face. I do want to apologize. I feel like I've not done your beauty justice, and I deeply apologize for that. It's hard. This is like the most face. I'd love him. I also feel like those lines could be like lighter. They're a little too dark. It's fantastic. I think it's a fantastic drawing. I don't think it represents Candace very well. But I like the drawing. I like the drawing in general. I just think it could represent Candace better. I don't know, like of all the faces I've tried to draw, this one is the faciest. Somehow. I can't explain it. It looks like you're bad at putting on makeup. Okay. Paint. Bucket. Quixote. It's like hard. There's a lot of like shading that's just way out of my league. And that's okay. Being out of your depth is great for learning. You know I'm all about that. Oh, right. I was making those lighter. There you go. That's you. That's a version of you in some universe that may not be this universe we know. But in some universe, this you. Kind of feel like, there we go. It is done. Oh wait, you have a little stray hair over here. You know what? I don't like it. Now I'm gonna crop it down. Whoa, why does it look so cool though? I kind of like the weird angle that it has, where it's like sloping. It actually looks awesome. I feel like that deserves to be preserved. Cringe lip. I see it. I did give her a cringe lip. Wait, but you want to keep that kind of movement, that angle that it's at. It's very important. And then give me some dork green. Little dorker. No. Spray paint. Thank you. Oh! And then if I want to keep all the other stuff, I would make sure I have the background as the secondary color. Then we can just move this a little bit. Like that. Oops. And then shrink the canvas. Like that. Hopefully I get better at drawing you, but that's what I got. Alright, save it. This is Quixote. 2025 10/21. We're drawing people today. People. Drop it in. Tag you so you can have the drawing if you ever want to remind yourself what this kind of version of you would look like. Whatever this is. Thank you for the opportunity, and thank you for the cheers and the Prime sub. All right, we code here, right? Is it Hyper gamedev? Yeah, we code game stuff. Okay, I just wanted to make sure. I wasn't sure. I just thought for a second we were a drawing stream, but I don't think we are. And what was I coding? Oh yeah, I was debating if I wanted to have like a CSS box. So, the game... Jump scare? The game is... This is too many tabs. Let me tell you something. You need to clean up these tabs immediately. You can keep one MDN open. Don't need it. This was very cool, but I don't need it. Don't need it. Don't need it. Goodbye. See ya. Who cares? Get out of my face. I'm not interested. Not right now. This is actually really cool. I need this too. Found it? Nice. Yeah, it's just like the channel for whenever we're like sharing things relevant to the current live stream. Links, images, things like that. All right. Coding time. We're back. Changing CSS from JavaScript. So this is getting a specific element and styling it, which is an option. That's definitely an option. Oh yeah. Yes. Yeah, I think you were posting in general. It's okay. It's a little confusing. What I really need is to set up Discord onboarding, which obviously is only going to be useful for new people, but one day. It's okay. Allows you to execute code when an event occurs. Events are generated by the browser when things happen. Okay, yes, I know that. Thank you, then. Changes the style of the HTML element. Right, but what about the entire page? I guess we just do, like, content window or something? Okay, let me try something. But also, okay, wait. Let me look at what it said, and then maybe we just try, like, the entire window. But then again, I don't think we can access the window because security. Also, this is wild. Style dot? I didn't even know you could do that. So it's changing the style of that element. Or maybe we want to say document. So in theory, I should be able to just do this, assuming it can work. So we'll say document. I don't think that's gonna work. Style, background color. Not having autocorrect and error checking is kind of a little brutal. Equals the thing. Okay. Sure, blue. Doesn't like that. Invalid left hand side in assignment at function. What does that mean? Like, you mean, I think it means like over here. Oh, we need error checking. That's really important. I think it means that's wrong. Okay, let me just do it here so I can have some clarity as to what I'm actually supposed to do. So if I were to try to type document dot what? Background color style. Oh, it definitely doesn't like that. So document is a reference to the document. That's for sure. Because this is returning an element. So what I really want is JavaScript change CSS of entire page. Oh. You need to change the source of the link tag, which controls the styles. You need to change the href attribute to the link tag. Right. Well, yeah, but that's not what I mean. Like, dynamically. No. Oh, I will say, I didn't do like that, but it does not like this one little bit. Not in the least. It hates it. You know, if I were to use document get element, like if I just took this, which doesn't have a background. So it's still complaining. It doesn't like that here either. At least style looks like it's actually something now though, which is good. I'll take it. Okay, but you don't like this. Does not exist on CSS declaration. Right, because the body is the element. So you would even maybe want to get the element body somehow. Get element by, so is name elements. Oh yeah, we don't want that. Wait, but we can only do multiple? I guess that's fine, because if it's a class, that's okay. Collection of objects based on the value of the name or ID attribute. Okay, so if I were to say body style, oh, it really doesn't like that. Oh, because it's a list, so I have to go through each one. A little painful. That's a little painful. Let body color, which is typed to get elements by name, which is unresolved. Any equals that. But isn't it going to be like an array? Node list of HTML element. Node list of... These types are wild. Is it like that? Then we say... body color for each I forget how to use for each. I don't use it that often. Right, we wrap it, and then we have to do an arrow after that. Okay, I'm gonna try to study it and flashcard it. For each, just two parents, because one parent represents the end of the for each, and then this represents the parameters that ultimately will be fed into the callback. Right? For each element, there's only going to be one. For each element, oh, I feel like we should type this stuff too. Oh, it still doesn't like it. I wonder if this should be something else. Like, how do you even type background color in there? They're giving the easiest examples. But if it's background color, apparently this is like the hardest thing. It's not though. I just gotta figure it out. I wonder if MDN will help me with this. SVG allows to style an element using CSS declarations. It functions identically to the style attribute in HTML. Okay, so show it to me in JavaScript then. Style. I'm a little confused. This? Style property. I think this is what I want. Yes. Live CSS style properties objects can be used to get and set the inline styles of an element. The values of the inline styles set in the element style attribute are reflected by corresponding properties of the returned CSS style properties object. Okay, alright. Understood? Heard? I hear you. I hear that you've said these things. dash named and corresponding camel case name properties for all CSS properties supported by the browser. Properties that don't have a corresponding inline style are set to empty string. Can you show me some examples? I feel like getting the body is gonna be pretty hard. It's just a guess. But there are body elements. There's body elements in the DOM, so that should be fine, in theory. Whoa. What is this? What is log? What is that? I don't know, I haven't seen that yet. The log CSS function is an exponential function that returns the logarithm of a number. Is the inverse of exponentiation. I don't know what these things mean. Like it's the inverse of something that's exponential. It's a number that a fixed base has to be raised to. It's math! I remember learning about logarithms in high school, and I was like, you know what? I'll take the D+. You return with noodles? Noodles sound so good right now. Y'all, three of y'all today have said that you've gotten noodles during this stream. 3 of you. I mean, look, noodles are very popular, but it just makes me like, I'm like, am I feeling noodle FOMO? Do I have noodle envy? Pasta yummy. Trying to get DOS C++ to work. What is no what wait, I don't even know what that means. So you like have like a C++ program or game you've made and you're trying to get it to run in DOS? Interesting. It says when a single parameter is passed. Okay. Fixed base has to be raised to in order to yield the number passed as a first parameter. In CSS, when a single parameter is passed, the natural logarithm e, or approximately 2.7182819, is used. Though the base can be set to any value with an optional second parameter. What? What are you talking about? I hate this. I don't want to learn this anymore. C++ is made for DOS original. Butter spaghetti noodles. Got it. With garlic powder, cayenne powder, black pepper, and a little kosher salt for some tasty crunch element. Smart. Noodles without sauce is, like tomato sauce, is so valid though. This got me more confused. Is this like really hard to do? You have a DOS C++ IDE and you're trying to get it to compile without screaming at you. I hear C++ compiling can be like that. Something I can read and understand. Border width. Oh, we have to camel case it if there's even a prayer of it doing something. Whoa, that's what I needed. All right, great. So my question, will its background be blue? The answer is no. No, it will not. Cool. What if we do it here? Nope. Unless it is blue. Maybe it's getting overridden by the real style. But shouldn't this be overriding that? Have I given it a style yet? I sure have. Did I save? Do I need? Oh, I think I know what happened. I always do this. I accidentally modify the JavaScript file. What? Is he lying? Okay, well, at least that looks correct when I open it separately. But when I open it up in here, oh, I think because you have no background, so it's taking the background of the entire page. I think that's what's happening. And then this is doing nothing. You've returned again. You were just here. Your kitty was demanding that I watch her bring in one of her mice toys from her toy bin, yelling, "Hello, hello, hello," like she does every night now when she pulls the toy out. That is incredibly cute. It is highly adorable. I love their ways of communicating. So I don't know if it was like the way that I love a talkative kitty. The way that I'm trying to call in body, or what? I wonder if we want like get class by name instead of elements. Or class list. Or whatever. This. Forge is missing in type HTML collection of. Oh yeah. Oh, that might have been an issue because you're doing node list. Wait, and you said what though? Collection of element. This sounds more correct, honestly. Party for each does not exist on type HTML collection of element. You what? How can you say something like that? What do you mean? Getting more MDNs. Recently she started being a parrot cat again and shoulder sitting. Is it a big cat? Oh my gosh. Sitting on your shoulder? It's kind of amazing. Like if you're just sitting down, or if you're even moving. Like if you're if you're stationary or if you're moving. Is this a kitten? Wait, you said less than 10 pounds. I don't know why I looked at that and thought it was 1 pound. That's still pretty light though. That don't sound like a chunk. What am I looking up? Oh yeah, HTML collection of. What's your problem? I'm sorry. You don't have HTML collection of? Maybe like a TypeScript. It's probably TypeScript and not JavaScript. So I would need like TypeScript documentation. HTML collection of. Difference between children and child nodes. Previously, this document details the HTML element interface extends from element, which extends from node. In the DOM API, there's a concept of children elements. For example, in the following HTML, the p tags are children of the div element. Okay. After capturing the div element, the children prop will return to an HTML collection list containing HTML paragraph elements. Is it like... So why can't I for each on that? And it still doesn't say... I'm about to ask the chatbot, because I'm not getting a straight answer. It's bothering me. Only respond with the answer. What does HTML collection of element return in TypeScript? And can you provide a source? For context, a source especially, yeah, let's just start with that. And TypeScript means a live array-like collection of DOM elements, but it's not a true array. How do I turn it into an array with for each? With a for each. Don't give code. Be exactingly concise. It is, but it isn't. Convert it into a true. Isn't that some malicious compliance? How do I turn it into an array? Convert it to an array. Right. Okay. She's 12 years old and generally only does this when you're streaming in the morning. Her brother was a chunky boy. He was a 19-pound Balinese ragdoll. Aww. I don't know what a Balinese is. We pick our cats up off the street, so we don't know nothing about breeds. I've seen this cat. It's beautiful. So much like movement in its face, like pshh. I don't know. Chonk? Not chonk. Alright, screw you. I'm not gonna ask you more. You wanna be like that? How to convert to a true array. JavaScript, TypeScript. No. Turning an existing JavaScript object into an array. Well, that's just it. Like, is it an object and I need to, like, go through the entries? Yes or no, will HTML collection of element return an object? Oh. You could have just said that. Okay, I actually do know how to handle this. And it's entries, but I don't know if I have an example on hand of when I've done it before. Oh, I do. So we do object.entries, and then we for each that. Why is this other game on here? Also. It's like searching other things. I kind of like it. Okay, object at entries. Flashcard study. And then in there, we clarify what the object is in parents, and then we for each on that. Oh, okay, all right. Really, this is just bodies, if I'm being honest. So we say object entries bodies. Nice. Property style does not exist on type string element. Okay. We'll call this raw element. We'll say let element equal raw element as element. Oh! Maybe a mistake because neither type sufficiently overlaps with the other. If this was intentional, convert the expression to unknown first. So is it, I mean, is it like the exclamation point situation? Oh my gosh. Maybe mistake. You can't use as to convert that to that. They don't share enough in common. So really, I just need the second part of that, right? Somehow. Well, if I type this as an element, and then, can I do it like an array? Probably not. Oh, I can! Nice. Okay, but we still have a problem down here. Style does not exist on type element. I thought it specifically existed. Element. Style. What you mean style don't exist? I thought that was the only place it existed. But I was wrong. HTML element. Okay. As is not gonna work. HTML element. I didn't complain. What? Let's go. We doing stuff. We solving problems with ingenuity. I love this. This is learning. Coming up with a creative solution to a problem off the top of your head. Now we'll see if it works. It's okay if it doesn't. Yeah, it didn't do anything. But it didn't give me errors, so that's something. Did it achieve the thing? Well, no. But it did not complain. What if I say HTML body? What do you think about that? Nothing. What else is in there? Just to see if like this is working in general. Because we're not really going to change the whole page anyway. Right? We're going to be changing a specific element in that page. So there is divs. There are divs. So let's try div instead. But isn't that like a class name though? That's the thing. I don't think that's a class name. I think that's something else. Obviously, I could just make a class. That would be okay. Even an ID. Now I'm kind of wondering if I don't want to go back to this. Elements by name. It's like, what if we write this again? Except this time, just messing around, seeing if I can discover something that works. Whoa, 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 what did I just do wrong? Oh, yeah. You did that wrong. Cut this. We'll paste that up here. And then I'm gonna take object entries bodies, put it down here so at least they're next to each other. Then I'm gonna paste this back down. And we'll say let bodies to HTML collection of elements. But I think it's gonna need to be different. I feel like it was node list of HTML element and make that equal this. Then in here for bodies 2, we can still convert it, evidently. Nothing. Okay. What about div? Wow. Well, this is simply not working whatsoever. Not even a little bit. I wonder if the TypeScript documentation has anything about this. Type annotations on variables. It's a property, technically. Okay, this is kind of hard. I'm actually open to hints. If y'all have like ideas, if anybody in the chat has ideas about how to solve this problem, I'm allowing the help, but no pressure. And just for this, standard CSS properties of the element are expanded to their corresponding long-form properties. Right. Style property is read-only, meaning it's not possible to assign that. So that div already has like a style on it. And then it's modifying it on top of that. So it has to already have the style. Is that what I'm understanding? Otherwise it can't modify it? So for the divs, for example, we could put in style equals, or even in the style sheet, right? In a style sheet, say div background color, we'll say brown. So now we come over here, it's brown. But it's also not overriding it to be pink, as would be my desire. Well, you could also try this. Oh, I turned them both. I turned them both to div. Right? Yeah. So even though it should already... Well, this isn't an op, first of all. Well, let's try the ID, so that way we're just more specific about what we're trying to target. That would probably be helpful, would be my guess. Level 1 text, let's say that. Let div, which is a HTML element, right? We're gonna find out. Equal document get element by ID, and we will simply say div and let div. Exactly. Thank you. At least you understand. Level 1 text, is that what it's called? Yes. Type HTML element null is not assignable. Can I do a little exclamation? Or is this not a good place for an exclamation? Yeah, we can do exclamation. Yeah, partially. It's okay. Getting late, you're just chilling. Thanks for chilling here. Appreciate it. And then if I run this on that, what's that like? Not pink. I'm doing something specifically very wrong. I'm resisting the urge to ask the chatbot, but I feel like the context of what I'm trying to do is so specific, apparently. JavaScript modify CSS style property, whatever. I'll play class name. Yeah, I was kind of just experimenting to see if it worked, to be honest. But here, I'm even just getting the ID on it, the element on its own, and it's still not working. So yeah, these experiments totally might not be right. But I find it surprising that even if I just specifically get that one element, like if I were to come here and say console log div, you can see what that returns. Is something weird happening? Wait, does it only run when I type in here? It's been working! Okay, so first mistake. I put this all in the only when the window happens. Oh my goodness. Only when the listener fires. Now you can see these other ones didn't run. Okay, but what I really wanted to was body, which I could make a class for, but I feel like I should be able to just get it also. So then the other thing too is, I feel like maybe if I do dot div with the class name, that might work. Okay. I'm gonna comment this out. You saying that somehow just helped me, like, realize that. No chatbot needed. So, just curiosity, how does that change it? None. Not a 1 bit. Okay. And then we already know div on its own does nothing. Finding HTML element by ID. Yeah, but what if I don't want to do ID? Thank you to hydrate. Oh, I'm almost out of water. I got a little sip there. I should probably refill though. We all need water, that's right. If you're here and you got water nearby, take a sip. I can drink some tea. It's not the most hydrating thing. But it could be less hydrating. ID tag name, class name, selectors, HTML object collections. So we know about ID. Tag name. Oh, I want a tag name. I was like, what's a tag? Right, tag is like what you use to define an element. Paragraph, div, body. Nice. Okay, so I need to change one of these to get elements by tag name. Maybe that returns like this one. Nice. Let me see that pink. Let's go. Okay, what about body? It's just, I just had a little nudges that needed to happen in a different direction. Yes. Okay. Whew. Phew. Phew. Okay. Woo woo. We got there. We got there. So now that I know how to get there, I want some way. Well, I mean, look. This means that I really want this to be learning JavaScript. I don't want it to be learning HTML. I don't want it to be learning CSS, which, to be fair, they are inextricable. They are. And so I want you to have to, if you want to do HTML, if you want to do CSS, you have to do it through JavaScript. I think it's more fun. Now, it's not necessarily going to teach you best coding practices, right? Because, I mean, how you do those things matter more than if it worked. But I feel like that's out of scope for me a little bit, so we're not gonna worry about that. It'll be fine. Merv is working on your own thing and not paying attention, but hear progress. Yes, that's progress. Let's work on stuff. I love knowing y'all are working alongside, because it's like body doubling vibes. You doing some Unreal? Okay. Object entry, so this is working fantastically. Now in theory, this could be like a whole lesson is how to do this. I think we should do that. I think we should force the user to do it on their own, rather than having a CSS box. That way it's scoped to JavaScript only. So like in theory, I could pull this out of here. You have finally a working setup version of your DOS IDE. Nice. Wait, so that means you're going to be coding from DOS? That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. Oh, I need to do arrow checking. That's totally something I need to figure out. So if I just paste this in here, unexpected token colon. Oh, because it's TypeScript. But this is also why I love TypeScript, because it means that I know I'm doing things more properly. But obviously in TypeScript is, you know, you had the JavaScript right here. I'm just saying, the JavaScript is already there. You just gotta embrace it. In DOSBox. Okay, alright. But in theory, you could do it in actual DOS. Haven't done that since 1996. DOS is kind of cool though. DOS is vibes. DOS is such vibes. Like, that's the kind of hobby stuff I love using old computers for. For sure. You might reinstall FreeDOS on your alternate PC's second hard drive and actually run the games I make on hardware. Honestly, it sounds fun. Okay, let's get the JavaScript version. It feels weird, like I'm copying something I didn't write, but I did write it. It just compiled it for me, also. Okay, let's see if it works. So if the user can, yeah, all right. So the user can do it. I mean, to me, this is a whole lesson into itself. Let's go. Hey, Kalango, welcome. Specific question, you're trying to build a mobile app in pixel art. Nice. Using sprite sheets to motion and other stuffs, but you started your project in React/Expo. Should I change to Godot to build the front end? I'm not the most qualified, but maybe people in the chat can give some answers. Here's what I'm thinking. You can render stuff using Canvas, but I don't know. It's like a mobile app. I don't know anything about mobile apps, unfortunately. I would like to, though. But you are making it sound like it would be JavaScript, so there wouldn't be, would there be HTML? I don't even know. I don't even know. Because you're saying React, which means that would be like HTML stuff. I think a chatbot could give you good guidance, you know, just like don't ask for, don't give code, just give concise steps or something. So you're not even sure, like, so for mobile apps, I hear a lot of people using Kotlin. I don't know anything about it, but a lot of modern mobile apps are written in Kotlin, for whatever that's worth. Oh, it's by JetBrains. You know it's good. So I think picking the right language. So you could use Godot. You could use Godot for it. Definitely. But I think as a front end, I don't know if that makes as much sense to me. Like you would, if you're gonna use Godot, Godot would just be the whole thing. Godot would be the front and the back. But I guess if it's communicating to a server, you would need to have that server and that configured in with, you know, environment variables and secrets and stuff. It sounds like what you're going into is complicated, but I don't think you can't do it. I think definitely figuring out the tool you want to use is going to be really, really important. Yaha wants to know my opinion on the Godot org making it so you can use Godot as a separate library. What? I don't even know what that means. Is that news? Is that recent? Use Godot as a separate library. Is that a thing? I mean, you're on YouTube, but you can always go to Discord and put it in live text. YouTube doesn't have links, but I'd love to see a source on that. That's really interesting. But yeah, I think before you proceed, Katango, I think it'll really help you just not feel as lost as well. If you just know, from 4.6, if you know what your tool set is gonna be. You may not know how to do it in that tool set, but if you know what that tool set is, at least you're not, you know, bouncing between things. But I haven't made a mobile app yet. But if I did, first place I'd look is Kotlin. Just because I see so many apps, mobile apps written in Kotlin. But when you were saying sprite sheets and React, I was like, oh, you can render that to a canvas in JavaScript through HTML. But then I'm like, wait, if it's a mobile app, mobile apps wouldn't have HTML in them. So unless it was a web app, which you could do and just have it like be like basically a web view app. I don't know. Good question though. I need to put that on my list of things to do. Now that I have my own phone, finally, I didn't have my own phone for a long time. Do a mobile app building stream. I definitely want to learn that, and you have reminded me that I want to. Mervkin says use GameMaker. Oh, interesting. Does GameMaker have a mobile export? You were using Canvas, but it doesn't work for you. So I will say this, if you're interested. So I just made a game using sprite sheets and Canvas. If the sprite sheets are why it didn't work for you. So this sprite sheet is being rendered via Canvas. And the sprite sheet will actually change. See, it's Canvas. The canvas will change dynamically and switch to different rows of a sprite sheet, which is kind of crazy. So I'll show you. So I got this inspiration from one of y'all in the community, actually. Ponix Pawn had this project here. If you wanna, if it's like somehow helpful to learn about. There's a couple different sprite sheets. There's this one as an animated sprite sheet with parallax. I think I have to load it in order for this to work. Like load it proper. I don't believe we can just run it from GitHub. But if you go here, you can see examples of how to do the sprite sheet. Let me load it up because it's so cool. It's so cool. It's like kind of magic. Another new window. That's 3 we have now. I think we put it in this folder and right in here. Again, if you want to learn JavaScript and sprite sheets, it is doable. Now, it took me some time to learn it. I had to get real creative, so bear that in mind. But what it does is it's actually taking in a whole row. So if we go back to the GitHub, and we look at the image, not that one, the other one. It's just like a sprite atlas. So it's got all these different rows with different animations on it. That's like the core of it, is that right there. And then what it does is it scans in the code for different rows and it groups them into these nice and neat little sections. Now this has some extra features that aren't like necessarily really necessary, where it lets you scale it and stuff. Pretty unnecessary, but it's there. And then it just lets you switch, but it's nice because it demonstrates if you want to use behind the scenes some of these, you can. So this is a sprite sheet rendered to canvas using JavaScript and HTML. So something to look into. Yeah, check it out. It's really interesting, and then I recreated it for this project. So you can do it. You can do it. And it was just like, it's kind of like it scans through, it like captures like a size. You have to set what the size of the sprite, like each individual sprite is, and then it will like add on the width each time. Oh, I think I made a drawing. Yeah, there it is. It's a little confusing, but you have your height and your width defined, and then for the widths, it'll check, okay, at 0, we know that, or at 80, this is 0. The first one's at 0, and then at 80 is going to be the next one. At the next 80 up will be the next one. The next 80 up is the next one. So you have to input how many frames it has. This has 4 frames, this has 2 frames, etc. And you have to make sure you tell it what the height is. And then it just figures out, so it uses the height to figure out all of the animations that are in there. It's really interesting. It's good learning for sure. Okay, what did I miss? I missed something. I know I did. Game Maker uploads to all platforms. Oh, you put an article. Right. I already forgot. I already forgot what the thing is. Whoa, there's Mervkins. Mervkins drew Candace too. Nice. Okay, but this is very abstract. Look at those leaves. Look at the texture on the siding here. You got her face really well. I love your background, and there's some, this is like art, like abstract commentary art right here. Send this right here. Best I can do is a screenshot. Oh gosh, now I feel obligated to make it like more clear or something. But yes, because this really helped me understand what the code was doing. Because at a first glance, it's a little overwhelming for sure. And then like this one would be plus. I'm pretty sure these are, I don't know, I'm just not gonna point to that one. So anyway, you get the idea. It's a bit sloppy, and these are not the actual height and width, by the way. They're just example things. But it does like explain the concept. Wait, where do I send it? Who are you? Where are you? Where do you receive things? I'll put it on our Discord in live text. So it's just sitting there chilling. Oh, that's your, oh, hi, beautiful cat. Look at that look. Look at this fiery expression. That's a supermodel cat right there. Oh, you're in the Discord. Okay. Who are you in the Discord? Zitato. I can tag you if you want. You don't have to, but it's in live text. Okay, then Yaha shared. Oh, did you put it in general? Preferred messaging platform is smoke signals? That would be very impressive. And then you're saying somewhere in here it talks about something of a build Godot engine as a library. Very common request we've seen regarding Godot is the ability to build the engine as a standalone library. I don't even know what that means. In the past, it's not something we've actively pursued, as the engine paradigm is so central to many of our design philosophies. However, as time goes on, we've encountered more and more scenarios where simply having the ability to access Godot in an isolated context is absolutely necessary for certain workflows. What does that mean? So while a fully fledged integration of this concept isn't something we fully support at this time, someone has put in the work to allow for a functional baseline. Currently dubbed libgodot internally, there's now a basic support for a Godot instance to function as an entry point for these specialized workflows. I don't even understand a use case, but I sure am curious. How do you feel about it, Yaha? This PR is one refactoring something. What did you do with it? It means that in theory, you could do something like use Godot to render the game while everything else you write yourself. Oh. Where can you send a message? General? You can send a message wherever you want, but for certain live text stuff or some stuff like this, it can just keep general cleaner if you put it in live text, but if you put it in general, that's okay. It's just like the context, it's like it's in general, and it's like, what's the context? Just something pasted in there? Okay. Whereas in live text, it's kind of, the context is in the moment. But you can do general if you want, or live text. So it's kind of down lower. It's kind of, there's too many channels. So like there's general up at the top, and then down here in YouTube channel is live text right under notifications. Write everything else yourself? What does that mean? What does write everything yourself mean? Like the end? I don't get it. I don't get it. I'm so confused. Like, don't you already write everything yourself and let Godot render it? You write it yourself with JavaScript? So would you be writing it with something other than JavaScript? Like, I'm so confused. And what are these workflows? I'm gonna have to get the ChatGPT to dumb this one down for old girl. Old girl's confused. This new Godot 4.6 feature is supposed to allow for building a Godot library or something in exactingly, it loves that word, exactingly concise, plain terms. Explain why this is useful and provide 3 realistic use cases with examples how the library got integrated. You're just using the old compiler? You tried. From their website, all that. Building Godot as a library. Let me scroll. Means you can embed the engine inside other applications. Oh, like Lua or something? Wait, but this is wild. The engine? Inside other applications instead of always running it as a standalone editor/game. So if I wanted to use Godot in like VS Code or something, this would be like easier for me to do that, where I could just like have everything be in VS Code. Oh gosh, I hate how up and down. Anyway, I skipped so much. Let's developers reuse Godot's rendering, scripting, and scene system in contexts where a full engine runtime would be overkill. Integration flexibility. You can call Godot's engine loop from your own host program. What is an engine loop? This is kind of over my head stuff. Like, I'm just trying to make games. I'm trying to learn how to make games. I don't know if I'm ready for this low-level type of stuff. Lightweight workflows. Use only the parts of Godot you need. Rendering, scripting, physics without the editor overhead. Why would I use the rendering, scripting, and physics? Easier embedding. Makes Godot behave like a toolkit you can link against. What you're doing is confusing, or this is confusing? Game launcher with embedded previews. A custom launcher app written in C++ or Swift embeds libgodot to render live previews of levels or characters. What? It's okay. It's confusing, right? The launcher links against libgodot.so, or all this, and spins up a Godot instance to load TSCN scenes directly inside a UI panel. Yeah, the ads. Oh, sorry. Boo ads. Boo ads. Non-game applications. CAD or architectural tool wants Godot's 3D renderer for viewport rendering, but keeps its own UI framework. The host app initializes Godot instance, passes a surface texture handle, and Godot renders into that surface while the main app handles menus and toolbars. That's interesting. So like in theory, I could have like a web page that instead of rendering things to canvas, renders it to a Godot instance? But why? Web or mobile apps embedding Godot content. An iOS app written in Swift uses Godot for interactive 3D widgets. Links against libgodot, creating a UI view CA layer, and Godot renders that into that layer. The rest of the app remains native. Turns Godot into a reusable engine component rather than only a monolithic runtime, opening the door for hybrid apps, custom editors, and embedded 3D experience. Okay, alright. Thanks again, you really helped me. Yay! You're heading to bed now. Good night. Good night, Kalenga. Thanks for stopping in. Let's go! I helped! Really, we helped. Because that sprite sheet code is from PonixPon. Please. Yeah, please. We are Hyper Game Dev. Thanks for the follow. Wow. Well, thank you for bringing this to my attention. I'm gonna have to keep that in mind. There you are. I'm gonna have to keep that in mind. Thanks for the Prime sub! Okay, you may be going to bed, but I'm now gonna draw your user icon. Thank you for the Prime sub. Appreciate it. I do. So many Prime subs today. So now I'll tag you in it on Discord so you can see it later. Don't delay bed or anything. Oh, this one's already cartoony. This one's gonna be easy. As always, well, maybe not. As always, you're welcome to join in and draw your own interpretation. I made that too large. But no pressure to, of course. Back in Paint. We are a paint drawing stream now. So we got a couple colors in the background. We got like some black and then like a pale green. Kind of yellow green. Or something. And then we got some awesome yellow neon lights. I mean, the glow, I'm not touching the glow. I'm not ready for glow. Out of my league. We'll just do some bars. Let's say that this is where the break is happening. For the other yellow neon bar. Then we got some blues. Let's make that a little bigger. Give it some roundness. It's kind of hard to make that match up. Good enough. And then there's another blue. For all we know, it goes all the way across. Let's assume that it does. It actually seems to have the same angle as the other little nub of blue up there, but it's okay. That's too much perfection. Well, oh yeah. We have to close that off down here. Boop, boop. Oh! And up here. Oh, and down there. Okay, and then we got our character. Black outline will be good here. Now, was I crazy, or did some of these other brushes actually make it bigger? Whoa! You got this paint? Okay, that is kind of cool, actually. I don't know that it's appropriate for this. I kind of prefer the like more pixelated look though, if I'm being honest. But I like how these get a lot bigger. That's good to know. Okay, so you need a little fuzz ball at the top. Boop, 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 boop. Boop, 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 boop. And that's the sound. Wearing headphones. We want those to be black. Not the greatest fill in there, for some reason. I think that's a little darker. Really, I gotta go through here and I gotta cover that up. I don't have to. Some of it can look like a stylistic choice, even. But I feel like we all just recognize that as like a paint annoyance. An MS Paint annoyance. Where it doesn't like... It's like got some anti-aliasing? Like why is there anti-aliasing or something? I don't know. It's an MS Paintism. Okay, now it's also on the other side, just less pronounced. I feel like I've got the shape a little wrong, but that's okay. I feel like you should do this. Well, this is kind of a hard one to do in one stroke. Okay, that, and then, oh, it's a little thinner than I want it to be. Come across here. Give it a green look. I still maintain that that's blue. It's much closer to blue than green. Is what I mean. Okay, so then this... I want to cover up and fill in. Such a little pencil. It's so little. I could probably use one of those brushes. Much a greater effect. It does have these like cable lines on it. Kind of even has this like center point looking thing, which is interesting. Like where they're actually sort of wrapping around something. And technically they're closer together on the ends. I don't have to worry about it, but it's kind of cool just to like, especially when it's like like drawing, to like try to learn how to draw by like emulating other drawing styles. And the lines are a little less uniform than this, but that's okay. There's some perfection I don't mess with. It'll do. And we got a face. We also have the headphones out here. That is smaller. How did my... Wait, what's... Oh, the pencil is... That's why. I guess the default is something else. That's why it had that anti-aliasing look and stuff. Well, this is bigger and it's smoother, so we're gonna use it. I kind of prefer the more pixelated look. But that's okay. Wonderfully simple face to draw. Oh, okay. I might have made it a little too large. That's alright. Put a hoodie in there. I can't believe I put it so low down. Oops. We're gonna roll with it. Pixel Picasso progression, yes. Picasso. I drew this head a little lower in the frame than I meant to. But we're gonna go with it. We ball. It's okay. And then that gray bit on the inside. I hate how the bucket doesn't make it a clean fill on this brush. I don't think I'll use this brush again on purpose. For that reason alone. It's too egregious. It can't be forgiven. Oh yeah, that makes sense. You gotta cut it off. Fill it in a bit. It does kind of look like, the way I've drawn it, it should have like a bit more headphones up here. Oh, and then it keeps switching back to the pencil. I see, so you have to click on this up here to get to the pencil. Everything else is something different. Well, good to know. You should really just paint it in though. Can't win them all. Yeah. Oh yeah, you can see how my other one turned out. Oh, I tried my best. We got some little lines in here. Zoop. A little bit over there. Let's get the skin in there so we can start drawing the face. nice. Some pink. Some hot pink. For the cap. Excellent cap color. It's kind of giving a Bob's Burgers Louise look. And then a very dark blue. That is a bit more saturated than that. Ugh, there they are. Those edges. I can't stand it. It upsets me. But I guess if it's going to be smooth, it basically has to be anti-aliased. So I get it. But I don't have to like it. Oh, I missed. Yeah, the face ended up looking like a rage comic, or like not rage comic, but like the kind of comic book face, or it was like a web comic face, more than I intended, but it's okay. I made that brim way too small. It's chunky. That's like part of its whole deal. Is that it's a chunky brim. But in this variation, it's not. Okay, then we got some little eyes. Another little eye. Is the nose like boop, boop, boop? And then a mouth. Plus some teeth. Fix that mouth first. Huffing Cap is for playing Where's Waldo. There you are instantly. It would make that very easy. For sure. You made an attempt! Yay! I love when y'all join in. It just feels like even more of a present to give to the person. And it looks like it's got, I don't even know. It looks like there's blue in there. It can't be intentional. Ugh. And the aliasing go away. I'm never using this brush again. Ever. Never, I tell you. We're gonna have the same problem over here. Probably be easier just to color it in. And it will make this like a little tongue situation. Something. Oh, and then the hoodie. We got a dark purple, very dark. Highly dark. Really? Really with the anti-aliasing? You know, we're gonna allow it, I don't care. This is not my most charming. But I don't know. It's like my art style is like shaping up to not be very cute. There's just something like kind of aggressive about it. Like a little harsh. Alright, so you see yours? Okay, so your name in here was Kalenga? $2025, 10, 21. Whoa! This is cool! It's definitely scary. See you, Merv. Don't stay until the sunrise. That's good advice. Yeah, I know. I keep starting my streams later and later on accident. No, I know. It looks awesome. It looks really good. It has like it has this like ephemeral style to it. Like it looks a little like ghostly. It's like it's not like a solid person. It's like a smoke cloud morphing into a person and then unmorphing. And then the spray paint really helps with like it looking like it's glowing. This is great. This is fantastic. Chef's kiss. Okay, Ezekiel. Here is your attempted Lee's drawing. Far away, it's kind of cute. Nice and sane. This looks really good. I really like this a lot. And you got that chunky brim. Nice chunky brim. Alright. Hey Danny, both are great. We try. Isn't IAB so cool? I love the way you added like texture with like the shadows and stuff using the spray paint tool. It's just a nice style. Looks good. Whoa, coding. Every time I switch back to coding, I'm just like, what is this? So what was I trying to do? Well, we did have a little win where we can actually use this to code CSS. I don't even know. Oh, I do want to like set this aside so I have it because I just think it's gonna be useful to hang on to for future reference. So first of all, can we call this underscore? Apparently the thing you just installed was the wrong thing, so you have to wait for forever for the right thing to install? Boo! Right, because it's like still installing. Your head hurts again? Damn. Is it something that like you're used to, like you've experienced before, like these types of headaches or migraines or whatever? Or is it new? Hyper doctor dev. I'm not a doctor. You know that. Surely you know that. I'm not a doctor. You don't know? Honestly, it's a little scary. It sounds like you're taking it seriously, though. Example possible challenges. .txt. Mayhapsly because you're mad at computer. Oh. So it could be a tension headache, even. Potentially. So this is great. We can do CSS. I think this first challenge that I've sketched out will be well achieved with CSS. So we'll have an element in here. We'll have the coins, which will have to detect like collision of some kind. Like, do I want the coins to already have collision detection, or does the player have to give the coins collision detection? I'm gonna say that it's already gonna be in there. Although, you know, this could be like a level 4 challenge or something, and level 1, I don't really want to repeat too much though. Level 1 could be just like getting the coin or making a coin collectible. Level 2, now you have to, I don't know. I think I'd rather them be like isolated incidents. So that means I'm also going to figure out how to make the coin be collectible. It'll be easy enough to do the theme park thing. I mean, we still have to, so I feel like the best way to do collision here is going to be to see if these like pixels are overlapping, if any of the pixels, like the rectangle that this will have, is overlapping with this one's axis aligned boundary. And then if they are overlapping, it's been collected. I think probably makes the most sense. Unless there's some other collision detection thing I didn't know about. Maybe there's easier ways to overlap. So that means I need the person. I gotta make some art. I gotta make a person here. I mean, we could just keep it really simple for now. Not think too hard about it. We could say cartoon person site, I think Wikimedia Commons. Wait, Wikimedia Commons. I always forget the URL. Commons.wikimedia.org. Commons.wikimedia.org. I guess there's also Pixabay too. Nothing. Okay. Okay. Cartoon man, cartoon guy. You got any women? Or NBs? I said person. Something about like a GIF is kind of endearing. When they're holding a flag. Let's see if we can do like Pixabay. Person. Oh my god. Oh my god, I'm so sick of this. I'm so sick of these cookies things. I said person. Do these look like persons? We got a naked ant. Okay, that's a person. That's a person. It's so hard not to wonder if some of these are like AI too. Like they may not be. Like I would assume AI probably trained on a lot of stuff like this too. I think this person. But then it's also like, you know, when you're picking like assets, like what does it say? You know, by using that asset. Like if it's an older person, is that implying something about the world? There's gotta be AI in here. I feel like all of these are AI. You know? It's kind of disappointing. I was kind of hoping that this site would be pure. But again, it's still kind of hard to tell. Yeah. But like these, but I don't know. Maybe they're not, you know? Maybe it's not. Okay, this looks a little AI. I also hate the like witch huntery of like hunty of like trying to like accusing people of being like, this is AI. This is AI. Like right away, no matter what, you know? But I feel like if it's coins, it should be like some kind of jump man or something, you know? It makes me cartoon child. It makes me want to just draw my own stick figure. But you, so, I mean, I hear you, but you don't know. You technically don't know. I do think some of them we can postulate. I think if you look like really deeply, oh, thank you. Hild. If you look really deeply, you can like look for those little errors. But I think some of these are harder to tell than you're giving credit for. I disagree, because there are people who have that style. AI trained its image stuff on other people's images. And I remember there was somebody on Reddit who was posting their art, and everyone was just like, this is AI, this is AI, this is AI. I hate that. You're good at spotting AI stuff. Maybe you are. But like, I feel like you need more time than just being flashed it for a second, you know? I feel like you have to look closely. And even then, if you don't see like actual hallmarks, there's people who draw like, well, the AI draws like the people, right? And maybe it goes both ways. But yeah, so somebody was like sharing art that they made, and everyone was just like barraging them with accusations of being AI. And then you look at this person's history, they have years and years and years of history of drawing in that style. Before AI was what Gen AI is what it is right now. And so obvious. And this person was like a famous artist, online digital artist. Which makes sense, that's what AI is going to train on. So that's why I think you can't just quickly, like, look at this, right? This one, my brain says that's AI, right? I look at this, it is a shame. It sucks. It sucks. And so people, I mean, it's everywhere in comments. Just people coming out here and saying AI, ChatGPT. This one on the left, like there's something inside of me that says, this is made by AI. Oh, it is! AI generated. Nice. So sometimes, I'm not saying we can't. Sometimes we can tell, right? What about these other ones I opened? AI generated! There you go. This one, AI generated! Oh my god. Devastating. So I will say, yes, we can often tell by looking, but I think especially when people are sharing art that they're purporting to be their own, it feels different. But yeah, maybe here it's fair to accuse it. Maybe. It's still really frustrating. This, like, we know that a site like this, that's gonna be AI, right? But let me make sure we don't. Authentic only. And then the other thing is, how can this website say that they're free images? A flower had 2 stems. Boo. Like, how can you say these are free to use assets? If it's AI, it could be stealing the asset for all we know, you know? Okay, that I'm clocking that as AI generated. But is it? It might not be. It might not be. Like, I clock it as AI generated, but I can't prove it. They didn't label it as such, and I don't know that I, like, see an obvious error. I mean, there is this... Okay, this looks kind of sus right there. Like, what is that? Sometimes people just being bad at art makes that an issue, you know? Yeah, that thumb is weird. If broccoli is AI, nobody would willingly draw broccoli. Oh, you're right, the straps. There you go. And this one is... Okay, we're done with Pixabay. Pixabay, goodbye. This is annoying. That's why I like using Wikimedia Commons. I feel like it's not tainted in that way. Do I have to use Google? Technically, this is supposed to be Google. Just through like a layer of abstraction. This is better though. More like Pixabay. And you know, these all have like the dates. I mean, look at that. I clock that as AI. But is it AI? I know, I try not to use it, but sometimes it's literally the best at finding things. It's not as good as it used to be, has a lot of problems, does a lot of terrible things. It's getting worse, but it still finds things really well. I very much clock this as AI. But maybe it isn't. Look at those keys. Look at those keys on the keyboard. Oops. No. So when was this? 2024. Source own work. This is like, it's a little depressing. Honestly. Not like, okay, not like I feel like depressed about it. This has a AI disclaimer. Overuse of creases. Ah, nice. Is your entire clothing made of denim? So what about ones that are like definitely not AI? Do they have that disclaimer? Like, probably not. This does not look like AI to me. It's uploaded in 2018. We know it's not. And it doesn't have the disclaimer. So why does it have the disclaimer? I don't even know how to sing that. It's a crazy AI art world we're living in. Jamiroquai AI. Nice. So I might even slap in, and this has been my secret trick, which is very sad also, before 2022 or something. Now that AI stuff isn't popping up. It's sad, right? Because it's like now any art, yeah, because but I'm saying, like, is there like a label that I can search for without having to go all the way down to the legal disclaimer? You know, like it's like labeled somewhere else. But this, to me, this is very sad. I'm usually looking for images before 2022. So if people legitimately make art after 2022, I'm going to be filtering that out. What scares you is generative AI stuff is only going to get better and it'll become harder to tell. Yeah. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see if it'll always be harder to tell. Whether it's hard to tell or not, I feel like it's equally bad. But I see your point. Yeah, I see your point. It sucks. It all sucks. I feel like what it's done to the art space is the worst. Like, even with code, if it generates code, it's also stealing that from other code bases and compiling it together. Fiction writing. It studies novels and then constructs writing that sounds exactly like somebody else's. Something about images is just like the worst. Just the worst. I can't explain it. It feels exceptionally bad. Yeah, I don't even, we should just like not talk about it. It is a bummer. It is a bummer. It's my fault for forgetting to do the before 2022 thing. I try to remember to do that so y'all don't have to even think about these things. Biggest Doom open source engine thing just got destroyed by AI? Oh dear. People got no problem labeling their AI art as theirs and original. Yeah, I know. I know, but of course there's always gonna be bad people who do bad things, right? Yeah, look at this. Look at that person. Simple. To the point. Road sign. Should I be looking up a road sign walking? Walking road sign. This one's a woman because there's a dress. And a tote that is clearly not a briefcase. Alright, I guess we're doing this one. No, not that. This is pretty bad though. The line thicknesses are horrendous. Here, let's do this person. I kind of like this one because it's a little ambiguous if it's like supposed to be a dress or something else. I'm all about that ambiguity. Oh, it's an SVG. I'll screenshot it then. How about that? It's the same problem with music too now. Some people generate AI songs and try to take credit. You may not know. You just may not know that something you really like is that. Oh yeah, nightshade and glaze. You're right, for like baking in something that doesn't allow the AI to train on it. Oh yeah, I remember what upsets you is that your stuff gets trained on. Not that that doesn't upset me, but something about it bothers me less than the impact of that. But yeah, you're like poisoning the well a little bit, so that way it can't actually train on stuff. It is cool, and I think maybe there's even some degree where it's not like foolproof. Anyway, I don't want to bum you. All right, we should shift it. This is a bummer. We don't need a bummer here. We're not here to be disappointed. But on the other hand, I will say it's kind of an important discussion too, because we're going to be coping with whatever the fallout of this is for a long time. So. But there's also legitimate uses, like right here, that background remover is using AI. Right? So like, to me, these uses are awesome. I have literally no problem with it. It's fine by me. So there's really good applications of it. What's up, Elemental Magic's card game? How you doing? Like, not Magic the Gathering, but like a Magic game that's actually about magic. Like real magic. Oh, but see, it does do some strange things. Look at that. What did you do? How did you mess this up? You had one job. Don't mess it up. Oh, it's not because of you. No, it's not because of you. Come on. What? It's still there a little bit? It's okay. We can actually just erase it manually. Sometimes the old-fashioned way is the right way. I remember when we used to draw things with our hands. Those were the days. Okay, Grandma. I'm gonna just like get some way to make color and some way to have that color show up on something. You're so weird, Grandma. You forgot about Nightshade. It is awesome. Based on the correct elements. Like, you have air and not white. Got it. Right. They do have, like, colors. Well, welcome. Are you... I mean, you're talking about the card game. Are you, like, a dev? Do you do, like, TTRPG stuff? Or are you just interested in game dev? I feel like I want this person to be at the bottom. But can you be a little bigger? Thank you. Speaking of Canva and AI, about a week until we learn about what they're doing with Infinity. I know. Yeah, they advertised a keynote. Don't miss the keynote with our biggest product drop yet. Not only does this irritate me because yes, we're gonna find out what it's doing with Infinity, but it also irritates me because often the tools that I use all the time get changed a little bit, and it's not always for the better. They start running a bunch of like beta tools and replace things. This is why I don't like Photopea as well. I don't like, and I use it. I use Canva. I do, and sometimes I think maybe I shouldn't. But the main reason I use it is the cloud. That it's storing all that stuff in the cloud, and it's something that I can just use at any computer. Obviously, I can, you know, pay for like a cloud server or make my own server, but that's a lot of extra effort. But, you know, these online services for using as a tool, you never know if they're gonna change something. Yeah, the spider, that was for... One of the learn along. Which learn along game was that for? Oh, it was a gamedev gauntlet. Oh, that was the speech to text spider where you have to yell at something to get it to move. Not gonna lie, that was actually pretty cool. This was low-key awesome. It was a pain because I coded the whole thing with speech to text using my voice. But boop. Oh, it doesn't know what the device is. What device are you looking for? Oh, it is looking. Boop. Boop. Oh, there we go. I gotta be loud enough. Hey. Whoop. Whoop. Jump. 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 Jump, 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 jump! Yeah! Actually, I think that's pretty cool. Pretty annoying to play, but still it feels cool. You're not making a TTRPG? You do some game programming. Nice. You worked for Wizards of the Coast on Magic Spellslingers a while back. Now just your own game. That's really cool! What? I don't know if I know what Spellslingers is. But now I'm curious. Oh, it was like a game. Whoa. I didn't know there was a Magic game. That's cool. Nice, so you're like pro game dev. I love that. I'm usually using Godot, but I'm trying to learn JavaScript because it's useful, and my favorite way to learn things is through games, because I love making games. What tool set, if you don't mind my asking, do you like to use? And what was Spell Slingers made in? You don't have to answer any of these questions, by the way. I'm just curious. That's really cool though. Okay, so I'm gonna make sure this asset is in my project. For it to compile down for itch properly, I do have to make it be in the same directory. Ooh. We got some little anti-aliasing on the sides. Nobody likes anti-aliasing on the sides. I kind of don't care, you know, it could be like a placeholder. Okay, I'll be honest, I care a little bit. Unfortunately. Well, here's what you can try to do. What if we just adjust this? There you go. Easy. I feel like it's still somewhere. No, it looks good. Okay, we're gonna drag that one in as the asset. Let's go. I guess I should also look at the license, and then technically look at the license. I don't know why if it's like an actual road sign somewhere. I feel like it wouldn't be. Spellslingers used Unity. Interesting. You're not using any engine at the moment. Everything is manual. Partially this is because you just don't have a lot of animations other than complex graphical assets. So you're using, what, like C++? That's pretty cool. License is Creative Commons 0. Thank you. I just wanted to see. I like to do diligence. Do diligence. That was hard. I like to do diligence. We got there. So, why did I want this? Because, let's rename this. Because I want to represent our character. Okay, but wait, one more thing. I actually don't want it to be black because, no, I do want it to be black. But we do have to make sure that it stands out. So we'll figure that out. The back end is in Haskell and the front end in JavaScript. Nice. You're trying to migrate to using Idris 2 for the back end, either Idris 2 or PureScript for the front end. What are these things? General purpose, statically typed, love that. Purely functional programming language with type inference and lazy evaluation. Pioneered several programming features, such as type classes. It pioneered type classes, which enable type-safe operator overloading and monadic I/O. It's named after logician Haskell Curry. Whoa. 1990. And here I am, never heard of it. What does it look like? It sounds pretty cool. And it's like a game or just a general project? Whoa. It's got let. It looks pretty intuitive. Well-known features that came from Haskell are generics and list comparisons. I see. I see. Use it for work, but the game is also in Haskell. What's pure script? I like to at least have like a passing familiarity with these things. Comprehensions, not comparisons. List comprehensions. Got it. That kind of, I was like, that didn't look like comparisons. I see. Strongly typed language that compiles to JavaScript. Wait. Do I want to use this instead? So I'm learning, okay, I'm learning TypeScript because I'm coming from using GDScript in Godot. And in Godot, using GDScript, static typing makes everything more readable. It makes error checking better. It makes autocomplete better. Just everything's better. And I love it. So I started using TypeScript because when I was making JavaScript and I couldn't tell what things were, I hated it. I wanted that information. And I also wanted to know if I was, you know, using types, mixing types incorrectly, because often JavaScript won't even care. So I got this so I can make sure I type everything, but it doesn't require that I type it. It just allows me to type it. And I'd kind of rather it punish me if I don't. But pure script will. Maybe I'm gonna use pure script for my next project. Compile to readable JavaScript and reuse existing JavaScript, because it's like behaving just like TypeScript with the compiling. Succinctly and concisely list differences between TypeScript and pure script. Type superset of JavaScript designed for gradual typing and large-scale JavaScript development. PureScript is a purely functional Haskell-inspired language that compiles to JavaScript with strict type guarantees. TypeScript structural optional static typing allows any and gradual adoption. Strong Hindley-Milner style type system with type classes. No escape hatches like any. So would the types be different than what TypeScript allows or uses? Compiles to idiomatic JavaScript, runs directly in JavaScript environment. Compiles to JavaScript, but with more abstraction. Runtime feels closer to Haskell semantics. Whoa. No restrictions, side effects can occur everywhere. Side effects are explicit, I don't even know what a side effect is, and controlled via monads. TypeScript, huge ecosystem, integrates seamlessly with existing JavaScript/Node.js projects. Smaller ecosystem, more niche, but offers strong correctness guarantees. I kind of like to see what it looks like. Okay, I guess this is the pure script file. Whoa, it's kind of got of its own like syntax going on too. You can put DOS. Yay, nice, Krillionaire. You can do anything. See, that is like part of the joy of coding to me. Is like that you can have this result that just like gives you that feedback. I love that. Let's go. TypeScript is designed to work alongside JavaScript. PureScript is its own thing that compiles into JavaScript. Oh, I don't know if I'm ready for that. But that's interesting. So if I want to use it for JavaScript applications, I can. PureScript exists because the reason PureScript exists is because it natively understands primitive browser operations and has a type system designed for working with web pages. I don't know that I'm ready for this now that I see that it's actually its own entire separate language. This is crazy. Look at all this JavaScript that results. Control bind, data function, data semigroup. It's really interesting how much leaner this is. And yet, it enforces more correctness. And seeing how it breaks down is also interesting. So this is like the equivalent of like an arrow function, or like a... Oh, this is so weird. I love how easy it is. Like, you don't have to type variable, you don't have to type function. Honestly, kind of beautiful. Oh, there's that. Oh, that's log. I thought that was that logarithmic stuff. In JavaScript, you can just write to the log whenever you want. You can see in the PureScript example, there's the effect type constructor, which models computations which also have an effect, like writing to the log. Oh yeah. I hate Twitch ads. I hate it. Like, the option is either we have those giant mid-rolls, or a pre-roll. And I'm not sure I'm convinced which one's worse for small streamers. Because, yeah, the conventional wisdom is that a pre-roll ad, people will get it and be like, I'm out of here, and never watch the stream. But these gigantic mid-rolls, maybe they are in the middle of watching a stream, they see the ad, and they're like, now I'm gonna leave, because I don't want to deal with this, you know? I feel like it'd be nice if it put in the chat when the ads end, too. I should add that to my ballooning list of things. Have social stream overlays show when ads end and clarify that they're for Twitch. Like, I think that's even just right in the code somewhere for the overlay. I don't know. Anyway. PureScript. Very interesting. I like it so much. It makes me just be like, wait, do I wish I started learning this so I didn't have to learn crazy JavaScript? But here's the other thing. Part of my ambition to learn JavaScript, the reason why I want to learn JavaScript is that I want to know how to read JavaScript. So when I pull up something that I'm trying to modify or tweak, I can look at it and be like, oh, that's doing that, that's doing that. So that's why I say I don't think I'm ready for PureScript. I love how lean it is compared to JavaScript. It's beautiful. It's gorgeous. And it's white space. I love it. But I'm also realizing that I'm not ready for it, because part of the reason I want to learn JavaScript is it will allow me to understand JavaScript more. So if I'm trying to modify a chat overlay that someone else has made, I'll be able to read it and see what's what. Whereas this isn't gonna help me learn that. So I feel like I'm still gonna start with JavaScript, TypeScript, but like if I get to like the level where I'm able to do JavaScript day in, day out, I'm neo-vimming all over the place, maybe at that point I say, wait, this can be simpler, and take a look at PureScript. Very interesting. Could be useful to write in JavaScript, TypeScript first, and then see if you can refactor it into PureScript. Wow! That does sound cool. So for the future, I look at my past projects and try to put them into PureScript. love that. It's a good idea. We finally have a cat today. For now. Alright, I'm gonna get back to what I'm doing, which is... Before anyone says it, yes, there's security issues. I'm addressing them the best I can. It's also a localized thing, so it's not really a big issue. And yes, we're allowing scripts and allowing safe origin because there's code that ensures that or checks to see, are we currently on in the editor in the debug mode or not. If we're not in debug mode, oh yeah, I'm not supposed to include this in the build on itch. I think I actually did. If we're in debug, then you can allow that. Otherwise, don't. So what the idea is the player can type in things. So if we say, let A equal 5, let B equal 10, function sum A plus B, or return A plus B. Oops, I did it wrong. I probably set up the function incorrectly. I love this challenge of trying to write stuff without any, like, error checking. With that said, I'm just gonna remind myself how to write a function. Wait, why didn't that work? It actually looks correct to me. You know, I'm actually a little confused why that didn't work. This looks like it would work. Oh, I'm silly. We have to return, I see what I've done. I see what I've done. I see what I've done. Oh, I love that. I love it. This is actually like a really good way to learn, is to like not have all of the advantages that you normally get. So I would want to say return 10 plus, or return sum. You don't even have to do this. This is not necessary. 10 plus 1. So it's making me better in that sense as well. Not a number! What have I done? What have I done? Wait, why is this wrong? Okay, it can return 10. I can do 10 plus 3, it'll return that. Why is this so wrong? You know how to do basic stuff in C++ for DOS? Yay! I'm proud of you. You set out that goal, you struggled, you pushed through, and you made it happen. Why am I doing this so wrong? I think you don't want... Oh my gosh, you're right. You're right! Oh, thank you. Thank you. Yes, it should be. It should be. Oh, whoops. See, I feel like I would have gotten an error in VS Code. And it really holds back learning a little bit, you know, to have all that error checking. Because I just wait for the error, and I'm like, oh, thanks, error, and I fix it. But if I don't have any of that and I just have to like type it in raw, there's good learning there. So I don't even want to change that. I don't want to like make this even super fancy with tons of error checking. Okay, but I do. And the reason why the child frame looks like that, by the way, is because I was testing being able to change the CSS. That's also why this is orange in the back. So I can even take this code here, paste it in, and the background changes. We can make it blue. And then if we address a div, now that becomes blue. So this is kind of what I want the game to inspire, is getting creative, seeing the results happen, and solving problems. But I do think error checking would be good, to some extent, okay? To some extent. So that like problem I had before, it would be nice. I mean, it did return not a number, to be fair. So maybe, I don't know, because sometimes there's extra things that appear in the console that don't appear down there. So maybe we don't do that. I'm gonna circle back to that. Because like if it's not happening, you know it didn't work. It's evident. So let's just make this person move. Let's make this person walk. I do think the background on level 1. Oh yeah, I think level 1 needs its own style sheet. I do. Which kind of sucks. But it's okay. Styles level 1.css. Because I want this to have a blue sky. Sky blue. And then the text we can say is black. Then in level 1, we have styles level 1. Now it looks like that. So if I'm gonna completely transform this. I need to get GitHub right now. I haven't actually set this up in a GitHub repo all this time. Before I obliterate this functionality and turn it into something different, I'm just gonna go ahead and gonna want to put this on a repo. So this folder is called JS Learn Along 2. So we're gonna say new repository, JS Learn Along 2. Yep. Sure, give it readme, I don't care. Create it. Take your time, do what you gotta do. I know there's a lot of stuff in there. So you can see it reloaded because it probably added like the git attributes and git ignore and stuff. Publish. Honestly, I'm just gonna call it JavaScript Learn Along 2. Be done with it. Definitely public. Alright. Now, let's obliterate what it is. So instead of child page iframe, I'm gonna want there to be a person in here. So there's two different ways to do this, right? Because if I'm making a game about learning how to code, like how much code do I want there to be? And how much do I want to provide or not provide? So for example, I could make the person be a div or a image element, right, in HTML. And so the player is going to have to try to find that image, assign it to a JavaScript variable or something in order to control it. Or I pre-assign it to a JavaScript variable and the player is able to use that. I feel like I'd rather do that. Like, I think there could be, so this isn't like level 1. It says it's level 1, but really this would be like level 4 or something. So level 1, it could be that everything builds up, right? So at first you learn how to find something from the DOM. and assign it. It'd even be kind of cool if the game kept like building, like it wasn't just that they're different levels, but the same level keeps changing. And I don't know. I don't know. I don't know if I like it. I don't think I like it. Also, where's it gonna describe what the challenge is? Just up here. It'll be like, I don't know. I don't want to think too big about that. So I think I would rather provide the reference to the person and focus on specific challenges. So that way we can have a hint section with relevant documentation. You can look at that hint and it'll be a lesson on moving elements. Hey Flip, welcome. I think I'd prefer that to always mandating that you have to every time find the elements. It just becomes like repetition instead of a lesson that focuses on moving an element. Yeah, it's interesting. It's interesting decisions to make, and it helps me learn more to think about it. Okay, we've committed it, so we can obliterate things. We could also put it on here. We could say, I want to go to the theme park, but I can't afford it. Like, I don't know. Help me collect the coins so I can go to the theme park. That's pretty long for a header too. It's kind of gigantic. We probably want like a custom style there. So maybe we'll just give it default size text and call it a day. Oh, that's still pretty big. That's huge. Well, it's because you're zoomed in also. It's still quite large, isn't it? I think it'd be nice if it was also bold or strong. No, but you can define all of this. Give it a class. Give it a class right now. Class equals. And the other thing about the CSS, I think you need two style sheets, right? So you would want the main style sheet, the children style sheet. I also think we could use just one style sheet, the parent. But you know what? One thing at a time. It's a lot to think about. It's very exciting. So we have this one, and then this overwrites that stuff. So we didn't say anything about what happens to div backgrounds, so it didn't overwrite that. And that came through. I don't really want to do that, so we're gonna get that out of here. But what I do want is to do like font weight 500. But I'd only want that on certain things, right? Apparently I didn't go big enough. 900. Nice. Obviously I hate that font too, but we're not gonna worry about those details right now. So really I'd want a specific class for that. So the class can be text goal. I don't know. And then in the styles, we say oh gosh, I'm trying to remember if it's dot or if it's hash or neither. We'll figure it out. Just try hash, and if it's wrong, you can deal with it. Text goal. Don't remind me, I want to be wrong. Font weight 900. Okay, that was wrong. I don't want to look. If you're telling me I don't want to look, I don't want to see it. I refuse to look. You could be not doing it, but I wanna find out. It's not! Oh, by the way, Flip, I found out a way to not be as hostile about backseating. But I have to make it happen. Probably with JavaScript. But yeah, please be silent on answering things. But I will say, unless I'm like, please, can y'all help me? So the idea is I kind of think it's neat. So have like a backseat command where if you prepend your message with backseat, you can, your messages like won't appear like somewhere that I can see it, but they'll get like stored, and then once I solve it, this is Comic Sans. Once I've solved it, I could then press a button and then see everyone's guesses, and then possibly learn more and stuff. And then it would be nice if I see like if I in this my peripheral, I'm like, you're helping, and then I could press it somewhere and then automatically put that message in that database. Like Comic Sans, originally it was just the default, and somebody in chat was like, make it a better font. And I was like, which font should I make it? And they said Comic Sans. And I was like, okay. And I actually love it. That's why it happened. It's way more fun. Obviously, like a monospace font would be better if I'm like coding something, but usually I'm not. So it's good. That's neat, right? It's kind of a cool idea. But I have to make it. I kind of want it to be centered, which is a little chaotic. So I guess we're putting it in a div. Bring on the divs. I feel like I'd rather make this whole thing a div. And then further, for text goal, I probably should call it like goal container. Actually. Hey, what's up, El Rey? From Chiapas, Mex. Wow. Thanks for coming in from Chiapas, Mexico, I assume, is what you mean. Are you doing some game dev stuff? Web dev stuff? Glad you found us. Goal container. See, this is why I don't need to worry about going back and forth with mouse. I need like a minute to process things. Like NeoVim makes you so much faster. Okay, but I'm slow. I'm so slow. So let's make this goal container, and then because it's easier. No, let's try to guess. Because it's easier, I often like using the like Chrome dev tools to design everything, but let's see if I can guess it. I don't know, block, and then I just want it to be centered for now. Align items center. Wait, it's probably just, oh, what? Container. Hold on. Okay. Align content? Nope. Justify content? Nope. Alright, help me out. DevTools. It is a classic. I know. Probably want something other than block would be my guess. I think block was my mistake. I feel like you should just always use flex, you know? I think flex is the way. But wait. It still doesn't look very centered. I don't know if that really centers the text though. Like, sure, it can change the items inside. I guess I'm a little disappointed that absolutely nothing is happening to it. Whoa. There's things happening. Bad things, though. We don't get the nice little clicky tools. Alright, I'm gonna look it up. Center text with CSS. Because it can, like, center the element, but I don't know if it can center the text. Text align. That sounds like the right answer. Nice. Alright. You're coding a veterinary system in WinForm. So looking for code company. I'm here. I'm here. That sounds really interesting. A veterinary system. Windows forums. A graphical, so you're like meeting them where they're at, basically. Like they use something that necessitates this. Free open source graphical user interface class library for building Windows desktop applications, included as a part of Microsoft.NET framework for Mono, providing platform right client application desktop. Interesting. It's seen as a replacement for the earlier, more complex C++ based Microsoft Foundation class library. It doesn't offer a comparable paradigm and only acts as a platform for the user interface tier and multi-tier solution. Interesting. Flip's company used to use WinForms, but we moved to WPF. What is WPF? I must know. I must know the acronyms. I have to. Whoa. That looks like a Windows coding program, all right. Ooh, it's got icons. I like icons. Interesting. Nice. So you're doing like freelance work and stuff, maybe. Love that. I love that. I love how like learning coding skills can be turned into gigs. WPF versus WinForms. Oh yeah, everybody do just be saying WPF. Acronym what mean? Windows Presentation Forms or something. Windows Presentation Foundation! You were close. You were very close. So that's some like corporate tools. Okay, so then we have the result area, which I would love to have a little space above. So I'm gonna call this, so wait, we need to actually address this in the code too. So instead of any of this, all this goes away. We don't have an input display element anymore. We don't use it. It's gone. So this result is currently not being used anywhere. Does it still like work in general though? I'm just gonna paste the background code in there. It does! Wow, I guess. But I'm doing the body. Which CSS file did it modify? So it modified this, but it didn't modify the rest of it. Before, when I didn't have those divs and two, excuse me, and two style sheets, I was able to just change the entire background. So I wonder which style sheet is receiving that. And if I can even tell. Styles parent.css. Well, no, it's not that. Because you can see it's already overwriting this. That's why it's grayed out. As for user agent style sheet. But can you show me what is... Okay, here we go. You see styles level 1, styles child. So what got set to pink? Wherefore art thou pink? I don't even see it in here. There's pink in here somewhere. Somewhere we got pink. Is it like each individual one? Where's the pink? Yes, it's being overwritten in the body on level 1 CSS. So it's not, what it isn't doing is that code isn't changing this. It's changing the next style sheet, the second style sheet. So like, that's interesting. Because I would think that this overrides it. It's doing something kind of weird. Because like if I go into the level 1 in the text, where's that pink? Where is it at? But what I do see is the overriding stuff. And so if I come into level 1 CSS, well, let's go to child. Let's say background color is black. Great, it's basically black. If I come in here, you can see it's not black because styles level 1 is overriding styles child. It's on the body. Oh yeah, the HTML. Oh yeah, the HTML. Right, yeah, but it's on the body. Yeah, it's on the body. But it's just a little confused why yeah, I don't know that helps me very much. Which is okay. Okay, there's the iframe. So obviously this is just its own page. In the document, yeah, HTML, body. So there, it's where, okay, you're right, it is in there. Good call. Oh, nice. So there it is, background color pink. So why is this the body of that? It's so surprising to me. Okay, I guess it's not that bad. I guess it's actually kind of a good thing, right? Because it means we're further containerizing the code that they can do into another example CSS sheet. So it's like, as long as in this change input above text as long as that we add the character and stuff in that section, you'll know that everything is only changing in there. So I guess it's fine. It's not a bad thing. I'm a little surprised. Well, if I'm being honest, I kind of like it to be black by default instead of sky blue. But that's what gets me, is that when I change it here, it impacts the whole thing or not. But when I change it through code, it's only affecting that area. I just find that really strange, that it's not further overriding the parent style shade. That's what's got me confused. Almost like I can't even access this style. Very strange. What if I do HTML? Oh, I feel silly. Oh. Inheritance. Let me tell ya, I just saw what the issue is. Did y'all catch it? HTML comma body. It's applying to both of them. That's why that overrides it. Gotcha. Well, I feel much happier now that I understand. I hate if I don't understand it. With that said, I do like the idea of that background being black. I think it's kind of cool. So we just wouldn't want that in body. We'd put that in HTML, right? And then in here, we can make the body sky blue. Oh, I was hoping the outside would be different. Oh, because you're overriding HTML. There we go. Nice. Now it's kind of like a border. Cool. I'm kind of curious how to center this in here. I know, more div centering. I'm just gonna use these tools. It's just easier. I guess I'd actually want to be modifying this on body, right? So let's put a body in there. Body, display. We could say flex. Slap some padding and a border radius. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Whoa. There's my flex. Yeah, I'm definitely okay with it looking a little web 1.0. For sure. Doesn't bother me. Wait, but that's supposed to be on body. Why that body is so hard to get? That's a very funny sentence. That's the wrong body. I don't want that body. I want this body. There it is. Okay. And then for flex, I'd like it to be aligned differently, please. Okay. Alright. Okay, we want to do that wrap like that. Stubborn. I just wanted to see it be like centered. I feel like if you want to do that, that's not on body. I don't think you do that on body. I think you do that on HTML. Display, flex. Just put it back. Oh, right, because I didn't actually... That's the one thing that gets me about doing this in the web console, is I often forget to, like, make the change in my code, but it's okay. Good for flashcard style. You cheat a bit every time. Yeah, centering, it's like, why? Why should I suffer? Why? Okay, this is not doing what I thought it would do. But you know, typing and trial and erroring this is just so miserable. It's the worst. Nobody wants to deal with that. Oh, again, that's only scoped in there. Kind of weird. Kind of confusing. Considering here, it's changing the whole background color, so I don't know. Your major cat game in DOS? Let's go. Oh, weren't you saying there's something about it you don't like too? HTML flex. Okay. What if I do align items center? Curlionaire is like getting wins. Content. Yeah, you said. Oh, yeah, I don't know. You said something. You said something. You said something about something. Here. This older C++ is slightly annoying. That's what you said. C++ is different. I guess if it's been like, right, updated. I guess that makes sense. Gosh, we're deep in it with the centering of things. Alright, that's the parent page. It's been 30 years since that implementation. Dang. At least it's kind of interesting to see like what makes it better now. Maybe. Inherited from body. No, we want to go deeper than that. Like in here. So this HTML, you can see it's just like scoped to that little area. Whereas iframe scope is different. So I guess I'd want to create an iframe situation in here. Display flex. Okay, nice. That did stuff. I love it when it does stuff. Stuff makes me happy. The only thing is, I gotta go find it. Wait, that's iframe level 1 dot level. So where's just iframe? I've got the styles. But this does say iframe. CSS confusing. In some ways it makes things so much easier, but there's something so obtuse about it, to me. Here, I feel like it's here. But that is iframe level 1. So it's basing it on the ID. Okay. But it's an iframe. Just let me look at all iframe stuff. Okay. Alright. I will scope it to just this. I guess. Oh gosh, then I have to remember how to do that. You could probably just start with the ID and just say level 1. We're still calling it text, just level 1. Then can I find it? No? Okay. Alright. I guess I don't get the dev tools for everything. Align items center. Nothing. Align content center. Nothing. Here, try it like somewhere else. Oh my gosh. I feel like I did this actually in this other project right here. Like for this section, I remember figuring that out. I don't have an iframe class. Nice. Nice. Although, it's backseaty. It's backseaty. But it did help me. Oh, where are we? Over here? But still, that still didn't... So... Like, that's true. Yeah, but it honestly was still working. It was still working. Somehow. Yeah, okay, I'm gonna look at what I did over here. Because if I'm gonna type it manually, at the very least, I can base it on this. So I think this one... Align item stretch. Doesn't seem to be doing anything. Flex direction row. Flex wrap. Space evenly. Stretch. What happens if we don't do that? Nothing. Nothing. Contain content. Do any of these do what I think it should do, which is not keep it centered? Not really. I guess that didn't do what I thought it did. I thought it was gonna make sure that everything was like scoped to the middle. Let's check this one. Stat interface as an inline grid with text align center. But that's only that one part. Oh no, I need to pause it. I forgot where pause is. Okay. This just has padding. How do you do things? How are things done? I'm confused. What makes things be? Inline grid. So what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to vertically center it, which I think might be the hardest thing that you can ever do in computer programming. I think that might be true. It's just a hunch. I mean, it's interesting because once I click into this, you see that none of these... Okay, that is affecting that. Okay, so what if we do an HTML? Let's try here. Display inline grid, sure. Does anything do anything? Evidently not. Okay, let's try... You gave a secret technique earlier? Okay. No idea what you mean. And that's probably for the best. Although this feels... I think it's a stretch to call this total learning. But hopefully I can like remember things. This is not, I gotta say, this is not doing anything, right? Like, okay, that one, yeah, none. But it's not dealing with the elements that are contained within. There's also this one, but it looks like I can't modify that. It's confusing. I mean, there's also this, but that looks wrong somehow. Somehow that's the entire, yeah, that's the entire project. That's not, it's not what we're looking for here. There's just like nothing that governs that. Okay, let's try this differently. I'm gonna put a div in a div. I think my mistake is that I'm trying to grab something that's not grabbable. So we're going to say div class equals game canvas. It needs to be div all the way down. And then in here, we contain this stuff. I think this was the answer. And then, in the style sheet, we say game canvas display just something. Now go find the game canvas somewhere. Where's my game canvas? I will search for it. I will search for it. Okay, there's display block. Let's try changing it to something else. Not the behavior I expected. Because it's still not doing it within the overall iframe. How dare you? Right, because the iframe gets added through the code. So we actually create the iframe from scratch. So that makes me think you need to be modifying level class. This is inheritance stuff. Okay. It's you know, it's learning. It's what learning is. I probably still want that game canvas. Nah, I don't want it. I don't want to have like extra things lying around that I actually don't need until I need them. It's just messy. So instead, we call this level. We'll see. Give me a display block somewhere. Gold container. Like this class right here. It's not even showing up as something I can modify. Okay. What if we make it flex? Flex, wrap, no wrap. Well, there's not a lot. There's not multiple things in there either. Can we try something simple like background color? Aqua. Nothing. But there is a class called level in there. It's right there. It's right there. It's an iframe class, but it's a class. Time to reinstall DOS onto your secondary PC to play your Tamagotchi game on real hardware. Let's go. Do it, do it, do it. Get that genuine experience. It's gonna feel so good. Okay, let's try the ID. It's kind of not that important, but we often shift when I'm doing this stuff between learning HTML, learning CSS, and learning JavaScript, and we're kind of in a CSS. I often call them a CSS hole because it doesn't really ever feel particularly intentional. I wonder if it's like an order of operations thing. It has to be. You never had Tamagotchis, but you did have a Digimon digital pet. I feel like I remember that existing. I had a few Tamagotchis. I love Tamagotchis. They just like they had like the fun egg shape and the like what you call it, zigzags. It was such a fun, playful thing, and it like was an expression of my identity that I could have this little device. It was my favorite colors. But did Digimon have like an actual like object that you could use? So I'm okay, just a theory, but I wonder if, since this style sheet is loading before the body, which again we're injecting that iframe with the level stuff. It just makes me wonder if somehow the style sheet doesn't have access to it or something. So like, what if I put it at the end? Does it matter? I don't think it mattered. I believe the answer to that is no. I guess I'm just gonna let it go. I hate letting it go. I hate like beginning to solve a problem and just being like, you know what, it's not gonna work, forget it, move on. I hate that. I think I should, I think I would benefit by adopting that though. Obviously we can change the HTML. I mean, okay, so what if I pop this up here? Doesn't look that different. But that's probably okay. And what if we try to align this stuff? There's only one thing in there, obviously. Doesn't seem to be doing very much. But certainly if I change this background color, it'll do something, right? Yeah, so there's things happening. Things are happening. Okay. So what if we try some other kind of display? Do any of them well, yeah, none. Nothing does anything except for none. It's kind of driving me nuts. What? I'm going nuts. Body. And then it won't even let me. Oh, it will. Excuse me for complaining. Display any of these. Then that's doing it. Wait, maybe this is what I want. Maybe this is what I want. Maybe. Because look, it's changing entirely how it fits within there. Did we find it? Oh, that's very nice. That is quite nice. No, you made it unnice. Oh, ads. Come on, Twitch. Come on with the ads. I think I gotta let this go. I don't understand at all What's supposed to happen here? I don't get it. I just have to relinquish control. I think that's the right answer. Sometimes you just have to do that. I don't know if you can tell, but I'm trying to talk myself into that. I'm not doing a good job. Alright, honestly, I'm kind of bored with this. So, let's not worry about it. It's not that important. It's not that important. But it just scares me. If I can't control that now, what am I not going to be able to control later? You know? Alright, so we're just going to roll with it. Well, and then the other thing I wanted to do was to modify this to have like a margin on top. So that is currently text, but I actually want this to be nothing. This is gold container, but it's like a header in gold container as well. It would be kind of crazy if the user could just like remove that too. Good night, Flip. Thanks for stopping in. Appreciate you, and thanks for supporting the channel. Means a lot. See you next time. Okay, we're gonna move on from that because that was boring. So, I guess I do get bored sometimes. So, I actually want to add in here the image of the person. So, let's at least try that. And I've decided that I want that to be baked in here in a way. No. Don't be deleted. We'll just type it in normally. Give me an image source. Classic. Person.png. Oh, I'm so glad we're not doing CSS anymore. It's gonna come back. You know it's gonna come back. Okay, this person is huge. We can set image height values. But the CSS is calling me. Class, or we'll say ID equals, I mean, I think it could be like anything in there. Class equals, no, but Lise, you wanted a separate, gold container is separate. So you want like gameplay container, right? It's 1:30 a.m. here, but just 30 minutes more. I know. It's 2:30 a.m. here. My sleep schedule has just gotten so shifted. I wake up at like 4 p.m. and I go to bed at like 8 a.m. I don't know what happened. I'm not condoning it, but it's what has happened to me. It is my fate. I'm trying to change it, but it's the way it is. So, but that I think I got here with attitudes like that. Just like a little more time. And it turns into now I wake up at 4 p.m. every day. So my streams have gotten later and later. Oops. It's okay. At least I have the flexibility to show up at my job whenever I want. Lucky in that sense. Let's call this gameplay container. I don't want this ID crap anymore. This level text. And a gameplay container, this is where I'd want the person to be. So image source, person. Looks good. Now, we are gonna go back to CSS. It's too necessary. FreeDOS is installing. So FreeDOS, you said you were doing it on like native hardware? Wouldn't it already have DOS on there? Or are you saying on something other? Wait, what is FreeDOS? Buffer overflow in the cat game? What does that mean? Oh, I see. Like something potentially memory leaky? It is for running legacy software. You'll feel bad for waking up at 12 p.m. I mean, it depends. Waking up, staying in bed longer could be like a depression sign. It could be that you just have this shifted schedule. You know, if it's not like negatively impacting your life. For me, it's a little negative. My spouse has work where they can't show up late at like 8 a.m. And so if I'm going to bed at 8, it's just like, hi, good morning, good night. And then all day I don't see them. And then they go to bed before I get back to bed. So it's like, or get done with my stream. So for me, it's a bit negative impact in that sense. But if like I wasn't married to somebody who I want to actually hang out with, which I am married to someone I want to hang out with, I would probably be like, whatever. Or if my spouse also had a late schedule, I'd be like, you know what? No big deal. If I had a job where I was showing up late because I was sleeping in, okay, maybe I'd say it's a problem. But if none of those things are true, do you? Modern version of DOS that you can install on PCs and have USB and stuff. Gotcha. Right, you don't want to use the old one. Why is there something charming to me about using the old one? I don't know. Okay, so the class is, let's put gold container up top so there's some lack of chaos here. This is gameplay container. Oh, Duckonomics with the hydrate. I do have to confess, my water's empty, so I have to refill it. You have effectively redeemed a BRB. So, if y'all have water that you need to refill, if y'all have to go whatever, use the restroom, get a snack, use this as an opportunity to take care of yourself too. So I'll just be a few minutes. I'll be right back. And honestly, thank you, Duckonomics. I gotta use the restroom. I didn't even notice that I do. That ADHD interoception, it's not great. Oh, not a floppy drive. I see. Okay, alright, I'll be right back. I will be super right back. What can you do for yourself to take care of yourself? Just any little thing, you might as well. You might as well. Right in time. Let's go. What in the world? How did I do that? How did I do that? I'm calling it luck. Alright, and your hydrate. Our hydrate comrade. Thanks for redeeming it. Better. Gameplay container, what do you want? You want to be at least some kind of thing. Please let me modify it. Oh, please. Please, please, please. Gameplay container. Thank you. I think it's gonna probably be hard to shrink it down. I remember trying, okay, I actually definitely did this for this game. I did it on this sprite canvas, but I might have undone it because it was actually like really hard. I can't remember. Like optimally, there would be a way to just like make it fit into its space. But I think that was like miserable. And maybe I gave up on it. Did I do it like further out, like one level up? Maybe? I think you have to let go of that. I think you just need to set the size. I think that's the correct approach. So how big do I actually want it to be so it's not gigantic? Well, I need to know the proportions of the image. Does VS Code tell me that? Not easily. So we'll just pop it up in Windows File Manager. Person is 512 by 512. Oh, it's a square. Let's go! So easy to resize. I feel like I should have actually put it further to the front, because now the bounding box is going to be a little bigger. That's okay. It's okay. So we'll say image screen width equals 150. Do I have to put it in quotes? I can't remember. Height equals 150. You probably have to say like pixels, I would guess. Nice. Still a little big. Well, then, so now it comes down to like some design decisions. That's why the CSS is so important for this. Like, this is too small. It should not be that small. I also don't want the overflow in here. I want it to make it fit, and then it needs to be wider. It's not like on the screen. And even if I'm going to keep testing it, I need these things to be dealt with. I just do. So let's try some body stuff here. Oh yeah. Yeah, fill it out. Look at that. I feel like grid is like a very powerful. I like grid a lot. So then with grid, we can say like, oh, I don't know if I remember how to do that stuff. I don't know if I fully remember it. Let me look at this, because this is definitely using grid. Template, that's what it is. I don't really know why, but I know we use grid template. That's a thing I know. So I think we want that maybe in here. No, you want it in the parent. Display grid. And then we say grid template rows. Okay, and then there's like a way to write this. 3 and then FR, like, make sure it, like, fits or something. I don't know. I don't even, okay. FR CSS. What am I gonna say? I have to look it up. FR units. Yeah, so it like automatically figures out like how it would fit in there. With like a certain margin or something. So there's 2 rows, and we'll just say 1 that. Which I think we'll space it like evenly or something. Okay, so now we've got the grid applied, and there's 2 rows. Now what I don't love is that the bottom row is so confined. Let it breathe. Oh man, I think we're gonna run into problems again. I almost feel like I have to make the CSS in the code that creates the element. You know, like I just have to like programmatically generate a CSS, which sounds just terrible. It's one of the most terrible things I've ever heard. But I believe it is my fate. Because it's almost like I can't touch it. I mean, I can a little bit, but not much. Oh, are you not in the Discord? You're in the Discord, though. You could post it in live text. Unless you didn't want anyone else to see it. But it could be nice. Someone else might be like, ooh, nice. Okay, I need to close some tabs. We got a lot of tabs right now. It's getting ridiculous. And when it gets ridiculous, it's time to move on. Too many tabs. We got this open twice? Too many tabs. Too many tabs. Shut them down. Oh wait, this one was pretty useful though. I'm gonna keep that one open. Alright. I don't know any other way to affect it and make it look different. It seems to just be like inaccessible. The iframe. Oh wait, what don't you like about this? What'd I do wrong? Tell me my error. Invalid property value. Oops. Oh, is it 2 pixels? Or no, 2 rows. Wait, what did I do wrong? What did I do wrong? Repeat! We gotta say repeat. Okay. Nice. It's a minor security issue with the fact that you didn't fix the buffer overflow, so if anyone runs this and puts in more than 256 characters, they can mess up their RAM if they're running it in DOSBox, so it should prevent that. To be fair, it would kind of hard to compile this. You had to jump through so many hoops. You can, yeah, you can still friend me if you want, but you don't even have to, you know? I think you can still send the message. Oh wait, I don't have that tab open. Oh, this one's fun. Why do I kind of like this? When I was first doing it, I was judgmental of it because it didn't look like the other one. There's some charm there. The nostrils are doing the most, but that's okay. I think I like drawing. Very bad C++, DOS C++. So this is like the old C++ you were talking about? I know, I'm like, wait, am I an artist? I don't even know if I can appreciate what's bad about this. Wait, this isn't that hard to read though. If I'm being honest. I don't know what I'm supposed to think about this. It looks great. This looks so learnable. Ken is dead, game over. I feel like I need more context as to why there's something wrong with it. Okay, so that did like center it, which I don't like, but you can see it barely changed this. It's not even fitting to the window. It's not interested. I mean, I assume it's still considering that the other row. Like if I were to say you're only one row. Yeah, it seems to be creating the row. I think it's treating parent page as the row or something. I don't know. Or it's creating some blank thing up here. I mean, we could try 3. It just keeps inserting stuff. It's like it doesn't even see it. Your friend said that you code C++ like C, but to be fair, this is the very old version of C++ when it's basically C, but object-oriented. It looks good. I don't know what's wrong with C++. I don't think they're saying something's wrong with C++, but I think they're also working with like an older version of C++. Maybe not here, but somewhere. But I think generally, Curlinaire is a fan of C++. I wouldn't know. I don't know C. I don't know C++. But it looks good. It looks readable. I don't know if it's good, but it looks good. It looks good. Nice work. It's nice work. We're on bonus time. Yeah, you like it. I think I just can't access that iframe. I mean, if I say in the parent, oh, maybe I need to be accessing it from the parent. I don't know. We'll see. Iframe, background color, aqua. Yeah, that doesn't do anything. That does nothing. If I put it on the child, also nothing. If I put it, oh, that's on the level. If I put it on the child, also nothing. Well, ask yourself this, Lise, where are you doing it? Where is this script? So you're doing level 1. Oh, and we do child. I see. No, there's both in there. There is both in there. I just think it can't, because this is running before it injects it, it can't. That doesn't make sense. That doesn't make sense. I just don't get it. The buffer overload issue is I put the cap on the input variable to 256. If you put more than 256 characters into it, you can get into RAM and start messing with your RAM. If you knew what to put, you could hack around something. It's just a DOS game. I don't think that matters. But either way, it is a minor security issue. I mean, it's nice that you're like aware of that, you know? Even if you're not fixing it, you still know it's there. That's good. That's skills. Look, I need to be able to modify this iframe. I have to. But, okay, so if I were to do it in the creation of it, we have new iframe, set attribute to attribute. I would also want to append like style to it somehow. I actually closed one of these and I shouldn't have. DOM, CSS. Oh yeah, this was pretty useful. It's the most basic knowledge. Okay. Alright. Maybe it depends on what knowledge you want to take in. You're probably right though. I believe you. So we could just, if we already know what it is, right, we create a new iframe, we could just say new iframe, in theory, style, let's try background color, and then equals aqua. And see if that happens. Oh, look, for a second it did. And then the style sheet overrode it, as I would expect. So like if I were to not do that, and not do this, it would stay aqua. Which is why it just seems so weird that I can't modify it elsewhere. You know, that a display block in here is just like useless. But if I take that same code and we come to the creation spot, whoa, come to the creation spot, you'll have to learn memory allocation and you're barely using it. Gotcha. It's very easy to create a memory leak if you're not careful. Fair. That sucks. That sounds annoying, but part of the reality, I guess, of dealing with C++. Iframe style display equals grid. I mean, it still didn't do much. But it's so hard because I can't like test it. I don't know. But also this is like the iframe, which is different. Are we putting this in? We're putting this in level canvas. Level canvas. Okay, I feel like that's what I should be modifying. Is level canvas. Ooh. Missed that. Is it an ID? I think it's an ID. Level canvas. Is that how we typed it? I hope so. No! I hate it. I'm fixing it. Okay, not broken, not broken. Then in parent CSS, we'll try adjusting level canvas. Give me some display stuff on there. Or go to grid. Can I access it now? At least. Level canvas, display grid. Do stuff. Oh, it's moving! Okay. This is good news. This is very good news. I still have to adjust the size of it somehow. Right back. All right. I was gonna say, was that all of your code for your entire game that you shared? I assumed it was just a part of it. Okay, none of these is doing much. Stretch it out. Stretch it out. Make it fit the whole dang thing. Maybe we can even do width and height for the iframe. That's gotta be it. It's gotta be that you just define width and height on an iframe. Let's look this up. Iframe. Yes! Wow. But is there a way to like... Good night, Danny. Thanks for hanging out. Appreciate you. And I look forward to trying out your stream game. We're gonna go live for just a little bit on Halloween. Because it's like an unlisted stream where we check out everyone's games if you didn't know about it. Link is... I think I have it on the clipboard actually. Link is in the chat once I find it and stuff like that. There it is. And so we check out things in an unlisted stream, which is a nice like kind of private place to work on things or to give feedback and play your guys' games, y'all's whatever, projects, art, and Danny's got a stream game to play, but it only works on Twitch. So obviously we can't do an unlisted stream on Twitch, if you didn't know. But we'll just go live to Twitch for like a little bit and then play it and then be like, okay, we're going back to the unlisted stream. Here's the link. Come join us. It'll even be like a way to let... I feel like we should do it first, no matter what. That way people on Twitch will maybe get informed about the unlisted stream, since I can't. I don't know. I guess it doesn't matter. All right. Anyway. Good night, Danny. Right, height and width. So what I wanted to know, can I iframe size in CSS? Or is this an iframe element to change the screen size? Yeah, exactly. You don't have direct access in CSS, you can still change it by using inline styles. The way you do that is by using the style inside the tag you want to change CSS styles to. That way you make width dynamic is by using size as a percentage. Got it. So we still can't really control that in here. Yeah, it did go through. So wait, when you said 45 lines, are you saying that your entire game is 45 lines? Content wants to know how many years you've been using it. Okay. Script. So what I need to do is not this. New iframe style size? Nope. Width, height. And we make it a percentage. Got it. So width equals 100%. I wonder if there is a way to write this all in one line. But it's kind of nice seeing it in separate lines too. Oh, I'm putting an old link in there? Oh, how long have I been pasting a wrong link in there? Wow, thank you for telling me that. I've probably been sharing this with you all forever. Oh, you can always click on get to the new one here. At least it redirects. Thanks for letting me know. I need to put this new one on the clipboard because I have like, you know, the Windows clipboard that lets me save things. Ain't no reason to save that one. Delete, and then we'll take this one and pin it. The entire game is 45 lines. I really want to play it. I want to see. Are you in this queue, by the way? I so want to check it out. You've been coding in C++ for 3 days, and you made a game scoped to 45. That's freaking amazing. What? But so you definitely have like what? Okay, no, this is ridiculous because you already have experience with something else that's similar, right? Wow. Someone's been hyper-focused learning. That's amazing. 3 days? Like, you're out here making games? It's crazy. Oh, did I not post the new link there? But let's make sure we post it on YouTube as well. I did post it, okay. And then I'm just gonna make it be pinned so I stop sharing the wrong one. So that's on Halloween. We do it at the end of every even month. It's nice. It's really like a cozy, like, you know, devoted bunch who comes through. And we try the games and give feedback, and it's just really fun. And I like that it's unlisted. It just doesn't have that, like, public stank to it. I don't know. There's something different about putting on a show and checking out your stuff and just, like, hanging out and checking out your stuff, you know? It's a different vibe. Yeah, you've been using C# and C. So I feel like that makes sense. that C++ is a natural extension. Really interesting. So that makes me want to learn C# even more. Okay, setup. I think I can figure out how to set up DOSBox, right? Right? Let's get just. It's probably fine. It's probably I'm gonna do that, right? DOSBox setup Windows 10. I think we can do this. I've used it. Do I even have it already? No. Yes! Wait, I already have DOSBox. It's already set up. Why is it loading bing.com? Oh, because it was just Windows. Okay, I actually don't have it set up. Freaking Windows was just... Oh my gosh. Screw you. Screw you, Windows. It had the icon and everything. Alright, we do have to set it up. Yeah, so you can... That's a good question. You can see if you can just post a file in the Discord. So often the workflow that we do is in the Games by You category. You pop in here and you create a new post, and maybe you can try even putting like the zip file right in there. You can put it on Google Drive or something. You could upload it on itch.io. But making a post in here will do. So then, you know, it's like, where can it be found? You can say Discord. You can also do other. You can put a URL right in here. There's not uploading. We're not messing with no uploading on here. It's a simple form. But yeah. You didn't see in C# that I wonder how. Yeah. How many years have you been using that? We want answers. Okay, I don't think I want height 100%. I probably don't want any percent, truth be told. So let's just use the example they had, 500 pixels. Is it bigger? Yeah, nice. Nice. That's what I'm talking about. See, like too much C#. You're a fast learner. So what dev experience do you have before either of those? Is my question. Is my question for you. Surely it's something. Surely it's something. Okay, this is too big. GDScript Lua. Glua. Whoa, what's Glua? Is that Roblox's? No, I don't think so. That doesn't make sense. Gary's mod. Understood. Okay, wait, I don't have DOSBox, but I've used it before. But we can set it up during the... It'll be fun. We could do it during the unlisted stream. You know, it's very casual. It's very casual. Give me download. Give me download. That'll be one step in the right direction. So I'll just have it downloaded. And maybe I'll set it up later. Yeah, it's still kind of amazing how quickly... But yeah, so you already knew. How many years have you been using those? We're just like completely digging into your history. You must tell us your history. We demand it, or else. Great, so this is better. And then, obviously it's a little too tall. GScript 2 years, Lua 4 years. There it is. There's where you got some skills. That's really encouraging. It's like inspiring. I've been using GDScript for 2 years too. Now I wasn't doing any coding before that, so that was my first text code. But it's very encouraging that I can learn new things. Well, I'm learning JavaScript, aren't I? Still. Inspiring. What if I know this is gonna be really ridiculous, but what if I make it 20%? Oh, that's actually not bad. That went much better than I thought it would. Wait, what if I make it 100%? Oh. It's a little too small, isn't it? That's a little too big. Nice. Obviously hateable that it's not perfectly centered in there. Completely hateable. And I feel like, you know, if it resizes down here, we're gonna have probably a problem. I mean, what are you gonna do? Don't use a tiny little window. Okay, use a nice big window. If this was in, I feel like this will be tough on mobile as well. But you know what? We're not gonna worry about that. JavaScript is a C-like language, so this is adding towards my nice. Let's go. You put cat game, zip and games value. Yay! Let's go! I'm so excited to check it out. It's coming up. Halloween is like a week away, less than a week away. It's like one of my favorite streams that we do, is the playing your guys' stuff streams. I don't enjoy as much streaming playing other games, but playing y'all's games, hell yeah. How do I want to try to center that? Well, I think you would want to go back to the display stuff, right? I'm still not sure if that even affects... I think this is going to be really painful to set up. I'm just saying. I think this is going to suck. Flex, and then, like, what do we want to do? Like, align center? No idea. It worked! It's centered! Okay. Alright. Good night, El Rey. It was nice meeting you. Good luck with the veterinary program. Wind forms. Now I know wind forms. You taught me something. And when people say things, I'm not like, huh? Huh? I can actually say, oh yeah, it's that thing. Perfect. Yeah, there's extra notes, and you can put it in the Discord. Let's go. Thank you. Start with C# or C. Content King is like going down a checklist. Like, I love it, Krillionaire. You're getting interviewed. That's really cool. Wow, this all worked. Is it just morbid curiosity? I don't know why I say morbid. Is there any way that I can, like, examine? I mean, obviously in the DOM. But, like, out here even? Well, look for it in the DOM. Right there. Element style! Let's go. Let's go. Wow, element style was there all along. I remember seeing it there, but I didn't know that was the thing to actually modify the iframe. Okay, does that mean I can put this in the style sheet? But you can't just say element.style. I don't think you can just do that. C#, I literally just started coding in C# out of boredom in the console and stuff. It was really easy. You just got new Vim and .NET SDK and then started looking through documentation. Easy as pie. I guess it is easy. Oh, the center is not doing anything? No wrap property prevents align content from having effect. Try setting flex wrap to something other than no wrap. Really? So it was the flex that was actually fitting it in there, not the align content. I mean, I don't really need it then. It looks good to me. I can live with this. Okay, cool. So we can now access it. Everything's good. Everything's peachy. I kind of want to put a note to myself in here. Access this in DevTools via element.style. on the iframe. Great. This is good enough. I'd obviously want to like not like have a little more gap between them, but it works. We're gonna roll with it. We're not gonna get too deep into all the little changes. Also, we don't need aqua. Nice. Commit it. Commit it. Commit it. Begin adding play area. Yep. That's it. Okay, so we have the person. So my next task is to try to control that person using code to change its position. So something that I really want to add in here is explanations about what the variables that exist are. So that way it's easy to access those things. So right now, it doesn't really have that. It's just an image class or an image element on the page. If you learned C or C# first. First game I uploaded to itch was actually the same game. It's just basically the same game in C#. Wow. That made it easier, right? Because you were remaking something. That's fair. Multiple consecutive blank lines. Oh no. Oh no. So I think in the JavaScript, I'm gonna add in a reference to it. So we'll say const C's been the same. And it shows constant person, which is an HTML element, and start with C#. Oh yeah, right. Right, actually getting like an environment where you can use it. Yeah, that makes sense. Is extra work. And it could even be like demotivating to have to deal with that. HTML element, we want to say get. Did I give it an ID? I did not. ID equals person. Again, this could be part of the lesson, potentially. Is using get element by ID. Nah, I don't know. Get element by ID. Person. Oh yeah, it's HTML element or null. Nice. So now that's accessible as the element. Okay. So now what? What are you gonna do to make it work? What's the plan here? I don't know. Like on top of my head, I don't even have like an idea. I mean, we could just, wait, how do I even move its position though? I feel like we have to do CSS. Okay, I gotta look at some solutions because I don't even know how to do this. I think I had a page up earlier that I closed. We're just opening up all the tabs again. Move an image to a new coordinate. Which one is worth learning and using for data and memory management? Oh yeah, that's what the soccer ball thing was for. Gotcha. So this does use CSS to make this follow. But suppose we don't have the CSS in there. We just take off pretty much everything that matters. Okay, we probably should have kept that stuff. Oops, sorry. I apologize to the page. So it literally doesn't move at all without that CSS. It's useless without it. Evidently. Is it all back? It's all back. Are we quite sure? C++. Oh, true. That's, yeah, C++. Yeah, I've heard that. Modern version of C. It's C++. Figure out the transition. I was hoping that it would be, I mean, there obviously is. Oh, that makes it just move instantly. I was hoping it could be like mostly JavaScript. Clearly there is some good JavaScript in here. But this is like a CSS solution. CSS is left and top. Oh, they did do that. Oh, I like how much simpler this is. This is much simpler. Yeah, I guess it becomes like a puzzle to solve. Because I could even provide the CSS style sheet code, like, so that way the player already knows that this stuff exists, which is a bit of a hint. And then you just have to write the JavaScript to try to control it. But that's just a teleport. You have to use transition to actually move it. Oh. Use transform rather than left, right, top positioning, as this is much more performant for transitions and such. Whoa. Wait, let me try this. Because it's so neat. So we know person already exists. I gotta spell it right though. Oh, we teleporting. Now I can't say it's animating, but it's definitely moving, and that's 100% JavaScript. Love that. Thanks for the follow, Ghost Monk. I think this needs to be a little bigger. Just a smidge. Use, please. Element style would be great. Oh, it's still cut off. Boo. Do not do this. Excuse me. No. And none of these do anything. But if I get rid of that, it changes it a bit. Why do you look like this? I mean, I assume, Liz, that has nothing to do with all this? Yeah, I'm talking to myself. So what? I want to probably be modifying this in here. Fun fact, J# and J++ exist? What are those? Learn C++ and skip C. Yeah, that sounds like, based on what Krillionaire has said, that sounds like a good plan. I think you still have to do compiling stuff, but that's okay. Here it is. No, wait, that's not what I want. I want the gameplay container. Right? It's also kind of wild because I've already clicked and moved things around. Let me just hard code in the bigger size. Allow me to do so. Bigger. It must be in big end. Bigger! It's probably big enough. Maybe a little bigger. And then for game container, gameplay container, nothing. Nothing. Wait, so what has the sky blue? Where does the sky blue exist? In body. Well, that doesn't look very good, does it? Wait, it's getting overwritten? By what? By what? Tell me. What is overwriting it? It's not this, is it? Is it that that's overwriting it? That's not doing anything. Oh gosh, the CSS! I'm deep in the CSS hole! Oh my gosh. But like, obviously I need the character to be able to move freely in its canvas, you know? It's gotta. I'm a little confused why the sky blue section is getting overwritten though. Oh, here. Wait, this isn't getting overwritten. I found it. I found it. Okay, but please be bigger. What if we do something other than flex? Okay, things are changing. Flex flow. Oh, we also need to get rid of overflow. I forgot about that. Overflow does need to go away. But wait, now I don't remember. Okay, there's hidden. It would be kind of cool if it like stretched it, but that's okay. Overflow hidden. This is a must. So let me make sure I add that in there. That is a must. It is essential. And this is on level 1. No, not ads. Sorry, Twitch. I'm sorry. How make sky blue section bigger? So it occupies more space. Why do we have all this empty space? You know, I just would like it to not be empty. So it can just get larger and smaller as needed. HTML, CSS, JavaScript, TSX, I haven't done anything in C. Nice. I mean, that was like my foundation. Using WSL on Windows. What is that? What is that? Can you tell us more? I mean, this moves it, but it's obviously a little too small. Welcome, Proton. Good to see you. But you can see it's barely even changing anything. But yeah, that, I mean, I don't think, you might be in the ads, but content, but that was like the only background I had. What does that mean? Windows subsystem for Linux? Y'all know what it means. I don't know what it means. I feel like I've seen it when I installed Docker. That pops up. What is it used for? Oh, I see. So that's I see, for running, I know what that's for. That's for running Linux on a Windows. That's what that's for, right? I think I know what that is. Something like that. Like sort of a emulator almost. Sometimes I like to just put in like nothing. I mean, unfortunately, you can't put in nothing. But like, if I put a space, it just won't do it. Wait, what is this plus sign? Oh, no. What? Oh, like what am I doing? Is this gonna work? So maybe I put in a D. And then I just scroll through the massive list. And see like what does something. It's kind of fun. Like, it's kind of magical. Manage Linux virtual machine for Windows. Got it. Got it. But then it's like, what about the next letter? Regular Windows 10 and using Linux. Whoa! Why did this do that? WebKit user modify read write plain text only? Why does that achieve something similar to what I want? What does this even mean? I feel like the WebKit stuff, there's often like, I've been blocking it the whole time. I'm sorry. I feel like this WebKit stuff often there's like compatibility issues potentially on certain machines. What is this? Read write plain text only. Why does this make a difference? Double quotes. Double quotes. No one knows what the hell this is. This is some fringe stuff. Start doing a memory game for a jam. Nice. Yeah, you do a lot of things that are fit within a certain size, right? But what is it? What is it? This was 15 years ago. So maybe it's not that incompatible. Disable highlight outline that occurs when you click on either an anchor or something with on click. Oh, like the focus? You know, people do be using these. These WebKits. Maybe it's the -- WebKit stuff. I feel like there's a -- version. Keeps the border from showing up when a text input is focused, but it has a terrible side effect. Text inputs behave more slowly than they should. Wild. Wild. Well, something makes me uncomfortable about using this thing. I don't know, like, what is it? Why? And it's still kind of like extending a little too far down there. So, okay, I'll keep it in mind. Okay, I'll keep it in mind. I think I'm gonna try something else. What in the world? Like, what are these things? What do they do? Why do they do them? Is it good that they do them? Is it bad? Oh, white space collapse. Now that at least looks like something that makes some sense. Now it is kind of cutting off like the border, but it's not a real border anyway. I like that. So you just type in a letter. I think this is like one of my favorite ways to learn CSS, is just to like type in like random letters and see like what stuff exists and what happens when you apply it. I think it's super fun. Okay, there's white space pre-line and white space collapse preserve breaks. Both of those basically achieve what I'm looking for, kind of, sort of. It's still not like optimal. I'm gonna keep looking. It seems like the letter A was a good choice. Probably like E would be good too. Okay, we know about the white space stuff. It's like looking through interactive documentation that doesn't explain anything. It's like, I don't know, it reminds me like when I was a kid and I didn't know anything about computers, and whoa. And I would just like look through System 32 to find like icon packs. You know, I'd open a DLL and it would just have no icons in it, and it's like, nah. But sometimes you'd open one and it had all these amazing icons that blew my little child mind. I think we're circling around here. Because often it's nothing, but sometimes you find something cool. Alright, I think this is about as good as I'm gonna get. I feel like I've found close enough to my answer. Wow, we're barely moving. There's so much. It never ends. I could also look for other white space things, because some of them might not have had the letter A in them. So there might be other options. I mean, that was interesting, but I think it's just making stuff bigger. Sometimes I gotta remember to keep an eye out for other things that might actually be useful. It may not be exactly the problem I'm trying to solve, but it's interesting to see that it does something that maybe I'll want for something else. This is so funny to me. We can just... Oh, I guess that makes sense. Wait, that's pretty cool. It's like the built-in... Okay, I think font family. I don't know why I thought it was something other than it is. Comic Sans! Comic Sans! I like how they're calling it cursive. That's a crime. Okay, letter E. What am I looking for? Font family. That's where we left off. Font family. Oh, wait. If I click on it, though, it puts it in. Boo! Let's just go backwards on the other side until we circle back around again to font family. There are these white space ones. Very nice. Very awesome. But what else is in there? Oh, there's even... Neat. Wow. is like, I'm not surprised that those exist, but I don't think I really appreciate it until I get to see what it's doing. There's a DOS jam? Perfect! Let's go! You have found your people. Place self anchor center. Whoa. Place self. Place items. Like, obviously I don't like want this. It ends in 14 years. Oh, so it's just like submit it whenever. Gotcha. Oh, I've seen that jam. I've seen that jam. But like I feel like the person like abandoned it basically. If I remember correctly. But since it's just been there for so long, people are just submitting to it, and it's just there, doing its thing, chugging along. This is really cool to me that this exists. I want to remember it, but I also don't want to like leave this. So I'm gonna screenshot it. Oh, it still left it! I tried. I did try. I wish it was still doing vertical stuff. And then there's like the stretch, which obviously isn't noticeably doing anything here. But like in theory, it sounds nice. I like this anchor center though. Oh gosh. I can't believe I have to go. I guess this is the biggest downside to doing it this way, is you have to wait so long to scroll through everything. December jam. Perfect. December. Game devs are clever. We're a clever people. Okay, we actually got there. Show me things I can use. No, we don't want that stuff. I mean, that was kind of doing the same thing as place. Maybe. Maybe not. Oh yeah. Margin inline auto. It looks identical. Honestly. But, you know, with CSS, sometimes it does things just a little differently. It's actually a little different. Just a little bit. It seems like it's not different, but then in certain contexts, it's different. In this context, not different. I'm doing it, y'all. I'm here for this list. I'm here to have fun, and this is fun. Okay, justify stuff. Oh, look, justify does it too. Justify self-centered. I'm not gonna keep writing these down. That's too many. We get it. Stuff does stuff. Whoa. It's make everything big. I'm not thinking that there's much more to find here. So I think I'm just gonna use the other one. Even though I don't love the way that it like forces it all the way down to the bottom. But I do wonder if there isn't some combo of features that could do that. Also, why is it... I think you can figure this out. You know what? I think you can figure this out. Alright. When am I ending stream? I don't know. I don't know. Anywhere between an hour and 2 hours. In 1 to 2 hours. Wait. 1 to 3 hours. It depends how satisfied I am with the progress, you know? If I feel like I've done enough to put a button on it. But I don't feel that yet. Yeah, you've been hanging out. I do like this white space pre-line. So what I want to do is like look it up. Like to understand a little more about what it is. Property sets how the white space inside an element is handled. Nice. Specifies two things: whether and how white space is collapsed, whether and how lines wrap. To make words break within themselves, you overflow wrap. Constituent properties. This property is shorthand for the following properties: white space collapse, text wrap mode. Okay. As a shorthand is a relatively new feature. Had 6 keyword values, now the value no wrap is instead interpreted as a value for text wrap mode. While the value break spaces is interpreted as a value for white space collapse. The above 4 keywords are still specific to white space, but they have longhand equivalents. The change to make white space a shorthand expands acceptable values to even more keywords. So what's the warning here? That it might not be compatible with certain things? Compatibility is nice. That looks like a lot of compatibility to me. Shorthand values. That's where it starts to fall apart. What is an SVG element? Support on text area. Apparently that's important. Why did I not know what an SVG is? How did I just forget? What is my brain? I know exactly what an SVG is. Why did I forget? I guess I thought in that context it was talking about something else. I don't know. I was like, why would you put SVG elements in the browser? That sounds like it won't work. But maybe it will. Okay, alright. So wait, explain the shorthand thing to me again? So like this is the shorthand? Which is the shorthand? I'm gonna ask the chat GPTs. Because it's a very specific question. Is this considered the shorthand or long hand version? Don't explain anything, just respond with utmost succinctness. I didn't think VS Code was that big. I also, if you're going to use VS Code, I recommend VS Codium because I like it and use it. One of y'all taught me about it. I think Joe Schmo did. But Codium, it's basically the same as, it's the same as Visual Studio. Codium. It's the same as Visual Studio, but it doesn't have as much Microsoft bloat, or really any Microsoft bloat. It's built like from source. And it's the same, you have all the same functionality. And it'll probably run a little better too. I guess. Oh, I forgot to put it. No. Why are you saying that? I didn't paste anything. How can you say such a thing? You crazy. Okay, it's the longhand version. I'm gonna take its word for it. Is it safe? Yeah. It's just built from the source. I would say it's super safe. It's open source, right? So that means you can go find all the source code and look at it. Wherever that is. Gitter. No, it's on GitHub. So there it is. You can investigate it. It's got 20,000 stars. You can look at issues. You know, so it's like community, a community thing. But if you don't trust it, I understand. I understand. It's good to be cautious. It's good to be. It is. Okay, so it's a longhand version. We're gonna use it. We're gonna roll with it. Everything's fine. We need to close some tabs. We are swimming, drowning in tabs right now. Too many tabs. Too many tabs. Okay, like this is good. This is cool. Where am I gonna save this stuff at? Like, where do I even put this? I don't know. Whoa. And then it makes it kind of like... It's interesting. It's not a big deal, but it's interesting. Play self-anchor center. At least I just wanted to like take a moment to like internalize this for someday when I need it. So wait, how are we making it? I forgot how it's like, how there's like the border here. I do not remember how that happens. I have forgot. Is it the grid display? No. This song makes me kind of sleepy. I tried not to put sleepy songs in here, but I think I'm growing out of that one. I'm trying to stay alert over here. Give me some energy. So that's not what's doing it. Display flex. Alright, that's the overall iframe. Level canvas. Not really anything to see there. I don't even remember why it has that border. Like it's inside of like HTML or whatever. But why be this way? Let's see if we can't click some things and make it more good. No? Alright. Okay. Well, thank you for letting me know. There's no hope here. I kind of don't have anywhere to go. I guess down here is where I'm out of the way. Oh. Hey. Oh, where's the person? I wonder if it's like the person that's pushing it down further. And if I make the window, the iframe bigger overall, everything will be better. Okay, let me add in the white space thing. It's so hard not to go into a CSS hole. Because it's just so particular about everything. And then that size that we use on the iframe itself, if I make it like 200%, oh no, it's still really big. pity. And none of these do anything good? Because this is the overall iframe. Which is not really what I'd want anyway. Nowadays, there's no telling what you'd be downloading, totally, or softwares you're using. Plus, you have to make sure something is trusted before clicking on it. Agreed. I think that's smart. I'm the same way. Thank you for not trusting me. I think I just gotta let it go. Doesn't look great, but I can fix it later. It's good enough. Okay, so back to my actual project. When we had that nice, beautiful code from Reddit that let me bop it around. I think I lost it, so we gotta bring it back. Copy. Paste. And then instead of ball, we say person. And then it lets me click around. It doesn't feel very accurate. I guess because we're clicking outside of its area, right? Because its area is in here, and it's moving it at 0, 0, right? So, I mean, you can even see as much. It's using these offset values that I guess in theory you would set somewhere else. So like if I were to say X, I don't know, 5 pixels, or let's do more than that. It's 150, so 75. I don't think that's how it works. I didn't do anything. How does this work? What if I just say? What if we just say 75 pixels like normally? I mean, that's doing something alright. So that's just like truly an offset. Tell me more about Translate 3D. I guess I'm looking for like optimal solutions so I can know like how to guide the player and how to achieve the goal. Or something. Oh, examples. Wait. Also, why is it 3D? This looks three-dimensional. Wait, this is kind of nuts. But wait, this isn't actually 3D? I mean, it does look like the angle ever so slightly changes. This is really weird. So it's taking it to different spots within its like container. A three-dimensional vector, its coordinates define how much the element moves in each direction. Also, they got that smooth translation. So I have to think that they're also using that like an animation CSS situation. Wait, what does this do? What does this do? Using a single axis translation. Right, so that would just be like if we're adjusting the values. Like manually. What's the difference? I don't know. This is kind of confusing. Combining z-axis and x-axis translation. See also transform function, translate. Translate allows you to specify translation transforms individually and independently of the transform property. It maps better to typical user interface usage and saves having to remember the exact order of transform functions to specify in the transform value. What? This stuff is kind of stressful. Like, what is it on about? Just feels. Oh, we got more clicking. Whoa. Oh, this is hover. You're not bothering me, or any. Maybe you might be bothering someone else, but you're wondering what version of VS Code, like, what's the stable best version that everyone uses, or does it not matter? I mean, I would just use the latest stable myself. So this isn't sharing any of the... This cannot be all the code. Oh, hover. So, I mean, honestly, I feel like my initial idea of having a character move across, this is like a CSS problem. Like, this is so much easier to resolve in CSS. It's like the optimal way to do it. But I do think, you know, we can still do it in JavaScript, but CSS is kind of the way. And then if we're like teaching Canvas, that could be something different. But right, you can get the input moment, so you don't need to add an event listener. Literally, this is the entire, you don't have to do add event listener, hover, blah, 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 none of that. It'll just do it. It'll just know to do it. Box 1 translate X. Wait. I mean, this is kind of nice. So what if I were to say person, we still need the transition easing, technically. Person dot style dot translate. I guess what I'm trying to search for is what is the lesson? What is like a way to achieve this? That is the one that this is teaching you. Oh, that totally worked. That's one line. But this would not be a success of the challenge, because I don't want it to be about teleporting. Can we just do one? Oh, but it doesn't know which one it is. So box 1... Wait, why is this knowing to do it on X only? Wait, let me try this again. A reset would be nice, I will say. Oh, there it goes. So that's it. That's all you gotta do. Yeah, that was wrong. Put it like 1. So this would be a fail if there's coins in the middle, because you just teleported over the coins. If we were to add before that, maybe? Person style transition. This. And then put it at 500. Oh, there's the code. That's it. That's all the code. Again, it does feel like a CSS lesson more than a JavaScript lesson, but that's okay. That's the lesson. This is a lesson about how to use CSS to achieve things using JavaScript. Nice. That was very simple. So that would win you that level. I almost kind of want to find every like option, and then the hint could give you multiple things to try and learn. Wow. This is like the vision. This is the game. Is that you play the game by writing code. Wait, now I want to like, okay, why does this make me want to like make the game more dynamic? I mean, look, I don't want the whole game to be about just translating a image all over the place. Like, that's not learning. That's just tedious controls. So I don't actually want to do that. But some part of me is like, what if you're navigating a whole world like this? That would be annoying. It's kind of crazy that you could just do this with HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. We're not rendering to a canvas. We're not using draw image. Just with these simple components, you can make like a whole game. That's really cool. All right, well, the next challenge. So this is the decided on code. As the like optimal way to achieve a win. So obviously I'm gonna save that as a file. So I have it. Level 1 solutions.txt. Put that one in there. Now, what about collisions? My first idea was that it just checks to see if it's like overlapping with something else, if that element is overlapping with another element, or like if they share common pixels. So like we'd keep track of each coin's axis aligned bounding box, so to speak. And then we just check to see if the person's axis aligned bounding box, if any of the pixels within the person are also within the bounding box of the coin. And if so, it's been collected. But I'm not sure how to do that. And I wonder if there's a more optimal way. So I'm gonna look up HTML, CSS collisions between elements. I don't know. This is gonna be kind of weird, for sure. How do I implement collision detection between a set of div elements? Yeah, pretty much that. Not a trivial problem. Is this the same thing? Yeah, axis aligned bounding boxes. Exactly. I think this is the way. I think axis aligned bounding boxes is the way. So what kind of, does JavaScript have AABB stuff? Nope. So we would have to just conceptually create it. I mean, we already have like, I don't know, like how would I even return like the pixels? JavaScript Like, get like the rectangle that it's in. JavaScript, JavaScript, JavaScript. In 2D, uses HTML and JavaScript. Whoa. Oh yeah, that's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about right there. Yeah. Looks good. There are two rectangles that are XY axis aligned do not collide if they are separated along an axis. If they overlap on both axes, then they collide. So check A versus B. Is A is to the right of B? What? What do we pass into that? Just as an object? Show me the source code, please. Oh, that's the GIF. Copyright. MIT license, nice. Not that I'm gonna really pull from it, but it's good to check. Good habit. Update AABB keyboard. AABB mouse get left. So I think this is where it changes it to like a red color. Maybe? Oh, that says gray. Oh yeah, red versus gray. I mean, it's weird because it looks green. It looks mighty green. Or it starts out red. It starts out green and it goes to red. Oh, there's the gray lines. Oh, and those become red as well. Oh, and it's checking if it's overlapping. Well, I don't need to check if it's to the left or right, honestly. Check AABB collision, but that's what this does. So this would be all under the hood stuff. The player wouldn't have to code any of this. But maybe they should. Okay, and where do you call that function? AABB mouse, AABB keyboard. Is that the two blocks? Oh wait, is this using a library? Kishitech JavaScript? Wait a minute. No, no libraries. No. Damn. What a shame. I'm not against libraries, I just don't want to use them here. Wow. 2 places it exists. Oh wait, that's just a script, I think. Okay, hold on. Maybe not a library. Well, show me where it is. Where do you define such a thing? What are you? ABB script. This is, I think, what I'm more interested in. At least. It's a little complicated. Okay, so here we go. This is what I really wanted. AABB function, context, color, line width, height, anchor type is filled. Whoa. Object call this context color. ABB anchor type. This is kind of overwhelming. It's so self-referential. It's kind of beautiful. But it's stressing me the hell out. Okay, this is actually ridiculous. I don't want to do this. I don't want to learn this. We're not doing this. It's too much. There must be easier ways. The other way I could do it. Played a 4-hour D&D session and I'm still streaming. This is my D&D. I love working on stuff. GitHub dark color theme your beloved. Oh wait, this? Nice. Oh yeah, you do use that in VS Code. Or not VS Code, whatever you use VS Code. Yeah, I'm here. How did the D&D session go? What's your character? You don't have to tell me. The demos in this page. Don't rely on external library. Love that. I didn't know it even had this. Check collision. Like I was also thinking like we just say where they are. Yeah. It's so exciting. It's so exciting. So like now I have a way to move this person. So this is like kind of the optimal solution. And so now what I need to do is construct the game space. So we can get it to just jump over there. A fox monk. Nice. That's chill. That sounds like a chill character. Useful. Like support type. I love playing support. But now I need, so the game was supposed to be that there's coins that you collect and then you get to the end. If you have all the coins, when you get to the end, you move on to the next level. But that means I have to code in all that coin stuff. One of the simpler forms of collision. Yeah, AABB. Give me something simple. Now this is simplicity. It's not all friggin' this. What the hell is this? What are we doing here? MDN did it in like 10 lines. Wait, how does this work though? Oh, it's a little game. I'm using the arrow key. Oh, look at that. This is perfect. MDN to the rescue. I tried searching axis aligned bounding box, but it didn't show up. Good to know that sometimes you have to search for like the concept. Collision detection. Nice. This is exactly what I want. I am trying to do basically this. So when the player can now, in theory, you're distracted failing in C++. Failing's good. Sometimes it feels bad. Usually it does. I found an optimal solution for the player to be able to move this, and I'm sure there's other solutions too, but this would be the hinted solution if they decided to get a hint. But now I need to actually put the game in here where it can actually pick up coins. And I was trying to look for AABB stuff, but it was really hard to find. And then I found it, and this is perfection. This is exactly what I could ever hope for. So it turns green when it collides. I'm sorry it didn't succeed. I hate when that happens. It's so hard to walk away and feel good about it. And this advice isn't gonna help, but I try to remind myself that there was good learning in there. It doesn't really make it all better, but it adds. It's like polishing a turd. A turd is that we didn't finish it. The polish. putting a little hat, a nice little dapper hat on a turd. At least it's a dapper turd. Good learning happened, even though we failed. So put a hat on your failure. That's my advice. Width 20, height 20. So we define this. What is base entity? Okay, so maybe I'm starting to be a little concerned. Oh dear. Okay, so there is a lot more code. Where do you define the base entity class? Right there. Okay, I'll be honest, this is actually a lot of stuff. This is a lot of stuff. So you find the thing. Oh, it's using left and top. So still CSS stuff, essentially. We pass in the X and Y position, and left lets us actually move by that position. And then we can call shift position, which will take its position X and Y and update it and redraw. This is kind of a lot. But what else am I gonna do? I mean, here's the difference though. So this, honestly, this is like another way to solve it. If a player somehow was able to figure any of this out to make the person move. We don't actually need to do that though. What I need is just the collision detection. So this, we don't need base entity, right? What I need, we know what the width and height is going to be, is colliding with other. Okay, where is colliding with defined? Throw new error. Is colliding with must be implemented in subclasses. Whoa, like an abstract kind of situation? That's cool. Where's is colliding? Constant is colliding. This static entities. The is colliding method is what we are implementing. Some static entity. Some is a thing. Okay, so this is a array. Okay. I see. The movable entity is the player. The static entities are all the blue blocks. And then we're creating the check collision function here. Is colliding. It goes through. What is sum? I guess that's like an array function that lets you like something. Instance returns true if it finds one element in the array. Are there some that satisfies the provided testing function? Otherwise, it returns false. That's interesting. Okay. And then it takes parameters. Callback function to execute for each element in the array. What? You can use this to just run stuff on each element in the array? It should return a truthy value to indicate the element passes the test and a falsy value otherwise. The function is called with the following arguments. Element index array. Element being processed, the index of the current element, and the array sum was called upon. Got it. Sum is powerful. Sum is some powerful stuff. So we're saying we're making a new variable basically called static entity within static entities, and then we're running this function on each entity. This is cool. This is really powerful. I wish I knew about this sooner. I think this would have saved me some code in this game, honestly. Because the workers are all stored in an array. Interesting. Hey, thanks for the raid, Mercenary Mage. Welcome. I am making a game in JavaScript. This is my second time making a project in JavaScript. And I'm making it be a game about doing JavaScript. Thank you, Mercenary. Well, you don't have to tell me what you're up to. I'll see if I can find it. Sometimes Twitch takes a second to post it up. Maybe your chat can tell me what you got up to. Wait, that's not your name. Mercenary. Mercenary. I like that. Like maybe your name's Mercer. There we go. We got it. 4 hours ago. Oh, there it is. There it is. So I usually am using Godot and GDScript. I see you got some Unity over here. Love that. But I wanted to learn JavaScript really badly. So I like making games, so I'm making a game. Whoa, that's a beautiful painting. You're making a game. Nice. Whoa. You're picking some good art. You have a party? This is like an RPG game. You're making a game. You're making like a very game. No, ad break. No! Boo ads. Boo ads. And they all come and you get an ad. Ah! Sorry about that, y'all. Y'all don't even know. Y'all don't even know. What if I put like a big text on screen? That apologizes for the ads. Sorry for ads. Why haven't I done this sooner? Sorry for ads. Sorry. Boop, 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 boop. Wait, did it auto give a shout out? Or did someone do that? Did Insane? Insane did it. Thank you, Insane. Sorry for ads. Okay. Thanks, Insane. I forgot. Yeah, this looks really cool. Thanks for bringing your people here. I appreciate it. I want to check out one of your streams soon. So yeah, so I'm making... The first JavaScript project I did was like this like tycoon clicker game where you just keep workers happy and pay them and you just watch number go up. It's just a number go up game. That's all it is. It's just number go up. And I learned so much because I'm like creating these worker tableaus. I'm like generating them for each one, and they all fit together. You can spawn infinite as long as you have the money. So we can get another one. You know what I should do? I should give myself money. I always forget what the money code is, though, if I'm being honest. Thanks for the follow, P. Gatsby. So there's that, and then now I'm stepping it up a notch to something a little different. I want to make a game about learning how to code. Oh, it's gonna be different size. I probably should actually shrink this down so it's not the full thing. Thank you for the hydrate. Oh, thank you. Thank you. But what I've been working on is that you as the player can run code actually within here. So I want to give the player what variables are in there. So if I wanted to do like person, I feel like style really is like the best thing to do. Width equals 100%. Thanks for the follow, Razovius. That is fun to say. That is very fun to say. 100%. It'll do it. And so the concept is there will be, I don't think we're going to do CSS. I think that's not going to be in there. That was like an idea, but I don't think I want to do it. So I'll make sure the player knows what variables exist that they can interact with, and then they type the JavaScript here, and then things happen. So what I want to set up is that the little avatar collects coins and gets to the end. So, you know, in theory, you could come in here and just say person style translate equals 500 pixels. Right? Did I do that right? Quotes. And maybe it gets to the end, but it teleports. So it doesn't actually collect the coins along the way. So you have to do that extra step of making sure that it actually collides with the coins. So now I'm trying to learn how to do that collision. And I just found out there is a way to create some AABBs in JavaScript, so that way we can check if things are overlapping with each other. And I am looking through the documentation code to see how that's done. It seems doable? Maybe? Probably? It creates this... Oh yeah, the array of static entities. So this is the result that it does. It's a little example that it gives right here. So I can use the arrow keys to move this red block, and then if I overlap with blue, you can see it goes to green, which is exactly what I want. I mean, I don't want it to turn green and red, but I do want it to recognize that the coin is collected. So this won't be something that the player has to code. This would just be built in so the coins get collected and stuff. So the static entities, those blue blocks, are all put in this array, I believe. And then we check collision. So it sets this variable is colliding to a function, which is, and I just found out about some. So in that array, it's finding, first of all, it's making sure there is stuff in the array. And if there is, it'll return, or it'll run this callback function on all of the things in the array, which is really cool. And I think it's funny that it's called sum. Is there some stuff in here? And so we take the static entities, we call each static entity within there a static entity. So we're just assigning like a little variable to each element that's in that array. And then this movable entity is colliding with static entity. Okay. So obviously we don't have movable entity. This would be the person. That person.png would be this. So we need to see what is colliding with is like. And then outside of that, it sets the collision state to is colliding. Wouldn't that have to make sure that it was colliding with before it decided that it should set its state to colliding? I'm a little confused about that. Okay. Well, I guess this does return false. I don't really know. I'm not really sure. So I need to find where those functions are. Base entity and then set collision state is colliding with. Where do these live? Within the base entity. It's a little complex. I hope it's not too confusing. We did do class stuff in this game, so I feel like I can learn this. But it is actually a lot of work. To set it up, truth be told. We can do hard things. We can do hard things sometimes. So the base entity has ref and position parameters. The constructor is looking at position, so that can be changed whenever you call this base class. You can pass in a position. Position becomes the position. Ref equals the thing that it is. Create element div. So this is creating all the little blocks that go into static entities? I'm not sure, if I'm being honest. I don't exactly know. What base entity is doing here? And where does it spawn this? Oh, then there's box entity. Extends base entity, and it has a width and height of 20. And then it runs is colliding with. Is colliding with throws an error. That's in the subclasses? What? I don't understand. I'm confused. Where do you define is colliding with? Oh, here. Oh, I see. I get it. Oh, okay. So this is making sure that when you extend base entity, it's making sure that that entity actually has is colliding with in it. And if it doesn't have that, it'll give an error. I'm honestly not gonna worry about that. But okay, so then this is actually overriding. So it's saying that if you make any kind of derivation from, if you extend base entity, that child class has to have this in it. It has to have some kind of is colliding with function, or else it's gonna give an error, which is really cool. I never thought about doing this. Because, and the reason why it'll throw an error is because that means it hasn't been overridden yet. It'll do an error on its own. If you override it, it won't do the error. Okay. All right, I'm following. I'm keeping up. So in this case, if it's colliding with the player, it's gonna return. So this is what is colliding with is. This is defining colliding with. So it returns this position, like it's going to be a true or false, right? Is this position X less than the other position, the player's position X, plus the width of the player? And is this thing... Oh, good night, Krillionaire. Thank you for hanging out. It's been delightful. Glad you got your DOS Tamagotchi thing running. Seems very impressive. I look forward to trying it out soon. And yeah, you've earned this sleep. Even if you didn't earn it, you still deserve to sleep. Your eyes hurt. Yeah, get some rest. You were having like the headaches and stuff. Get some rest. You deserve it. Good night, Curly Nair. And thanks for helping Content King also get started. That was really nice of you. And just being a lively person. This position X is less than the player's plus the player's width, and this position X plus this width is greater than the other position. So this is like kind of where the axis aligned bounding box is being checked. It's a little brain hurty for me to like exactly understand. I get it, but like I'm trying to like construct what it's doing in my brain, and it is oof, owie. This position X. So wherever the X position is of the, in this case, block, in my case, coin, wherever the X position is of that, is that number lower than the player or whatever? But not just that. It has to be lower than the player plus the width of the player, which makes sense because that means it's representing like give me these. Give me those. I think the brain hurty thing is how I get with the whole pay and income thing. Okay. Yeah, I know. It's confusing. Don't think too hard about it. So, this character has a width and a height. And that would be represented by this. Really, it's actually like a square. Which kind of sucks. So, I wish... because that means the overlap is going to happen a lot sooner. So I think I need to make the image smaller, like wrap more tightly. That way, it just makes more sense. But it's essentially using the width and height of the actual thing. So assuming I fix that, and it's a nice snug bounding box. This is the width. And this is the height. Kind of obvious, but it's nice to lay it out and see all the components at play, I think. Great. And obviously it also has a position. And we're also checking the width of the coin, or the thing with which the collision occurs. So similarly, it's going to have a box, hopefully a snug one. And it's also going to have a width and a height. So then what it's gonna do is check to make sure its position is less than. So if the person is over here and the coin is over there, currently the coin's X position is less than the person's X position. But not only that, we're checking the X position plus, oh gosh, I keep thinking I can alt tab into it. It's getting to be a lot of tabs. Can we put them closer together? Plus the player's width. So it's looking for player width plus position X, basically. Which means like if it was less than X, I'm just trying to like give myself a better understanding of it. If it's less than, so right now it's less than X, but I guess if it were to be overlapping here, because we would know the X position of this, right? That is known. And if we weren't doing the width, we wouldn't know like where its existence is on that X axis. I'm not really sure how to individualize or visualize it better, but I think I get it now. Like the width is representing how much space it takes up at that position. The other thing too to keep in mind is the position is relative to the top left corner. So really the position is right here, which is, it's going to be 0, 0. I mean, it's not, but it's relative to that. So then by figuring out the width, we're also figuring out long ways how much space it takes up. So we're not just checking is the position less than, but also is the position less than taking into account the full width. I think. I could be wrong, maybe someone can correct me, but I'm just trying to like wrap my head around it. Great. So we check that, and all these have to be true in order for it to be colliding. So the next thing is this position X plus this width. So we're first looking at its own position and adding that to, so this is like the opposite or inverse or something, I don't know what the right word is, of this. Instead of adding together the player's position to its X position, or the player's width to its X position, we're adding the coin's width to its X position and making sure that that's greater than player position X. If it is, then it's colliding. Look, it's a little hard for me to like really wrap my head around this logically. I'm gonna be honest. I tried drawing the pictures, but it didn't help me much. Like a little bit. So there's also coin width plus position X. And if it's greater than, so if the X position is putting it over here, and then the coin width plus its position. So like my guess is that that's taking it from the right. I guess I feel like there's more to it than that, because like when we are checking it on the right or left there, we're not actually checking the other one at the same time. That's why both have to be true. It's a little confusing to me. I'm gonna be honest. I don't have to understand it, but I like to try. Then we do the same thing with Y. Exactly the same thing. And if all of those are true, then we're colliding. So this is really, I think, the main thing that I need, right? So after that, I'm gonna get a little plain term explanation. Please concisely translate what each condition is doing in plain language. Thank you. By the way, it's for AAB overlap collision check. My left edge is left of their right edge. Oh. Oh. Okay. Wow. That was so brain hurty. My left edge is left of their right edge. Oh, so it's not just checking. It's not just checking if this is overlapping right there. Oh, I guess it is. Oh, wow. Oh. It's checking to see if... So we don't need to know the width of this at that time. Because, remember, it's starting in the top left corner. So there's no need to calculate and find what's going on over here. So in the top right corner, that requires coin width plus position X. That's what this is finding. Same thing here. Wow. We got there eventually. The chatbot do help. So this is helping to find its right edge by having its X position, which its X position. So we could even do this. I want to visualize it. I want to have this to reference because it just feels important, you know? Okay, so obviously this is getting a little crazy, but it's okay. We like a little crazy here as a treat. So, because we already know that the left edge is here, we don't need to check plus the width. But if we want to see the right edge of the player, we do need to know X plus the width. Got it. Understood. And then it's the same thing here, top and bottom. Alright, I understand. I understand. I think this is the heart of what I need. This is literally all I need. Right here. So let's get it. I kind of want to try to type it, though, from scratch, without copying it. Like flashcard style. I love my flashcards. Okay. This needs to be built into level 1. So I need coins. I still haven't made a dang coin. Not that I'm making these things, but, you know. So we were doing a Wikimedia Commons search before 2022, sadly. Let me resize this a bit so it's snug. That's gonna be pretty important. Only page 1, please. Thank you. I probably am doing this wrong, but this is the best I got. Okay. Oops. A little too snug, maybe. Maybe a bit too snug there. A little less snug. Ease up a bit. Let our crosswalk sign person have some room to breathe. Wait, what did I make it? I thought it was gonna just show me. It didn't show me nothing. What is the size? How dare you not keep me up to date on that monster? Oh, there it is. 300. We need a little bigger than 300. So let's make it 400. Somehow that seems like too big. But maybe not. Oh, it's pretty close. Obviously, like, my least favorite thing about bounding boxes is, like, you know, it'll collide even down here, right? Instead of, and up here, instead of only when it touches the character. But it's just too easy to do it this way. So we're gonna do it. I could also, no, I was gonna say fit it to the right edge, but that doesn't really help anything. All right, download this new person .png, and then I need to get the coin. So we are going to, unfortunately, use Google because it does the best job at this. Hello world, welcome LD. How you doing? I think I have too many tabs. Chrome is lagging. What are my stats like? Just not that bad. I wish I could see when those moments occur, but I usually can't. There was a upload speed spike though. Maybe it was that. So we're gonna say coin, cartoon coin, site commons.wikimedia.org, sadly before 2022 to avoid the Gen AI. It's a poop coin. It's silly. This one's nice, but it's only one? The coin's only worth one? I guess we could always remove the one. Yeah, let's do that. Give me that. You want to read a book, so you'll just mute this and watch in the background? Thank you. I think muting it might make it so it won't register as a viewer. So if that is what you want to do, you could try muting your computer, not muting. Like if you turn, I don't know. I don't really know how it works, if I'm being honest. But I'm pretty sure that at least if you mute it down here, it won't count as a viewer. I think. I could be wrong though. Thank you, LD. That's so nice of you. I appreciate that. Enjoy your book. Okay, let's put the coin in. Now this we absolutely want to be a square. No doubt about it. I know, it is crazy. I agree. I guess it's like maybe a view botting thing to some extent. I don't know. Coin. But I don't want a 1 on there because that's boring. It's boring. It's like 1. I don't want 1. Like and subscribe. That's true. If y'all are here on YouTube and you haven't yet hit the like button, and you meant to and you want to, this is just LD and I reminding you that it's an option. Thank you if you're willing to do it. It means more people find out about what we get up to. It grows our community, and it just lets me know that this stream was a good one. Okay. What's up, Skibbity Man? That was fun to figure out. Skibbity Man, how you doing? What is going on here? I'm learning JavaScript, and specifically, I'm making a little game in JavaScript where you are tasked with writing code in the game to make things happen. So part of the game will be like one level in the game. So there's like the place where the player types it in. I want to provide a place where the player knows what variables they can work with. And then there'll be a person that you need to move using code to collect some coins, and then it can go do something that it can spend those coins on. So in theory, if I just use this code, for example, it's my second project. I know, right? Well, I figured it was like multiple layers of learning. Layers of learning, where like I'm having to like teach, you know? Like I'm teaching, and so I have to learn how to teach well, and that's like part of me learning. You know? That's the idea. And it is. I am learning extra to set this up. It's really fun. It's a really fun project. So if the player were to just type in translate 500, no good. Do not win. Because you wouldn't be passing along every coin. So in theory, an optimal solution might be, oh gosh, I don't know if I remember. I don't remember this. I like it too because it gives it's legit like flashcards that helps me practice as well. This is why I love it. Okay, but I am going to look up the solution. 0.5 seconds ease in out. But it's good because now I get to get it ingrained. 0.5 seconds ease in out? Was that right? 500. Nice. So then that would collect the coins because it would actually pass over them. So I'm figuring out how to detect collision so we actually know that they've been passed over, and I think I get the idea on how to do it. But I need a coin. I've made no coin. So we're making a coin. Did I download it? Oh no, probably not. Download it again. Page 2. Oh, it looks like we did download it. Okay, but we also need the new player in there, because if we're going to be using the image size, I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to need it to be snug with the person. So, we did download it twice. Let's rename this to person.png. Call this coin. And we're going to drop them into the project. Replace it. Do it. So now the person is a little more snug, which shouldn't make anything look too different over here. Does it have to be like you edit just one line, or could you just input like all the positions of the coins also? I think I know what you're asking. I'm isolating it to just like very specific tasks. I thought about that. Like, do I want the player to have to code in the coin stuff too? And I think I'd rather it give the player a very specific look, it's stretched out because I said it's a square. A very specific challenge for them to solve. So it's not like an overwhelming amount of code that you type in here. It's just like a little bit. So they wouldn't have to type in all the coin stuff. It would literally just be, so there'd be other levels, right? And maybe another level would be harder, and you would have to do more complex stuff. But for this first one, it's just move the person, basically. If I understand what you're asking. Okay, so I don't want the person to be that big. That is undesirable. We made it 400. Wait. We're scaling it down. Oh gosh, I have no idea. I need to ask for translation help. Resolution size calculator. Proportionate. Proportionate ratio. So it was originally 400 by 512, I think. Right? Yes. Pretty sure. Have you done game dev before in another language, or is this your first time? I normally am here doing Godot and GDScript, which besides like a little HTML, GDScript was the first language that I learned, but... Whoa, it's weird it flips me. But I'm now trying to expand a little bit. So for 2 years, I've been doing Godot and GDScript, and I love it. Usually I'm working in Godot, but I started doing Tuesday's JavaScript because stuff like the chat. Oh gosh, I need to flip it around. I can't stand it. Stuff like the chat, for example, I use JavaScript to modify it. And I would love to actually understand how to do that. So that's why I'm learning JavaScript. Yeah, I like it a lot. I like it a lot. So yeah, I've been using GDScript for 2 years, and I'm expanding. I cannot stand how that's flipped the wrong way. I gotta put that in my notes of stream upgrades. That's a big one. Flip around center cam. You Godot too? Let's go! I've made like 4 games in Godot, and they're just very tiny games for the game jam that I host. So I still have a lot to learn. I still have a lot of growth to do. Because I spent like a whole year, I spent 1 year of that time making a game that I had just no concept of scope. I did not know how to scope things well. So I started the Game Like Jam so I could make a bunch of small games and actually get a sense of what scope is. Just started though, before you use Python. Oh, nice! With no engine, hard for no reason. Yeah, I can see that. I mean, what's nice about you doing Python is GDScript, like, lends itself very well to that. So you're already going into something good. So yeah, right now, on the even months, I'm doing November. So this game jam is gonna run every odd month. January, March, May, July, September, November. I've been getting better at that. And so on the off months, which is this, the even months, I'm just doing like a variety of different things. Join it! Yeah, it is fun. So you can also use these arrows to click back and see the other ones. We kind of did a hard one last. We got half as many entries. I think it was a tough one. We did Granny. Before that, Ski Free. This was an easy one. This was like a really nice, easy one. Before that, Puyo Puyo. This was a harder one, I thought. So it seems like the pattern is often like easy, hard, easy, hard, easy, hard. Although Balloons was kind of tough as well, so I think that's a newer pattern. Frogger was pretty doable. It was like medium difficulty. So yeah, on November 1st, the new one will be announced, and then we do little hints about what the next game is going to be. What's up, Cappy Mastermore? How you doing? The clue is, when this 2D game was released in the 1990s, it was the first of its kind. To this day, it is the most iconic game in its own genre. I'm very excited for this one. I think it's going to be really easy, super doable, but also a lot of creativity can come out of it. And it's a month long. The jam lasts a whole month. So in those months, in those odd months, I'm doing Godot Tuesday, Friday, Tuesday, Friday. Right? We should totally do Rogue. We haven't done Rogue yet, but I think we should. I think we should do Rogue. 100%. Maybe I didn't want to do it too soon, so this wasn't like pegged as a roguelike jam. I don't know. I don't know what my thinking was. But during these even months, what I'm doing on Tuesdays is JavaScript, and on Fridays, collab dev in Godot. What's up, Dash? So working with other people on stream, people who I invite on stream to be on stream, not just like everybody, but certain people. We collaborate together. I also do Monday member streams if you're a member or a Twitch sub. That's always good though, usually. How you doing, Dash? Welcome. Okay, so if I want to set up this collision, also, you said, you told me, I was going to ask you, Skibbity Man, what you do, but we already know. We already know what you do. Cappy, Dash. I feel like I've talked to you before, Dash, but if y'all want to share what you're up to, what you're learning about, I'm here. I'd love to hear about it. Dash has definitely been here before. Okay. Coin. Yes, I must create the coin. Very important. So we're just going to place these in here. Oh, right. I was trying to figure out the ratio. Okay, so the width is 400 by 512. Yes, in pixels, please. Okay, but can you show me a smaller one? I need to be smaller than that. Please. Calculate aspect ratio. Oh. Okay, so if I get the aspect ratio here, I could ask ChatGPT, but I think ChatGPT will do a bad job. I think it'll give me inaccurate stuff. Isn't that a bug in your game? You spawn one employee, it doesn't do anything? It doesn't give you enough money to spawn a new one? Yeah, I just kind of got bored with the project and I moved on. But yeah, a game over state, it's not really a bug, I just didn't add it. So maybe someday I'll add it in here. But I felt like I got all I needed to get learning-wise out of this project, so I just moved on since that's my main goal. But yeah, for sure, I think a game over would be nice. Is the game Super Mario World? I can't confirm or deny whether it's Super Mario World, but I will say, I'm probably never gonna do Nintendo IPs, because Nintendo is scary. So yeah, if you lose, it doesn't tell you that you lost. But if you think about it, that's just your final score. So yeah. I just didn't feel like it. Maybe I'll go back to it though. I might go back, but I wanted to start something new. I want to try something different. This is just learning. It's not like I'm making these projects to be like complete things that are amazing games that people want to download and play and tell their friends about. You know, it's just for the sake of learning. So that's why I'm just like, if I've learned enough, we move on. They're scary. Yeah, they're too scary. And then it just feels like I'm out here telling people, like, go make more copies of Nintendo IPs. It don't feel right. So I'm not going to confirm or deny if it's Super Mario World, but there is a caveat that I mentioned, so keep that in mind. Yeah, and this was made by Ponix Pon. Someone in this community offered to make the art. And then these sprite sheets are dynamically changing in the game. So it's actually through JavaScript that the sprite sheet is playing and going to like a different spot in the atlas. So there's like a lot of good learning that came out of this for sure. Okay. Aspect ratio. So it's 25 by 32. Street Fighter 2. I won't confirm or deny if it's Street Fighter 2. I will say, funnily enough, if I take that clue and I put it in ChatGPT, it always guesses that first. I did that with the last... Maybe not the last jam, but the jam before that. When I put the clue in, it would just be like, Street Fighter 2? It's so funny, because a lot of y'all guess Street Fighter 2 as well. What is that? Why is that always the guess? I don't know. But I'm not going to confirm or deny it. It would spoil the fun. But you can try to read my reaction to see if I'm lying or not. Alright, so... Yeah, use it. Use it. Resize / compare. Oh, maybe this is what I want. Enter 3 values to size the 4th. Wait, what? Huh? What do you mean? 3 values to size the fourth. Enter 4 values to compare. What? Well, actually, I do know 150. Let's go! 117! Okay, we did it. The person, actually. Don't worry. I don't like backseating, so you don't have to help. Don't worry. Sit back, chill. Sometimes I ask for help. Sometimes I'm like, please help me. Most of the time I like solving these things myself. Although this, you know, it's not really code. Thank you for following, Continuum. Appreciate you. I gotta put the backseating thing out there. When someone's new, I gotta put it out there. I understand the desire. But I give y'all opportunities. I'm working, I think I would, I'm not working on it, but I have the concept of having like a backseat feature where y'all can like submit your guesses of how to solve things if you want. And then after I figure it out, reveal what y'all guessed or suggested. But yeah, we got it. 117. So, because it's not a square and it's not a standard ratio, but I need it to be very snug. Like, I don't want extra white space around the player because we're using the size of the player, the width and the height, to determine if it's overlapping with the coin. So I don't want any extra white space around the player. Originally, it was just like a square, but that led to it having a ton of space that would make it pick up the coin too early. 117. Let's see if that looks good. Yeah, it looks great. And you can see it's much more, before it was kind of like sticking out from the side, that was that extra white space. But now it's actually snug to the left side. Good. So now I need to add those coins in here. So we say, I don't know that I need, do I need an ID? Because the player doesn't need to like fetch the coin. I do think a class could be useful. So I'll at least make a class. But I don't know that we need to check the coins. Is there Rex in Java like Pygame? Well, this isn't Java. This is JavaScript. Super different. Yeah, I'm learning TypeScript. Exactly. How long? 2 weeks? 2 days. Really. Because last week was my first time using TypeScript, and I did it on Tuesday, one day. And then this week was my second time, and I did it today. So technically 2 days. And I do 12-hour sessions. So I have about 24 hours overall. Yeah. So basically I'm just using the size of the image to check it out. So on the best resource ever for JavaScript, MDN, I found this collision detection code that checks to see if the overlap is happening. So the way that it works is it makes sure that the coin's left edge, which is just position X, is or isn't overlapping with the right edge of the image in this case, or the player in this case. So to find that, we just do player width plus position X, and that gives us the right edge. And so if the left edge is within overlapping with that, then we know there's a collision. And then it does the same thing with this side, where it checks to see if the coin width plus position X, which is its right edge, is crossing over with the position X on the player on the left edge. And it also does it for top and bottom. Yeah, we should do top and bottom too. So there isn't, I mean, there is a rect, maybe there's a rect, I don't know. But really we're just using the existing image as our bounding box comparison. So let's put these coins in their places. I've been learning JavaScript for like a couple months, but it's the same kind of thing. where I do it once a week. So something like that. My first JavaScript project was this. It's just a little tycoon clicker game where you just click to make money go up. I didn't really like focus on finishing it in like a really serious way, but just a learning project where you just hire workers, you press happiness up, you pay them money, and they make you more money, and you hire more, and that's it. It's a number go up game. But I wanted something that was kind of UI heavy. For all of these, I want UI heavy things, because what I'm really going to be using JavaScript for is stuff like this chat box, you know, designing this and adding features, making tools we can use on stream. So I'm mostly going to focus on like UI type of games. So yeah, this was the first JavaScript project that I made, and I've kind of moved on from it. I think a game over state would be nice, but I just don't care enough to do it. I didn't make the art. This was made by someone in the community, PawnXPawn, actually. So thank you on behalf of PawnXPawn. I didn't even ask. I mean, it's like I asked PawnXPawn and PawnXPawn offered in a weird way. It was a weird negotiation, but it just happened. Yeah, it's cute, right? Okay. Seriously, so I'm gonna do this. I'm not working on the stream chat box. No, right now I'm working on a game where you control things. So it's a game about learning JavaScript, where the player will type in stuff into a box, and then things will happen to achieve a goal. And the first level that I'm working on is that you have to interpolate or move a player across these coins and then get them to the end. So that's it. And what I've got so far is pretty much what I need. So we can say person.style dot translate, and then we say that equals 500 pixels, which will move it to the end, but that won't be a win because it won't have it interpolated across the coins. So one optimal solution would be to also type in style transition 0.5 seconds is in out, right? And then make it 500, and it does it. So yeah, I've been setting up this box that we can type in code and it runs down here. This is a separate iframe, and I've done my best to make sure it's as secure as possible. And yeah, so right now I'm making the coins and stuff like that. So this is a coin, and this is gonna be thanks coin.png. Is it? I don't know. Is it 1996 Diablo? The coin we can make 150 sounds a little large, to be honest. It's a big coin. I guess I kind of like that it's a big coin. Makes it a little bit of an easier challenge. No, it's too big. It's too big. Come on now. Let's say 70 by 70. It just ain't right. Oh, save it. This feels better. Let's make it a little bit bigger. And then we get into the CSS of it. It looks like Portal. I see that. Where I would want this to be like centered vertically. Centering divs horizontally, not that bad. Centering them vertically is kind of a friggin' nightmare. You saw that too? Nice. I guess even the circle looks like a portal. So I don't want them to be there. I want them to be over a bit. So I'll definitely want to adjust like margins and stuff. So we're back in CSL hell. CSS hell. Yeah, I know. Backseating, not a big fan of backseating. Sometimes I look at y'all and I ask for help, but most of the time I prefer not seeing suggestions. It just makes it less fun and I don't learn as much. For me, it's about like figuring out what to do. But yes, you're right. Flex boxes are definitely useful. One of the tools I want to make is a way for y'all to like make backseating suggestions, but it's like hidden until I solve it, and then we can reveal it and see who was right, who was wrong, and stuff like that. Yeah. It's okay. You're new. It's okay. So what? CSS. We could do level 1. I think that makes the most sense. So if we say the class coin, I mean, I definitely want horizontal margins. I feel like there's a way to only do the left and right sides. So that way I can just do it like in one line. Don't tell me the answers, y'all. I like to learn. It's my thing. Oh, there you go. Right? So if I make that 200, 200, something ridiculous. Okay, that's too ridiculous. Not that ridiculous. A little less ridiculous. Oh no, that's doing it top and bottom. Okay. Let me look at the resource, the documentation. Apply to all 4 sides, left and right. What? I just like to try to learn other ways than just put in right and left on here. Yeah, I'm on Twitch right now. Yep. Yes. HyperGameDev_ on Twitch. There's a link actually in the description box on YouTube. There's like a little button on there. Quick question, not related to the game. What's your favorite 90s game that's still the most iconic in the genre? Sneaky, you almost got me. I mean, if you want to talk about what my favorite one is, it's not necessarily the game, or is it? That's iconic in a genre? Honestly, it's a hard hint, so I wouldn't even know. Honestly, I think there was a guess. I don't know. I don't know that there's anything more fitting to that hint than this game. I think it's the most fitting game to that hint. I don't know that there is. I guess Rogue would be, but that didn't come out in the 90s. But that would be an example of something that's the most iconic in its genre. No ads! Boo! Sorry for the ads. It's actually just for Twitch, though. Sorry for the ads, Twitch. I'm sorry. I hope you see that. If you're on Twitch, I'm sorry. Twitch be twitching. Twitch be twitching. Like Zork? I can't confirm or deny what that is. But I don't know. That doesn't sound... If I don't recognize it immediately, I don't know that that's what iconic is. Like, it's like... almost any human being would recognize it. Like, it's that iconic. Even people who aren't gamers would recognize it. It's like ubiquitous, like culturally, human culture, ubiquitous. People would recognize it. So wait, what if I just do one EM auto? I don't really like that, but we could. It's like one of the most popular text-to-speech games. Oh, okay, I never heard of it. Super Mario fits so well. Does it? Does it though? I guess like as a game, it's the most like iconic. If someone's like, "Do you know video games?" or like Mario, But when I think of platform, I mean, the reason why I'll tell you it's not Mario is because I'm not going to do Nintendo games. But the reason why I think it doesn't fit into that clue is if you tell someone, because it like literally, so a genre, part of the clue that I tried to imply is that it is, I mean, I don't even, I feel like that's too much of a, I don't want to give too much of a clue. But if I say, here's my platformer game, does that mean everyone's gonna think about Mario? Or are they gonna think about Celeste? Or some, insert other platformer game here. Whatever. Maybe. You might be right. It does kind of fit. It does kind of fit. I do see why you say it fits. I guess it fits. But I will say it's not Mario. No Nintendo. We're not doing Nintendo here. I can neither confirm nor deny whether it's Tamagotchi. That's a good guess. Yeah, because, like, Tamagotchi... What would you call that genre? The Tamagotchi genre? Universally ubiquitous. That's a solid guess. I think that's like the perfect example of what this hint is alluding to. Totally, because what else would be a Tamagotchi? Like if you're trying to make some kind of pet that you have to take care of, what else would you think about? You want to build a Tamagotchi clone? Me too. Me too. Although it's like, are you supposed to make like the physical? You have to, if you want to win this Tamagotchi like jam, you're gonna have to 3D print a case, program a circuit board, so you have a game you can press buttons on. I guess it would be implied that it would be like a game on screen, but still. I feel like maybe Pokemon? No Nintendo. No Nintendo! I feel like that should be in every hint. It's not a Nintendo game. What if I just do this, like, by itself? What is that? What is that like? I don't know. I didn't see the change happen fast enough. Well, here, just do it in the, just do it in here. Just throw it in here. It's Nintendo. It's Nintendo. I hear you. So we did Puyo Puyo, right? Which is owned by Sega. But Sega is owned by Nintendo. So that was kind of okay. So surely you understand why no Nintendo. I'm a little surprised that you're surprised about Pokemon. Like Pokemon, you read the news, right? Pokemon Nintendo patents. It's like the most controversial thing they're doing right now. Tetris. I can't confirm or deny if it's Tetris. That's also a really good one. Tamagotchi and Tetris are great examples of what I'm trying to get at with this hint. What would you even call Tetris genre? I guess you would just say Tetris. I feel like Tetris-like is so iconic. Like block stacking. The block stack. I guess like puzzle. Something like that. That's a really good guess. I'm not gonna confirm or deny it though. I won't do it. Alright, so let's modify this in here. Block blast game? Yeah. But I need to get the coin. Oh, there it is. Found it. What's it about? Where are we guessing? So it's so funny, as you came like a second after Skibidi Man was asking the answers to all of your questions. This is a game jam that I run every odd month of the year. So I'm saying that because I kind of assume that like everyone here heard that stuff, but it's like, oh yeah, no, that's not true. People join. It's a jam that I'm running every odd month of the year. So January, March, May, July, September, November. So the next one's in November. It's a month long, and we make games like other games to help us have known scope so we know what mechanics we're making. And I try to pick games that are doable within a month, even to theoretically complete the whole thing. And it's not about making an exact copycat. You do your own twist, and inspiration is strongly, even mandated, I would say. Mandated in the rules. It has to be still unique. It's not that, is this, oh wow, did you remake Rogue, or did you make a game that's like Rogue, is the difference. So yeah, and we've done past ones. You can click on this little thing on each page to see the past games we have made games like together. And yeah, and then during that month, I just stream working on my entry, basically. So yeah, and then the hint for this one is when this 2D game was released in the 90s, it was the first of its kind. To this day, it's the most iconic in its own genre. Yeah, you can scroll up. You gotta change your name. It is Skibbity Man. For me, look, just like, I feel like there's two for me, like when I was a kid. Earthbound, which was actually technically my first game dev experience. No, you don't guess the game. It's announced. Okay, maybe I need to write that on there. The game is to be announced, so on November 1st, the theme will be told. And this is just a hint as to what it's gonna be. So that way nobody gets an advantage to make it ahead of time. We don't announce it until the day of it's starting. Imagine. What a crazy jam! You'll be disqualified if you don't guess the right game. So yeah, Earthbound, that was actually my first, like, it's okay. That was my first, it's just really funny. I know it's helpful because I'm like, maybe I should put on there that it will be announced on day one. But my first game console was a Super Nintendo, and I loved Earthbound. It was so cool because it just felt like so immersive in this world. I felt like I was like a person in the world. But it was my first game dev experience because I did a ROM hack of it later on after I was a little older, because I don't think I was ready to do ROM hacking when I was like 8 years old playing this game. But I wanted Paula, this character, to be the main character, so I just swapped these sprites. And I was very happy to play as the girl character. And then my second favorite game from the 90s would be Uniracers. All that's addressed in the rules as... All that's addressed in the rules. I strongly recommend reading the rules. So this game was actually freaking amazing. It was so good. It was just like a racing game, but it had charm for days. Like, they had these like weird, like almost anthropomorphized things. Similar to Undertale was originally a ROM hack of Earthbound. Yeah. Okay, what if I make this 3M? Okay, so that's doing it all around the whole thing, which is not what I want. Can't join the jam, you're too vibe heavy? All your code is AI? I mean... I don't know what to say about that. Like... We did have... So in the last jam, someone who has participated in all the other ones made a literally entirely vibe-coded game. Which, in theory, should be disqualified, but on the other hand, think of it this way. It's my intention is to discourage you from using AI, not to prohibit it. And there's a risk of disqualification, especially if you don't... I should put in the rules that there's a risk of disqualification if you don't, you know... disclose. Add disclosure or else disqualification caveat to AI rules on Game Like Jam. So, I mean, if you disclose it, look, it's frowned upon. Let's put it this way. The jam frowns upon it. But it's not meant to say you can't join if you're using. Because I think it's great as an assistive tool. For sure. But I also don't like this, like, witch hunt kind of thing that goes on. Where people are like, that's AI. That's AI. No AI. If we say AI, we're going to disqualify it. Like, you don't know. You don't know. Oh, Skibbity, that's not nice. Learn to code, bro. That's not nice. Come on. We like to be nice around here. Be respectful. But that is so mean. Because, look, it's okay. It's okay. I don't like this idea of, like... And that's exactly what I don't like. Is when people are demonizing others for maybe using AI or using AI. I think that's ridiculous. So I don't want to create that environment, but I just want to discourage it. That's all. Oh my gosh, y'all. All right, margin. I think I just have to do margin right and left. I think we're just, you know what? We're just gonna do margin right and left. I think it's gonna be good. Yeah, I agree. I love coding myself. But I'm not gonna tell other people what to do, you know? I think that's not right. Margin right. This is right, however, because it's the right margin. I kind of like the... I feel like we should do the M, though. M is kind of OP. And then margin left... 2M. Yeah, it's okay. You good. Okay, and then can you show me, like, what that's like? You were showing me. It was so nice before. That's okay. Great. This is good. And then I think we could do even a little more margin, maybe? Is that what that's gonna do? Yeah, that's a little too... Okay, wait a minute. That's too much. These coins aren't gonna fit in there. We should do 2. And then for the vertical situation, that is a whole nother situation. Yeah, flexboxes aren't often enough, unfortunately, to get like vertical sometimes. It just depends, you know, it depends on the context of the thing. But we can do flex and then try. But it doesn't really make sense because that's on the coin itself, so that's kind of the wrong place to do it. We would want to do that in the game container. But it's just... Okay, align item center. We got there! Align item center. Nice. It worked out! It doesn't always work out, but it worked out. Okay, so we'll just put that in gameplay container. It does raise the question, if you start moving things around, will it break out of that? I guess so, because that's like what we're translating with a style. Alright, y'all, I'm actually about out of time tonight. We've been going for nearly 12 hours, and YouTube is going to block the VOD from seeing the rest of the stream if I don't stop soon. And I love having a nice chronicle of everything. So I'm going to raid out on Twitch, and then we'll do that on YouTube too. We'll see who's around on YouTube, so stick around so we can go keep the game dev vibes going. Hey Justin, welcome back. Oh, I'm about to end. You just caught me at the end. Oh, you're at the end too. All right, see you later. Thank you. Yeah, because my sleep schedule's been off. It's good to see you, Justin. I'm glad you're doing well. Okay, so I just want to add this in there so I have something that I feel good about, but I basically need to end rapidly. That is on game container. So wherever we're doing game container, that's where we're gonna put this in there. You feel like it's Tetris? Maybe it is. Maybe it's not. All right. So we got this. We can come in here. We can tell it to move person dot translate, no, dot style dot translate. We can type in code and it dynamically figures things out, which I'm super proud of, and I love where it's going. We can give it a special transition as well. Style transition equals 0.5 seconds. Let's do a little longer. 1 second. Ease in, out. Yeah, I'm really proud of it. Oh, I did that wrong. I think you need to put this before, would be my guess. So let's try to see if we can get it back to 0. Nope. Oh, I did this wrong. Oh, I gotta look. I gotta cheat. See, I'm still learning too. Thanks for the follow, Justy. I'm still learning too. It does work though. Where is it? Where is it? Solutions. Oh, the S! I forgot the S! There we go. Okay, now put it at 500. No! 0.5. I'm sorry. I've committed crimes. 0.5. Keep it at 0.5. I think it has to be... Okay, there we go. It works! This is why I love it, because I get to learn too. So yeah, I'll be back on Friday. That's my next stream. And yeah, thank y'all for being here. Alright, if you're on YouTube, you haven't pressed the like button, press the like button. It helps a lot. I'm super proud of this. Like this actually was overall a lot easier than it sounded. I mean, obviously there's a lot of like digging into different nooks and crannies to get it figured out, but that's okay. All right, so who's around? Let's do YouTube first, and then we'll raid on Twitch. So, who's around on the YouTubes? Who do we got out here? Anybody? Somebody? Why is it not... YouTube, why are you changing your layout? It used to, on the left, show you everyone who was live! What are you doing? I hate you, YouTube. Indie Game Clinic is live. But... Oh, there's this person. Pure Rust Game Dev Solo Indie Auto Battler. I can't believe it got rid of that. Oh, it's there! I'm bugging. I just didn't find it right. There we go. There we go. Well, RJ's live. RJ's fun. I'm gonna give you two options. You can go hang out with RJ, who does Godot Game Dev, if you're interested in that. So I'll pop that in chat. Go over there. I think actually RJ might have set up redirects. Wait, I think RJ has redirects, so we can actually do like a proper raid. Wait. Wait a minute. Let's do that. Let's sort this out. Let's make it right. Let's do it correctly. Thank you. Yeah. Yeah, I'm here. So Friday, I'm gonna be back, and I'm doing Godot collab dev. So I'll be working with a friend on a game